Books presents Dead Coast, a zombie novel by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Neil Helligers. To live is to suffer. To survive is to find some meaning in the suffering. Friedrich Nietzsche. 1. Fire rages. Doc Klein no longer sleeps in the seat next to me. He's up now, clutching that damn bag to his chest, his eyes practically bulging from behind his thin, blood-spattered glasses. I step on the gas pedal harder. I feel the floor beneath it, the thrumming vibrations of the Hummer's engine going into overdrive. The road ahead of us is now lit up with golden sunshine. The grass has that fresh spring green color. Trees going by in a blur have sprouted new leaves, and with them, a new lease on life. But not for me. "Watch out!" Doc Klein yells. His finger points at what's beyond the dusty windshield. My heart no longer hammers in my chest. It's frozen. That weird feeling of zero gravity hits me, like I've reached the apex and soon I'll fall. I see Klein point at the curve in the road, and the metal barrier blocking the asphalt from the forest. I saw it a long time ago. If we go around the curve, it'll add an extra 10 minutes to our trip. I don't have 10 minutes to spare. Hell, I don't even have 10 seconds. My family is in danger, in the middle of a war zone. I have to get to them now. "You're going to kill us," he shouts. "Not likely," I answer. I look to my left and see the black smoke rising, the inky black smoke. And I know then that time is an illusion. Klein screams now, turns in his seat so it looks like he's spooning with the messenger bag. My hands grip the steering wheel so hard I'm making new impressions on it. At the last possible second, I ease up on the gas. It makes no difference. The metal barrier is a blur as it goes up and over the windshield. I'm dimly aware that I'm screaming now, too. Glass tinkles. Metal crunches. The Hummer moves through the trees at around 30 miles per hour. I'm careful to avoid the really large and thick ones. A metal barrier is nothing compared to Mother Nature. She'd surely sign my death certificate, not bat an eye while doing it. "Holy shit, you're a madman! They said I was crazy, but you are truly—" Klein babbles. "Can it," I say. I don't need to listen to any bullcrap. I need to focus. The landscape slowly descends. Soon we'll be in the part of the forest where Krogan and some of the other wranglers and I were attacked by zombies. The same part where Abby was bitten. Abby, I think. A queasy feeling invading my stomach. "What's happening?" Klein demands. "Talk to me! Talk to me!" "Shit's happening," I say. "If you saved me just to kill me, I don't get it." A cluster of trees rise from the hill, blocking my view of the village in front of us. There's no way I can go through them. "Damn it," I say, stopping the car and throwing it into reverse. I turn to look over my shoulder and Klein grabs me. "Talk to me," he says. "Please." "No time." "A man who rushes only rushes to his death," Klein says. Screw that. The Hummer's tires kick up rocks and sticks and dirt. Klein grips harder. "Talk to me!" "My family is down in that village," I say, cutting the wheel. "And I'm stuck in the fucking woods with Bambi and a crying doctor." "Jack," Klein says. And the way he says it causes me to hit the brakes. Well, that and the fact I'm driving a Hummer and not a wood chipper. "If the village is under attack—" "No, Klein, don't you dare say it." I have the urge to punch something. I feel trapped inside of a small box, claustrophobic, belittled. "If you tell me it's too late, Klein, I swear to God I'm going to break your nose." Klein shakes his head. He shows no fear, and rightfully so. Who would be afraid of me? It's the reason I'm in this mess in the first place. Trying to scare Froggy into being a better person? Laughable. Hilarious. Now look at me. I wasn't going to say that, Klein says. I believe him. I was going to say, if you are outnumbered, it's probably not your best bet to announce your arrival such as this way. Are you going to drive this behemoth into the flames? Get out of the car with your pistol and hope for the best? I'm at a loss for words. He's right. I look down at my hands on the steering wheel. They're no longer clenched. Now they're loose and shaking. Will you help? I ask. Klein looks at me with intense eyes. For a moment, I think I do see fear, but then it's gone. You saved me, didn't you, Jack? I nod. I had to. You didn't have to do anything, he says. None of us do. That's the beautiful thing about life. Everything is a choice. I look away at the endless trees separating me from the village. But through the dense woods, I see the flames, moving bodies, and the smoke. I'll help you, Jack, he says. Then I'm on my way. I nod. Thank you. He gets out of the car, slinging the messenger bag over his shoulder. I get out after him. I still have the pistol in my holster, the one that only has a bullet left and is covered in dried zombie brains. It's not much, practically nothing at all. But it's all I have. And I know I'll make use of it. I lead the way, running through the bramble and sticks. Klein and I head toward the battlefield. 2. The closer we get, the more I smell the flames, the blackened buildings, the charred meat, and the more the momentary hope in my chest gets smaller and smaller. I see the husks of old structures, places I was at no less than 24 hours ago. The fences are downed in at least 5 spots that I can see. There is a flipped SUV about 30 paces from the way I entered with Abby in my arms yesterday. Smoking bodies. People squirming and screaming. Gunfire. My pace picks up, and with it, the hole in my leg from the meat thermometer. Klein is behind me now. How far behind I don't know, and I'm not going to look back. I'm coming up on Mother's hut. It's just smoldering remains now. Seeing this almost stops me. All feeling goes out of my legs and feet. I don't feel the ground beneath my boots or the cold metal of the bloody gun in my hands. I can't linger, though. As much as I want to search through this place for her, I can't. I have to find my family first. She would understand. But where do I go? Where the fuck do I go? I can't hardly see anything. People are running through yards and walkways, some with guns, some screaming, and some burning. Who's on my side? Who isn't? There are bodies at my feet. Some are still smoking. All are bleeding. I can't look down at them because I'm too afraid of who it will be. God help me. I run through the bandstand. The wood and rubble clatter. I'm on a beaten path. Then it comes to me. I know where I'm going. I was always going this way. My brain just finally caught up to my feet. The med center. That's where they would go. That's where they'd go to get Abby. If they're not there, then the armory. I stop. There are 2 bodies strewn on the path. One of them moves. I slow down as my heart revs up. Not dead. But who is it? Who is... Help! A man says. It's not a voice I recognize. More screams from farther away. Intermittent bursts of gunfire. I risk a glance behind me, see Klein moving in the distance, just now hitting the ruined remains of the bandstand. He clutches that bag to his chest so he can't pump his arms. "Help me!" The voice again. The man is face down. The back of his head is slick with blood and mud. Blood mud. "Marion," he says. "Marion!" I need to keep going, but I can't. This man has seen me, and I've seen him. He is hurt, and maybe I can help. The doctor reaches me, breathing hard and fast. His face is red. Sweat droplets stand out on his forehead and gaunt cheeks like pearls. "Jack," he says. "Jack, what did you get me into?" I barely hear him, but I understand. The chaos is just chaos from far away. When you get close, when you get into the heart of the heat and the smell of death and blood flood your nostrils, and that screaming pierces your eardrums, it's so different. It's not chaos then. No. It's hell. "Help him," I say. Klein gives me a sobering look. "Help him?" He shakes his head. "Jack, look at him." I don't want to. I don't want to because if I look back down at the man who is bleeding at my feet, he might change. He might become Norm or Herb or someone I recognize. I don't want that. I feel like vomiting. I feel like crying. God help me. The man tries to push himself up. He is kind of fat and his arms quiver as he does so. It is now that I see the blade handle sticking out from his solar plexus. A steady stream of goopy blood flows down it. His arms give out just as he says, or shrieks, "Marion!" I try to catch him, but he drops like a sack of bricks. As he hits the ground, he screams in pain. The blade handle buries itself farther into him. More blood. "Marion!" And he dies right there on the spot. I blink away tears. I don't know why. Yes, I do. This is my fault. This is all my fault. I look around at the death and destruction and the missing members of my family, and I can't help but think that this is all my fault. Because of Froggy. Because I let him go. I should have killed that son of a bitch the moment I saw him. "Jack," Klein says. His voice is loud. It has to be. Because a building is roaring with flames and caving in on itself, and beyond that, a child is screaming out for his mother, and a man dies shrieking, "Marion!" But when Klein talks, I barely hear him. My ears are somewhere else, reaching out across all the destruction, searching for a voice I recognize, or a scream, or a whimper. But deep down, I know that none of them would scream or whimper, not even Herb. They're all strong. They're all alive. I flip the man at my feet over. His eyes are open, but he's not seeing anything. This unnerves me. I don't stop or pull away. I can't. All I have is a gun with one bullet and a doctor who has the secrets of the universe in his messenger bag. I grab the knife handle. It is slick with the man's blood. I pull it free, feeling like King Arthur excavating Excalibur from the stone. It's only after the blade comes out that I realize I am screaming. The man's blood spurts from his wound, misting my face, making me look like a crazy bastard. I feel like a crazy bastard, too. And when I scream louder and hold the bloody blade over my head while I run toward the med center, I prove that I am. 3. The med center is on fire. and seeing this makes me pump my legs harder. "Stop!" Klein hisses behind me. "You can't just go at them with no plan." The sizzling of the flames, the snapping and cracking of wood and breaking glass are louder than his voice. But his has a way of carrying, or knifing right into my brain. "Don't you see?" he asks. I'm running toward the smoking med center. All I see is red, and it's not flames. "They're everywhere. Open your eyes, Jack. Open them," he says. He's right. I stop. Men dressed in the ragged garb buzz through the pathways like busy bees. They run into the chaos. These are the enemies. These are the ones I'm after. I slow down as I really see this, and Klein grabs me. He is not a strong man, neither am I. He pulls me behind the ruined husk of a house. Inside the destruction, I see a bed melted to the floor. Pictures curled and singed, barely discernible. It hurts. It hurts to see it, to smell it, to taste it. I can't look long. I move to go again, but Klein holds me back. He points to the med center. Outside in what would be the front yard, 3 large men in the rags of cannibals drag writhing bodies from the flames. They each have weapons, not knives, but guns. Big guns. The people they are dragging are putting up a good fight and losing. Through the smoke, I can't see who they are, just shadows. Then a 4th figure comes forward, and I see a large hump. It takes me a moment to realize that it's more than one person. They are dragging something as large as an elephant. My heart flutters. The dread consuming me seems to dissipate, if only for just a moment. But it comes back once I hear the big man crying out. It's Herb. I want nothing more than to rush the building, but all I have is a knife and a gun with 1 bullet. That wouldn't be smart. I look to Klein, who is pale despite the orange flames bathing his face. Then I look beyond him, where the armory barely stands in the distance. "The armory," I say. Klein nods. "Now you're thinking," he says. I turn to run, and I realize I'm going back the way I came. But I have to. For my family. 4. The armory is blazing. There are 3 bodies in the front lawn. I was here less than 24 hours ago when the building looked like an equipment shed, painted a forest green with a red door. And now it's nothing but a blackened husk of wood. The 3 people who were dead on the front lawn might have made a last-ditch effort to grab the heavy artillery, but they didn't make it. Heat engulfs me as I get closer. Over the roar of the flames, I hear Klein's whimpering. Smoke is thick over here. It stings my eyes, making my throat feel like it's closing up. I keep going, and I go right to the bodies. I turn them over one by one while gunfire ripples in the distance behind me. I don't even shudder at the sound. I exhale each time I turn a corpse over. Here is a man with a half-burned gray beard. There is a woman with green streaks in her black hair. And last is a young kid, more ash than skin. I almost feel like vomiting, but it's not any of my family. I turn back to the armory. The door is open. I stick the gun with 1 bullet into my waistband. It's cold against my skin. A quick glance inside tells me the place has been cleaned out. There's a few weapons, but nothing for me to really defend myself with. Damn it. I get about 3 feet past the threshold when the roof above starts straining. I have my shirt over my mouth, trying to filter out the black smoke. I'm getting lightheaded. The walls are bare. There's blood on the floor. A few melee weapons, but nothing that will help me save the day. I start coughing, really hacking to the point where I think I'm going to cough up a lung. I run back outside, the blade from the dead man back on the path in my hand. I'm about 2 steps out of the building. It groans, a real deep, lurching kind of sound. A dying sound. Then the building collapses. I feel a great breeze of hot fire as it crumbles. I jump forward. Klein is already running for it. The hair on the back of my head singes. I feel trapped in an oven. Then it passes and I get up because I'm not going to sit around feeling sorry for myself. I'm going to save the fucking day. Come on, I say to Klein, who is cowered up against an adjacent building. Jack, he says, voice cut off. He is frozen, a deer in the headlights. Oh no, he says. He stares at something behind me. I turn my head to look. It's a group of men. They run toward us. I back up until I hit the building Klein is against. I'm readying my pistol, preparing for a fight. Klein grabs me, and I think he's going for my gun, but he doesn't. His hands dig into my pocket. Hey, what the fuck? I shout. He pulls the keys to the Hummer free, not saying a word. He is fast, lightning fast. By the time my hands snatch at him, the keys are gone and Klein spins off the building and runs through the labyrinth of fire. This time he pumps his arms and it makes all the difference. Get him! One of the men shout. I spin around. It's too late. The men have closed the gap. I'm no match for the gun that whirls through the air and cracks me on the bridge of the nose. Pain explodes up my face. Something splinters. The warm flow of blood runs from the wound and into my mouth. I fall to my knees. Thought you got 'em all, a man says. Guess not, another one answers. Hey, is that my knife? I was looking for that. I'm trying to get up, but I'm feeling the earth's rotation beneath my feet. It's like I'm drunk and standing on a waterbed. Thank you, one of the men say. The knife is ripped from my hands. I open my eyes and stare at them through a sheen of blood. My blood. There's 3 of them. The 4th one took off after Klein. The man who took the blade is a thin fella, more skeleton than meat. He has a beak for a nose and dirt smeared under his eyes like war paint. What should we do with this one? He says. Kill him, another man says. He is heavier, but a lot taller. No joke, if there was still an NBA, this guy would start on a championship team. Kill him and put him over with the others. He doesn't have much meat on him, but it's better than squirrel. Damn right, the 3rd man says. He has long, dirty hair, cheekbones that stick out from his face. They all 3 look like freaks, the type of bastards you'd expect to be cannibals. I'm not surprised this was Froggy's crowd. Not surprised at all. Froggy was the king asshole, but these guys are a close second. How do you like dying, pal? The thin one asks. This blade looks too clean for me. I'm not scared. I left all of my fear in Washington, D.C. The large one grabs me around the collar. The stitching in my t-shirt stretches and twangs. He is rough. He pulls me up to my knees. And my hand acts on its own as it so often does these days. I only have 1 bullet left, but at least I get to take one of these bastards down with me. The gun frees from my waistband. Index finger presses the safety, and then finds the trigger in one swift motion. This large man already has large eyes, but as he catches the muted gunmetal now glinting with fire, those eyes balloon to the size of this man's cranium, and that's pretty damn big. The gun cracks as loud as ever, but I hardly notice the noise. I'm too invested in seeing the top of the man's head get blown off. The thin one screams, drops the knife and fumbles his own gun, which is some kind of rifle. I have no bullets left, but I don't tell them this. "Drop it," I say, pointing the gun at him. He has the rifle at waist level. He studies my face. I can't imagine I look anything less than menacing right now, covered in blood and black soot. The skinny one drops the rifle. The other man, the one with the sharp cheekbones, does the same. Then he takes off running the way he came. He watches his friend go. He looks to me and then down to the ground where his other friend is minus his scalp and bleeding out into the dirt. I see the front of his pants darken. He's pissed himself. "Get on your knees," I say. He does. I grab the guns. They're both rifles. One has a strap and I put it over my shoulder. I spin the pistol on my finger and holster it back in my waistband. I point the other rifle at the skinny man. "Don't kill me, please," he says. His voice is oddly calm. "Depends," I say. "On what?" he asks. He looks me dead in the eyes. I can respect that. "On whether you comply or not." "I don't know what that means," he says. I chuckle with no humor. It's just reactionary. "It means whether you do what I tell you to do or not." "Oh, mister, I'll do whatever you want," he says. There's hope in his eyes and piss in his pants. "I'm looking for people," I say. "Survivors." "Well, they ain't gonna be alive much longer." "So you know who I'm talking about?" I ask. He doesn't answer fast. I put the barrel of the rifle in his forehead, and then he answers a lot quicker. "I know because I know who you is," he says. "What?" I say, jamming the gun against his face. He flinches hard once and almost falls. "They're with B. She's been waiting for you." "B? Who?" I ask. "Beatrice. She ran the raid. She said she got word from the big guys in D.C. Yeah, I know," I say. "I killed the big guys." "Getting killed by you would be an honor," he says, smiling. "But I hate you. Know that?" "The feeling is mutual," I say. "I'm not going to kill you, though. Not yet." "Why not?" He sounds disappointed. "Because you're going to lead me to Beatrice," I say. "Anything," he answers. "But we won't have to go far." I hear their footsteps, and then this asshole's laughter. I spin around. I'm face to face with an army of cannibals. They have about 10 guns pointed at me, and in one dirty man's grasp is Darlene. My heart flips, sinks, dies. I lower my weapon. "Greetings," a woman says to me as she walks closer. I don't have time to answer. I'm hit from behind, hard, very hard. Darlene is the last thing I see before blackness takes me. 5. "Jack Jupiter," a voice says. A woman, the same woman. I open my eyes, see the med center. It's not burning any longer, and it's still standing. Black smoke drifts lazily from the structure, a blemish against the clear blue sky. I look to the people last. They surround me, all large and looming and shadowy in the hazy morning sunlight. They wear their raggedy clothes, hold their guns. Most of them grin. God help me. "Glad you're awake," the woman says. I'm on my knees. My hands are tied behind my back. There's dried blood in my eyes, dirt in my nostrils. The smell of fire is still in the air. So is the smell of death. I'm Beatrice, I know, I say. And I really don't care who she is. I'm going to kill her regardless. She smiles. She is missing most of her teeth. How she eats human flesh, I don't know. In the distance is the sound of gunfire. Rotters from the woods come to join the party, I think, and they're out there defending the ruined village, just so the cannibals can put on their little show. Well, I've been through it all. Nothing can surprise me anymore. And you are Jack Jupiter, slayer of my people, Beatrice says. I snarl at her. You shouldn't be able to call yourselves people because people don't kill people with no remorse. People don't eat other people. You're monsters. She just keeps on grinning. We can call ourselves whatever we want, she says. There are no more rules in this world. Surely you are aware of that. Where is my family? I'm trying not to show it to the grinning monsters all around me, but I'm scared. Scared as hell. Bring them out, Beatrice says, leaning to the side and shouting toward the smoking med center. Herb is the first to be pushed out, dragged by 4 men. Big men. Herb doesn't put up a fight. He never has, and I envy him for that. Putting up a fight just gets you where I'm at. Next is Norm. He smiles as he sees me, then shakes his head as if to say, Oh, here we go again, little brother. I find myself smiling back despite not feeling smiley at all. Then it's Abby. She is weak. Her face is pale. The medicine I have for her is in the Hummer I left somewhere in the dense woods, or gone, thanks to the asshole Klein. God, I'm so stupid. She doesn't smile when she sees me. She seems too out of it for that. It hurts. I can't see her like that. My heart really starts to hammer my chest because Darlene doesn't immediately follow. I saw her before they knocked me out. At least, I think I did. Was it an hallucination? Don't worry, Norm shouts. She's in there, Jack. She's okay. He knows me so well. I feel better despite my circumstances, but if I could just see her. Then the man dragging my older brother backhands him. Norm's head snaps to the left. I see a stream of blood run from his nose. How cute, Beatrice says. It's such a shame. She titters, and then the titters turn to cackles. The cackles of a witch. The more I look at her, the more she turns into one. Her skin is already a pukish green. I wonder if that is an effect of eating human meat. Darlene finally comes out, and my heart speeds up faster. Thank God. That's all I need to feel hope. She is a little bloody, but otherwise beautiful. Jack, she screams. I almost scream back, almost jump up and down and run to her, but I can't because the men holding her are already rough, and I don't want to risk them hurting Darlene anymore. But she bucks and kicks, puts up a good fight, actually. They lift her off the ground. Let go of me, you assholes, she says. They don't, and she just keeps on fighting. Ah, that's my girl. I missed her. Line them up, Beatrice says. The men listen to her. Line them up right in front of our residential celebrity, she says. She talks like an educated woman, though from one look at her, you wouldn't think that's the case. Herb is the first to be put in line, then Darlene, Norm, and Abby. Abby can barely stay up by herself. The bandage around her stump is slick with blood. For a second, I'm brought back to Eden. Instead of a dirt arena and a cage that comes up from the ground full of zombies, I'm surrounded by cannibals and the ruined remains of a place I might have once been able to call home. This hurts me more than I care to admit. "Abby," I say, seeing her eyes roll to the back of her head. Oh, shit, not good. I've seen that look before. She is 1 foot in death's doorway. I have to help her. I have to stop this. Beatrice starts chuckling. "Help her!" Darlene shrieks. "You bastards! You're killing her!" "That's the point, sweetheart," one of the men says. He pats her on the head. He is dressed in a dirty jean jacket and a pair of denim pants almost the exact same shade. "Don't let them move," Beatrice says. I don't think any one of them can move. They are too defeated. I feel their pain. My eyes are scanning for a way out of this. I'm finding nothing. And something tells me this woman isn't overly cocky like Spike or Butch Hazard were. She's not going to let me buy some time. That's what not having testicles will do to you. It makes you smarter, more level-headed. "What do you want?" I say. I realize my body is shaking with both anger and fear, but mostly fear. "If you're going to kill me, then do it." Beatrice grins with her holy smile. "I fully intend to do that, Jack Jupiter." She titters again. It's like nails on a chalkboard. "Oh, I intend to kill you all. It's such a shame, really." She does a 360-degree spin, her arms out. "This place was so pleasant, and we had to ransack it just to find you." Her face loses all semblance of happiness. "You can imagine how disappointed I was to find out you had left. So disappointed, in fact, I had to start these fires and hope you'd see the smoke from D.C. It was a long shot, I know, but—" She leans down right in front of my face. Her breath is horrendous. I don't think she knows what a toothbrush is. "Here we are," she finishes. I'd never punch a woman, but I'd punch her if my hands weren't tied behind my back. With a grimy hand, she pinches my cheek much the same way my grandmother used to. I shudder at her clamminess. "I'm so glad we got to meet. I've heard the stories. You've become quite famous in the short span of just a week. More famous than Blade was," she says. Blade, now there's a blast from the past. The fiancé-groping son of a bitch. I wish I had a gun. I'd do to this wench what I did to him in a heartbeat. Screw morality. Instead, I just say, "If you're going to kill me, just kill me." Beating around the bush never works out for the bad guys. She smiles wider. "Not yet," she says. "You look like a man who is ready to die." She turns to Abby, Darlene, Norm, and Herb in line. "But they don't," she says. All of a sudden, I can't swallow. My throat is drier than the Mojave Desert. "Leave them out of this," I say. "This is between you and I." She shakes her head, still smiling. No, Jack. In the old world, accomplices get punished too, remember?" "This isn't the old world," I say. "No, it's not. You're right," she says. "That's why the whole village was punished." "You piece of shit, that was between you and me, not the village." The men standing guard over my family all grin. They loved it. Loved every minute of murder and destruction. This ain't the old world, that's for sure. She pulls a gun free from the back of her pants. It's a shiny pistol, something from the village's armory, no doubt. Her other hand digs in the front of her pocket, pulls something small and white from it. It takes me a moment to realize that it's a 6-sided die. "Now we are going to have some fun," she says. The men behind my family lose their smiles. They seem to go the color of ash. One even looks like he's got to throw up. Norm shakes his head. I know what he must be thinking, because I'm thinking the same thing. It's always the same with these villains. They always want to turn death into a game. I think you must get bored when you're evil, when you don't live by any morals. It's a sad fact of the apocalyptic life, I'm afraid. Then again, without morals, you don't have guilt. No guilt like the guilt I'm feeling right now as I look around the ruined remains of the village. As I look at my family on their knees with their hands tied behind their backs and pain written on their faces. This is all my fault. So many things had to happen for me to get into this position. So many bad things. I should have killed Froggy. I should have never went to D.C. I should have never saved Klein. I should have stayed with Darlene, with the rest of my family when they needed me the most. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, my mind says. And I start thinking of Mother, not my mother, but the woman who was the leader of this village and who is undoubtedly dead somewhere, buried in the rubble. Beatrice scans the crowd. None of her followers are meeting her eyes. The hand holding the die sweeps over them. There's only about 20 cannibals surrounding us, but now they seem to collapse inwardly on themselves. It reminds me of my college days where the professor would call on someone who didn't volunteer to answer a question no one knew the answer to. Matthew and Florence, Beatrice says. The crowd lets out a collective sigh and seems to stand up straighter. Well, all of those except for a young woman and an older man. Those two, and you can pick them out from the crowd with ease because everyone else has stepped away from them like they're carrying some disease or something, are still looking down at their feet. Please step forward, Beatrice says, and fall in line with those on trial. Matthew looks up. There is blood on his face. I don't think it is his blood. The girl follows behind him. There is a wild look about her, almost exotic. The name of the game is called Death Roll, Beatrice says. I give each participant a number 1 through 6. I roll. Whoever's number the die lands on gets a bullet. Understand, Jack? I don't nod or say anything. Fuck this woman. Fuck them all. Matthew, insert yourself between the big black man and the blonde woman. Florence, please go to the front end. You will be number 1. She points to Darlene. You'll be number 2. Then she continues on down the line. I don't care about numbers 1 and 3. Beatrice smiles. The rules of the game are simple. Someone in the crowd whistles. Another person hoots. And Jack, believe me, it is so fun, Beatrice says. Darlene looks me dead in the eyes. Her lips tremble, cheeks sag. My heart trembles in response. Beatrice shakes the die in her hands, leans down closer to me and says, Would you like to blow on them for luck? I keep my mouth closed, my jaw clamped. If I'm going to do something, I'd better do it fast. 6. The die hangs in the air for what seems like much longer than the rope hung in the air back on the overpass in Washington, D.C. But like all things on this world, what goes up must come down. It lands in the dirt, sending a small cloud up to cover it. I'm staring at the dust, trying to see the black dots on the white cube. Please, God, please don't let it be any of their numbers, please. Beatrice bends down and waves her hand at the dust. It seems that no one is breathing, certainly not me. 3, she shouts when the dust clears. I look up at the line of people in front of me. Number 3 is the older man named Matthew. No way she kills him. This woman is just bluffing. All good gamblers are professional bluffers. She pockets the die and opens the pistol cylinder. From where I'm at, on my knees, I can see there's 4 bullets loaded. Matthew isn't looking up. He's looking at the dirt in front of him, his hands clasped at his waist. "Well, Matthew," Beatrice says, "you lose. Or do you win?" The crowd laughs. Deep, belly-shaking laughs that might even rival Herb's. The crowd's laughter seems forced, though, as if this is a common phrase Beatrice uses when she plays this game. It's almost as if it's staged. I don't know if that pisses me off more or if it frightens me to the point of no longer being able to feel. "Please step forward," she says. Matthew doesn't listen. He just goes on staring at the dirt. I see tears spill from the corners of his eyes, start running down the deep cracks and crevasses of his wrinkled, blood-speckled flesh. "Matthew," Beatrice says again, sounding like a chastising authority figure. My skin is starting to crawl. I'm itching all over, but I can't scratch with my hands behind my back. The luck of the roll has brought us time, yet it's gotten me nowhere. I'm still here, still staring death in the form of this hillbilly woman right in the face. Matthew finally starts moving. I can't believe it, but I'm feeling bad for him. Darlene must be too, because her lips are slightly parted, and her eyes are all quivery like she's about to cry. Ironic, isn't it? One of the men who helped do this to the village is about to get what he deserves, and here we are shedding tears for him. I guess that's why we're the good guys, and the bastards standing around us are the bad guys. Matthew rises slowly. The men behind him are chuckling now. Norm looks on with a twisted smile on his face. I'm glad he's back to his usual self, but I'd be gladder if he had an idea on how to get out of this sticky situation and he put that plan into action. Because right now, I'm blank. Beatrice wasn't stupid enough to untie me or challenge me to a shootout. One of the men reaches out and pushes Matthew forward. It doesn't look like he uses much force, but Matthew falls into the dirt on his knees, slides, and winds up on his stomach. He doesn't move. He looks dead already. "Now, Matthew, please get up," Beatrice says. Her voice is sickening sweet. It both unnerves and pisses me off beyond belief. My hands start working at the thick rope tied around my wrist. Then something smacks me in the back of the head, causing my vision to go fuzzy. "Quit it," a man says from behind me. Dimly out of the corner of my eye, I see him standing over me with his rifle, and instantly I know what has hit me. Beatrice ignores it, or she isn't paying attention to me. She's too invested in Matthew. This game must mean a lot to her. She's practically staring daggers at him. When he doesn't move, Beatrice loses that icy, calm demeanor and bends down, grabbing him by the hair. "Stand up," she shouts. Her voice is harsh. The sickening sweet charm has sloughed off like a zombie's flesh from its bone. My skin starts crawling again. She's strong, too. Matthew bounces from the ground as easily as if he was made out of straw and not meat. Now he's standing with his shoulders stooped, his eyes still downcast at the ground. Dirt streaks the gray hair on his face. She's not going to do it. There's no way. Matthew is one of her own, and it's not like they have big numbers. There might only be about 20 of them, not thousands. But she pulls the gun free and presses it up under Matthew's chin. He whimpers something I can't understand. It sounds like please, but who knows? Whatever else he is going to say after that is cut off by the sound of the gunshot. It's an explosion this close. My ears thrum, eyes shut. When I open them, Matthew is in the process of falling to the dirt. A hole is in his head, blood spouting from it. His face is a twisted grin. His eyes are lifeless, coated with red. Then he falls, and I'm faintly aware of Darlene and Herb shrieking, while the rest of the crowd laughs and cheers and claps. I've met the true monsters of this world. Not the zombies, but the cannibals. "Time for round 2, Beatrice says. 7. "You're sick. You're fucked up," Darlene shouts. Beatrice ignores her, smiling. She rattles the die in her half-closed fist and throws it on the blood-soaked dirt. It splashes. I'm really shaking now. I smell Matthew's death, if you can do such a thing. The die bounces, spins through the air. Everyone is looking on. My group and I wait, holding our breath. It's so smeared with blood and dirt I can't see the number. Beatrice can't either. She walks over to it, bends down, and brushes it gently with the back of a finger. 6, she shouts. My stomach does this thing where it feels like it's simultaneously on fire and bottoming out. The woman who would be number 1 looks up and smiles. She survived. But one of my own hasn't. The pain going through my body is mental, I know, but it's debilitating. I can't move. I can't breathe. I'm stuck. Abby is too out of it to realize her number's been called. Her eyelids flutter, lips smack. "Step right up, cutie," Beatrice says. I might vomit. I swear to God I might puke. Abby doesn't step right up. She can't. "Leave her alone," Darlene shouts. "Leave her alone, she's sick." Now Beatrice notices Darlene. She snaps her head in her direction, snarling and holding the gun up right at her face. "Don't make me roll for a bonus round," she says. I'm struggling now, trying to break my own wrist so I can slide out of the ropes and having no luck. It's doing nothing but burning my skin. "Bring her to me," Beatrice says. She flips the cylinder of the gun out, a weird habit, then spins it. The man behind Abby lifts her up, and Abby doesn't struggle at all. In fact, she looks like a rag doll. I'm still trying to shimmy my way out, and it's still not working. "Wait," I say. I'll have to talk my way out of this. Beatrice turns to me. "Yes, Jack?" "I challenge you to a duel?" I say it more like a question. Not confident, not suave, not at all. Beatrice grins. "I'm afraid not, Jack. I don't let my hubris get the best of me. I'm no Spike, and I'm certainly no Blade." Damn her for being logical. Abby is put back on her knees, and a skinny, tweaker-looking motherfucker holds her still. There's a fire burning in my chest, and a cold finger crawling up my spine. I hate it. I hate this. Beatrice holds the gun on Abby's forehead. This rouses Abby a bit. Her eyes flutter open again, but this time they stay open and they get bigger. I almost wish she wouldn't have come to the realization of what is happening to her, of what is going to happen. "Make sure he keeps his eyes open," Beatrice says, then titters. "What?" I think. And then someone is sticking their filthy sausage fingers in my face as I'm turning my head and trying to shake them off without much luck. My eyes start burning. I scream out for them to stop. Again, no luck. Please, Abby says. And I really hope that's not her last words. All of a sudden, it's really quiet outside. It's like no one is even breathing. It's like the Woodhaven Rec Center when the power went out, and this terrible reckoning came down upon us. Just quiet. Pure quiet. It's now that I realize what is missing, and it's the gunshots intermittently bursting off in the background. The sounds of the cannibals keeping the zombies at bay. Maybe they've killed them all, but I doubt it. Then, something else. A deep rumbling. The sounds of snapping branches, of leaves rustling. A revving engine. 8. Everyone turns their heads in the direction of the noise. The man behind me, with his dirty fingers scrabbling across my face, drops his hands, and I'm able to see what's coming. It's coming fast. Sleek, black, ominous. The modern equivalent of death. And the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Beatrice is fast, but she's not as fast as the Hummer is. Neither are the others. It's one of those moments that happens so quick but so slow at the same time. Like, and I hate to make this comparison, a movie. The wheels kick up dust and dirt and blood as they barrel through the surrounding crowd of cannibals. Beatrice lets out a screech, and her gun goes off 2 times. She's next. The Hummer slams into her, narrowly missing Abby, who I see is nudged out of the way by Darlene. In that split second, I can't see anything besides a crumpled Beatrice, and my heart stops. Darlene and Abby have been hit. Holy shit, I can hear their bones breaking. Then the Hummer flies from my view and clobbers the remaining crowd of cannibals who are too stunned to move. And I see Darlene and Abby on the ground. Darlene huddles over Abby. Abby is unmoving, but they're both alive, unsmashed. Oh, thank God. The one who is smashed by the Hummer is Beatrice, and she's not launched into the air. She's caught under the tires. There's a terrible sound that is like music to my ears. The sounds of breaking bones and Beatrice's blood-curdling scream cut off to nothing. She twitches on the ground not too far from the girls. The Hummer does this little gallop down to my right as more cannibals fall beneath its large tires. One man just sort of stands there and lets the vehicle run him down. It's actually quite sad and quite unbelievable. The Hummer keeps going until it crashes into a half-burnt building, knocking wood and stone into the air. The chrome bumpers are muted by blood. The few remaining cannibals, after they pick up their jaws from the ground, unload on the Hummer. Bullets bounce off it almost the same way bodies bounced off its front fender. They shoot until their guns are empty, when the weapons make no noise. All but a couple run for it. Doc Klein, you son of a bitch. I turn back to where the ruined med center is. My heart is back to doing flips. Darlene, I shout. Norm is on his way over to me, dragging Herb. Herb looks around with eyes as big as his face, and that's pretty damn big. Then Darlene starts moving, picking herself up. Oh, thank you, God. Thank you, Doc Klein. We got a guardian angel, I think, Norm says as he starts untying the ropes around my wrist. He's not as slow as I'd expect a man with only 9 fingers to be, and the pressure relieves. I waste no time with small talk or even hugging my older brother. I bolt across the 20 or so feet of dirt and grab a weapon. "Let's do this," Norm says. I see him go for Beatrice's revolver. I'm not surprised to see her hand still attached to the butt of the weapon, but her arm not attached to her body. Norm pries her fingers off of it, points, aims at the remaining cannibals, and pulls the trigger. The gun only barks once, and the 2 cannibals still standing fall near the back tires of the smoking Hummer. I didn't even have to shoot. Man, I missed him. Now it's just us, my family and myself, standing among the chaos. I rush over and grab Darlene, pick her up off the ground, and spin her around. "Are you okay? Oh my God, are you hurt?" I'm saying, and I'm sounding more and more like my grandmother. "I'm fine," she says. I put her down and go to Abby. Abby is breathing, but out cold. "What happened?" I ask. "They attacked last night," Darlene says. She's clutching Abby to her, putting the back of her hand over her forehead, grimacing. "I'm sorry," I say, feeling like the biggest piece of shit in the world. All of this is my fault. "It's not your fault," she answers back, and the way she says it, I think she means it. "Did anyone survive? I mean, did Mother?" I find myself saying. There's a crack in my heart, and blackness spills out, seizing control of my body. I don't like the feeling. It's during times like these I wish I didn't care about anyone. Living without a conscience would make life in this day and age so much easier. But I do care. And sometimes that's the greatest thing in the whole world. "I don't know, Jack," Darlene says. "Her building was on fire, but it seemed like everything was on fire. They kept shouting your name. They kept screeching. Jack, it was horrible." I hug her, kiss her all over her blood-spattered cheek. I'm sorry, is all I can say. I'm with them now. That's all that matters. Darlene kneels. Abby's head rests on her thigh, but she hugs me back. "Abby?" Herb says. He bends down and hugs her. Abby, on the other hand, doesn't hug him back. She can't. Abby is not good. Her wound is bleeding, soaking through the dirty bandage. I run to the Hummer, hoping I'll either find Klein or the duffel bag full of medicine. I could risk going back into the med center, but the structure could fall at any moment. I learned my lesson in that respect. "Jack!" Darlene shouts at me, but I'm already half the distance to the vehicle. I step over the dead cannibals, over body parts strewn on the ground in a river of blood. The Hummer's windows are mostly shattered, and the windows not shattered are starred. The fender is crumpled. Smoke drifts from under the hood. I open the door. There is no Klein. There is no bag. But there is a brick tied around the gas pedal. That clever son of a bitch. The Hummer is damaged beyond repair. If we are going to get out of this ruined village and get Abby somewhere safe, then we are going to need a new ride. "Thought I was gonna leave you?" a voice says from behind me. I get out of the car and turn around to see Klein. He's smiling, holding 2 bags now, his messenger and the duffel bag full of antibiotics we procured from D.C. He has come from the shadows. "Yeah," I say. I probably sound like a total asshat, but at least I'm honest, right? And smiling. "Me too," he says. He's smiling now, too. "Why didn't you?" I ask. "Well, I thought to myself, the odds, Bob, the odds. But then I remembered what you went through to save me last night. And I decided I don't want to be the man I used to be. I don't want to be a yellow-bellied coward," he says. I walk over to him and stick my hand out. Both of our fingers are dirty and covered with blood. but we shake nonetheless. I can respect that, I say. And I can. In this world, you can't be a coward. Not if you want to survive. Thank you. No, thank you, he says. He hands me the duffel bag. I take it, noting its weight. It's a good feeling. We have enough medicine to last us a while, to at least last us a trip to the West Coast. I have one more favor to ask, I say. Anything, Klein says. One of my group is injured. Can you help her? He nods. I'd like to think, if it's all right with you, that is, that she's part of my group too, he says. I smile again. Of course. I clap him on the back and we start walking to the others. Yeah, he might be crazy, but if you're going to save the world, I think you have to be. 9. I've never seen Herb so happy. Hell, I've never seen Herb smile so wide either. He's found a long-lost friend, some semblance of his old life. Herb sprints the rest of the distance to Doc Klein, and I swear the earth shakes. He doesn't care about the dead bodies around him, the crushed and mangled corpse of Beatrice. For that, I'm glad. Doc! Herb shouts. His voice is high, almost alien. He sounds like a kid on Christmas morning. Oh, boy, Klein says, but Herb's strangling bear hug cuts him off. Herb has him in both arms. Klein's face goes a deep shade of red, but he's laughing. I go to Darlene and Abby with a bag full of medicine. Norm is bent down next to Abby's face, stroking her hair. Darlene holds her in her lap. Abby is mumbling. Here, I say, digging into the bag until I find hydrocodone. For the pain. And it should knock her out. She needs sleep. Darlene has tears in her eyes. I feel like crying too. Abby's hurt. And Darlene and I both hate to see it because, as dangerous as it is to have one in the wastelands, we're family. Glad to see you again, Doc, Norm says, looking up from Abby's ashen face. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Jack, Klein says. Darlene smiles at me. The doc bends down in the dirt. Let's see, he says. She's lost a lot of blood. He starts taking the bandage off of Abby's stump. It's soaked, actually dripping. He throws it to the side. She needs a transfusion, he says. The med center, Darlene says. Phyllis gave her one a couple days ago when this first happened. It's not safe in there, I say. I look over at the building. Puffs of gray smoke corkscrew up and away from it. The smell of burnt wood and melted plaster is prominent now. We don't need to be in there, Klein says, though it would be ideal. However, I just need the supplies. Norm shoots up. I'm on it, he says. Do you know what you need? Klein asks. This ain't my first rodeo, pal, Norm says. Klein nods. If the doctor was competent, she would have labeled Abby's transfusion. Look for a medical chart. Got it, Norm says. He is already at the med center's burnt threshold. Hurry, Klein says. It won't be long until the dead are here. Hearing that is like a stab to my heart. The dead. It's always the dead. They're always around the corner. I look down to Abby. Her eyes flitter. She's mumbling more and more, delusional. We can't stay here very long, and right now, we don't have a ride. I'm going to go to the garage, I say. Darlene looks at me with eyes that say, don't go. But I have to. Will you be okay? I ask her. Darlene is pale, but she nods. I won't be long, I say. We need to get out of here. Darlene nods again. I love you. I love you too, I answer, then turn to Herb. Are you going to protect them, Herb? He doesn't meet my eyes. I see his large Adam's apple bob up and down, hear the dry click in his throat. Herb, I say again. You're strong. You're brave. I won't be gone long, I promise. It's not that, Jackie, Herb says. The happiness in his voice is gone. Now he speaks in monotone. I bend down so I'm right in front of his face. There's blood on his lip. I don't know if it's his blood. What is it, Herb? I ask. Just then, Norm walks out of the med center. He's holding a couple bags of blood, a clear IV tube, and a bundle of other medical supplies. I'm not sure what they are, but I think he is, so that comforts me. Abby will be all right, I think. It's a lot of stuff, Herb says. What stuff? I ask. I just don't want you to leave again, Jackie. Because sometimes I don't think you're going to come back, and when you're gone, Darlene is sad, and I'm sad, and I don't like seeing her cry, and I don't like being sad either, Herb says. Ouch. He's right. I know he's right, damn it, but I have to get a car. I have to get us out of here. The poor guy. Now I really feel like the world's biggest piece of shit. No one is looking, but I can tell Darlene and Klein are listening. I lean forward and hug Herb. It hurts me to leave again. When I get back, Herb, I'm never leaving again, I say. I promise. 10. I'll come with you, Norm says. No, I got this, I say. Stick around and keep them safe. I say this last part a lot quieter. You know where the garage is? He asks. I point behind me in another smoking building. This one much bigger than all the rest, almost like a barn. That's it, right? Norm nods. I remember passing it on my way to the armory yesterday. It's crazy how so much can change so quickly. I won't be long, I say. You better not be, Darlene says. I lean down to kiss her, tasting blood on her lips. My skin prickles as it reminds me of the cannibals in D.C., but I'll never have to worry about them again. I hope. Before I leave, I give Herb a reassuring nod. He nods back, and then I run for the garage. I'm rounding a corner when I see the first glint of yellow eyes in the tree line. The day is bright, but inside of the forest, shaded by the canopy of leaves that seem to have sprouted up overnight, it's dark. I see 1 pair, 2 pair, 3, and so on. I shake my head and head for the garage. I see Mother's hut near the ruined bandstand. I'm standing on a small hill, slightly looking down onto the destruction and chaos. This village is nowhere near as bad as D.C., but like the city, it's in ruins. Seeing Mother's hut and the bandstand I stood on a mere day ago brings this sickening feeling into the pit of my stomach. I turn my head back to the forest. The yellow eyes are getting closer by the second, and there seems like there's more of them. I don't have time to stand around and harp on my failures. I have to move on. The past is the past. I get to the garage. The door is open. I see rows of cars. It's nothing compared to Eden's store vehicles, but these cars seem to be in better shape. There's not one car as bad as the van we took from there to here. Thank God. I settle for a Ford Explorer. The rest of the cars are small. The keys are over the visor. They practically fall in my lap as I sit down in the driver's seat. It's not often things go my way, but when they do, I'm grateful. I pull out of the garage, and as I'm turning right into the dirt road, the first wave of zombies flood the town like a tsunami. More than I expected. My car is nothing but a, "Hey, fresh meat" sign. I don't try to get cute. I don't try to hop out of the Ford and kill them all or mow them down with my shiny new set of wheels. No, there's no time. I go the opposite direction. There are some stragglers this way, but I weave through them easily enough. I'm heading in the direction of Mother's place and the ruined bandstand. My heart's swelling and deflating, swelling and deflating. I start cutting the wheel to the right to go back to the group when I see something. Something I wish I hadn't seen. It's Mother's wheelchair. It's overturned, the wheel closest to the sky wobbling. I stop the car and get out. 2 zombies come toward me. One is ancient, skin sagging, bones sticking out from their left arm. The other is freshly turned, and someone I faintly recognize from my time standing on the bandstand and looking out toward the crowd. I think this man was a father and a husband. I remember him hugging his wife as Mother spoke of better times. Now look at this place. Now look at him. I have a gun, but choose not to use it. Instead, I pick up a burnt and jagged 2x4. The first zombie, the older-looking one, lurches, and I lean out of the way. He goes falling forward, almost tripping over his own feet. I clobber him in the back of the head with the 2x4. The skull cracks and the zombie's knees give out. He lays in the dirt, twitching. Dead. The older ones are always the easiest to kill. They have the softest heads. That is, unless they have been sitting and baking in the sun all day like the zombie we had found in Doc Klein's Honda on I-95. The other zombie wastes no time coming at me. He doesn't worry about checking his friends or the fact that my 2x4 is coated in fresh brains. His bloody shirt sways with his jerky movements. I raise the piece of wood over my head, seeing this zombie's snarling mouth, the black spittle and blood dripping from his teeth, and I think to myself, fuck this. Now I draw the gun. I just don't have the energy to bash in another zombie's head. I'm tired. I don't have the time either. I squeeze the trigger. The man's face eviscerates. Blood sprays. Teeth fly from the mouth. There's a bigger hole now where the bottom of his jaw once was. He drops and I step over him. The sound of his blood trickling into the dirt is like a babbling brook. I try not to notice it. I try not to notice the sounds of the other zombies coming up behind me either. They are far off, but it's only a matter of time. Besides, I have to check. I have to look for her. I just have to. Mother is nowhere near the wheelchair, and her hut is a pile of ash and rubble. I see the pictures of Christ that hung on the walls of her dining room, blackened. I even see the shiny metal tray Grady had served us peanut butter crackers on. I go around the back of what's left of the building. There are bushes back here and a small garden. They are untouched by the flames. Smoke hangs heavy in the air. I see nothing as I scan the small patch of grass and vegetation. As I turn away to head back to the car, feeling the weight of the world still on my shoulders, and the first wave of blackness that is guilt and depression starting to drown me, I hear something. I stop, turn around. Now I'm seeing something. Something moving. Coughing followed by soft laughter. Beneath the bushes, clutching what looks like a small pot, is Mother. She is bloody around the stomach, gut shot. I rush over to her, feeling the tears bursting from the corners of my eyes. Who could do such a thing? Who could gun down an ancient woman, one as majestic as Mother? Mother, I say. All she does is cough and return. 11. I can't hear what she's saying, so I have to lean down closer to her. She smells like death, like premature rot. I hate it. God, I hate it so much. "Jack Jupiter," she's saying. "Mother," I reply. "Can you move me, Jack? Can you move me to my garden?" All sounds seem to mute. No longer do I hear the soft crackling of the low flames a few buildings down, or the groans of the zombies farther up the hill near the tree lines. I don't even hear my own breathing or my heartbeat. "What happened?" I say, and I barely hear my voice too. "Life happened, child," she says. She tries to smile, her lips quivering. It's a sad sight. There's blood on her teeth. She has a smile of a woman half her age. Shaking her hand, reaches up toward me. "My garden, Jack," she says. "Take Eugene and I to my garden." Eugene, I think. She clutches the little pot closer to her chest. It takes me a moment, but I realize it's not a pot at all. It's an urn. The color is white and blue. I'm reminded of those special plates my grandma got out only for holidays. They were very elegant. But Mother's urn is blue, white, and a little red from her blood. "He was my husband," she says. I reach out to touch her. She is very cold. Chills go up and down my spine at the speed of light. "The garden, Jack," she says. "Please." "I can help you," I'm saying, still not really hearing my voice. "I found the doctor in D.C., and he's helping Abby. He can help you, too." Mother blinks slowly. A fat tear drops from her eyes, runs the length of her wrinkled cheek, then down her neck. "No, Jack, he can't. I'm afraid my time has come. It's been a very good time indeed." I shake my head. "No," I say. Part of me realizes this is ridiculous. I barely knew this woman. I've maybe spoken 100 words to her. It's just... She gave me hope. She seemed invincible, and if she can die... No. No, Jack. "I look forward to the journey that awaits," she says. Then she starts coughing, really hacking. Blood flies from her mouth, dribbling on the urn. She clutches it tighter to her chest. You should too." "What?" I say. "The journey ahead," she says. "Don't take it for granted." Her eyes glaze over. I'm sobbing now. My hand, which is cupped under her, shakes. Does she mean I'm going to die? She stiffens in my arms. Her milky eyes go blank. Then she starts shaking, and as she's shaking, the blankness crackles with life. She's smiling, grimacing, laughing, cackling, and it all happens in a span of 2 seconds. "No, no," she screams. And she screams so loud her dying seems far away. "Jack," she says. I'm aware her eyes are focusing on me again. She's here and somewhere else. "Jack, you will have to stop them. Jack, Jack." I hold her closer. Her voice drifts away, going raspy. "Stop who?" I ask. "What?" "Hold on, Mother, hold on." "They will ruin it all. They will destroy it all." I feel the life force leave her body. She jolts once, stiffens, then softens. Her eyes remain open. It's now I realize how bloody I am. My hands are coated in it. My shirt is drenched too. Mother has bled out. But I don't think it happened slowly or anything like that. I think she held on just long enough to tell me to stop them. But who? Or what? The zombies? I realize I'm crying again. I feel the warm tears rolling down my face. She is dead, and I feel empty. Very empty. I stand up, her limp body still in my arms. I take my shirt off, too, feeling the slow coldness of the spring morning, and I wrap Mother's frail, lifeless corpse up in it. It fits her almost perfectly. I ease her gently into the trunk and close the hatch. 12. I drive the Ford to the med center. My head has cleared since I saw my reflection in the car's windows. I looked like one of the zombies, all covered in blood and guts, emaciated, haggard. That's not me. I'm not one of those bastards, and I never want to be either. I'm alive. My blood pumps and my lungs take in oxygen. I chose not to tell them about Mother at first because I don't think I can. She remains in the back. As the Ford pulls up to the smoking building and I see Darlene, Herb, Norm, and Klein all huddled around Abby, the fog of the past clears. Darlene stands up, her hair blowing in the breeze. She puts her blood-stained hands in her back pockets. Her eyes squint at the sun glaring down at her. "Jack," she says as I get out of the car. Her voice is awfully quiet until I think she really gets a good look at me. "What happened to your shirt?" "Oh, I was just hot." I walk over and hug her tight, then start kissing her. She doesn't kiss back, but her lips are moving. Soon she gives in. "How is she?" I ask, looking down at Abby. "She'll be better once we can get her in a bed," Klein answers. Abby's stump is freshly wrapped. There's also a bandage in the middle of her arm, and the tube Norm had brought out from the med center is now red. "Is she going to make it?" I ask, feeling my throat starting to close up again. Seeing Abby like this and narrowly escaping death gets me, I'll tell you. "Yes, she will," Klein answers. "Blood loss, but I see no signs of infection, zombie virus or otherwise." "You know all about that, huh?" Norm asks, eyeing the doc suspiciously. "Oh, yes, quite a lot, actually," Klein answers. "Doc Klein is a very, very smart fella," Herb says, smiling. "If anyone can fix our Abby, it's him." He goes to hug Klein, but Klein raises a bloody hand to stop him. "Now, Herb, what did I say about personal space whilst I'm working?" Herb looks down at the ground, the smile disappearing. "I'm sorry, Doc," he says. Klein looks at me. "I would like it if you took me to the garage, please," he says. "We got wheels," Norm says. He gathers up the med supplies and starts to head toward the trunk. I stop him and take him off to the side, out of Herb's earshot. "Mother is in the back," I say. Norm drops the stuff. Now all eyes are on us. "What is it?" Darlene says, and she says it loud. So much for going incognito. "You mean?" Norm says. I nod. He looks at the Ford behind me. "Well, that explains how you're acting. Did you see her?" "No," I say, thank God. If I saw Mother get attacked, saw the blow that eventually killed her, I really would have gone crazy. "I got there as she passed," I say. "I held her." My voice breaks. I have to look away from my older brother, from the kid who told me to sink or swim all those years ago. I have to look away because right now I'm sinking, and I'm sinking fast. Mother? Darlene says. She tears up too. I nod. Darlene crutches her chest. Why's everyone crying? Herb says. I don't like it when you guys cry. You hear me? I don't like it. I don't like it. Klein, still kneeling on the ground next to Abby, says, I think, Herb, your friends have suffered a loss. Herb turns to him lightning fast. But Abby's okay. You said she was going to be okay. Klein nods. And she will be, Herb. Come on over here and sit with her a minute. Keep her company. I'm shocked at how easily Herb obeys the doc. Usually Herb protests. Sometimes even we have to persuade him with cookies and candy. Klein gets up, but he doesn't walk over to us initially. Instead, he sticks his arms out, ready to embrace Herb. It's funny, really. Seeing this, Herb, who stands almost a full 1.5 feet taller than the doctor, and him hugging. They part, and now Klein walks over to us. His face is solemn. I know tragedy has struck, Jack, but we better get a move on. As far away from this village as possible. It's only a matter of time until more zombies, or worse, see the smoke, Klein says. I agree with him. How can't I? He's right. We need to move, and we need to move fast. I just can't. Each step, each movement is a slog. The fuzz is back in my head. I feel like I'm hungover, and I've not been hungover in a long time. Let's move out then, Norm says. He speaks with the clarity and cadence of a man who has seen many battles, because he has. Right, Klein replies. To the garage. What do you mean? I ask him. The garage. I need a car, he answers. You're not going without us, I say. Klein takes a step back. I wouldn't drag you into this, he says. Either you're coming with us or we're following you, I say. So why not save the environment by carpooling? I smile. Klein looks away from me. You don't know where I'm going, he says. It's not going to be easy. The Mojave Desert, I say. And it's never easy. Klein narrows his eyes at me. I shrug and say, I saw the Mojave on a paper hanging from your bag before the smoke. He jitters. What else did you see? Nothing. Now it's my turn to narrow my eyes at him. Why? It's top secret data, he says, and he speaks like a robot. I'm bored already. Okay, point is, I say, you're not going alone. Very well, Klein says. We're a family, Darlene says. She steps up next to me and wraps her arms around my waist. I melt. All the suspicion goes away. You can never have too much family. You're right, Klein says. How rude of me. However, I'm warning you, it will not be an easy task. He closes his eyes and looks up, inhaling deeply. I offer him my hand. Then we'll struggle together, I say. Besides, I want to get the hell out of here. Norm fakes a shiver. Yeah, it's too cold. I've been in the Midwest too long. Not enough sun around here. Klein cracks a smile. It's subtle, but there. I think you'll regret saying that once we get there. Then he grabs my hand, and we shake. If that's the case, we can regret it together, I say. 13. Everyone is loaded in the car except for Darlene and I. She's holding her elbows, her arms crossed. She wants to say something, but I think she's too afraid. I lean in and give her a kiss on the forehead. Then I lick my lips. They're salty. You made it, she says. I can't believe you made it. I've been back for nearly 2 hours now. I arch my eyebrow at her. Did you think I wasn't going to? No, I don't know. I barely slept last night, Jack. You were supposed to be back yesterday. I reach out and grab her hand. I'm back now. I had a bad dream last night. A really bad dream. What was it? I ask. I don't want to talk about it. I went outside and looked at the stars like Mother told me to. She looks over her shoulder at the tail end of the Ford, where just beyond a thin layer of glass and metal, Mother rests eternally. And it didn't help, Jack. If you died, I'd die. No, you wouldn't, I say. But how do I know? If Darlene died, I'd die, wouldn't I? I wouldn't be able to keep going without her. She's my other half. She's the reason I get up in the morning. If it wasn't for her, I would have been gone a long time ago. She gives me strength when I'm not strong enough to give it to myself. I would, she says, and she squeezes my hand tighter. I don't say anything because I don't know what to say. Sometimes there's no convincing her. It doesn't matter if either of us would die without one another. We are here right now, together. And together we will remain. Where are we going, Jack? She asks. We should find a place to stay while Abby gets better. I don't know, I say. But I know we are going to make a difference. That's all that matters. She smiles. There's my guy, talking with words too big for his mouth. I roll my eyes. She moves closer. The humor leaves her face, mouth becoming a thin line. Then she says, Seriously, Jack, if we're going west, I would like to stop off and see my mother and sister. Darlene, I know, she says. I know, Jack. The world ended and all. But I would like to go back to their house. Closure and all that crap. The way she says it tells me she's trying not to cry. It's times like these I'm glad Darlene isn't oblivious. The chances of anyone of her family surviving are slim. Very slim. I get it. I really do. She needs to see or not see her parents and sister so she can get the idea of them suffering out of the back of her mind. I don't know how far west we're going, I say. I heard. The Mojave Desert, Darlene says. She's smiling slightly. I nod. That's a big place. San Francisco is far from there. It was just an idea, Darlene says and begins to turn away. I grab her before she can completely turn her back on me. Darlene, I can't make any promises, I say. I know, she answers. She's smiling again, but I can tell it's false. I just figured if you could find Doc Klein, then maybe I could find my mom and dad and Carmen. I grab her and pull her close. I don't see why not. You've got to have hope. Always. Can't let it die. If hope dies, then you're next. She kisses me on one blood-spattered cheek and heads for the car. Thank you, she says. 14. We drive on the outskirts of the village. Norm, like always, is our chauffeur. Thankfully, the Ford is big because we've added another member to our team. In the back, Mother is still wrapped in my t-shirt and a blanket Norm recovered from the med center. I got a new shirt off a dead man. It has the Nike swoosh on it. I've always been more of an Adidas man myself, but it was the cleanest smelling shirt, and the least bloody. Herb is in the front seat. Darlene, Klein, and I are in the back with Abby laying across Darlene in I's laps. She is very hot, but the color has since come back in her face. It's a good sight. She almost looks like the Abby of old. According to Klein, she'll be up in no time. It's just a matter of keeping her wound freshly dressed and cleaned. An infection can be deadly, even if it's not the zombie one, and especially in times like these. As we drive the outskirts of the village, this terrible sinking feeling hits me. There's not much left of the place I once dreamt of calling home. The few buildings that are still standing are uninhabitable, blackened and burned. Bodies lay across the various roadways, paths, and even the abandoned railroad tracks. The fences we came through 2 days ago, me with a bitten Abby in my arms, have been crushed, almost as if somebody ran a tank through them. I don't know what happened. I could ask Darlene and Norm, but I'm not sure I want to know. What's done is done. I couldn't save them all, I know that. It hurts to think of that, but I have to move on. Now we are going up the hill that leads out of the valley. The sun is shining. The temperature is warming up as the hours stretch on. The Ford's clock says 7 p.m., but I know that's wrong. It's more likely closer to noon. That's the funny thing about time now. It's almost non-existent. I've always heard people say it was an illusion, just another concept created by man to keep us stressed out. And now I agree with that sentiment. The only time matters is when one of your loved ones is bitten, or when you're hanging upside down on a wire off a Washington overpass and a horde of the dead are sweeping the highway streets below like the 400 horsemen of the apocalypse. We crest the valley, only to be greeted with a pack of roamers. Norm doesn't freak out, doesn't swerve or slam on the gas. He's cool and calm. That's why I love the bastard. I don't know how he feels on the inside, though, and if I had to guess, after what happened at Eden and what happened here today, he's probably a little unnerved as well. I feel Klein tense up next to me. He hugs that bag tight to his chest again. Herb gives a yelp and covers his eyes. Darlene and I, we just kind of look out the window at their blazing yellow eyes. She takes her hand in mine. Norm keeps going. I direct him to the road. We go over the bridge, see our abandoned van with 4 flat tires. Instead of making a left, Norm goes right. I keep telling him where to turn until we come upon the curve in the road where I barreled through the metal barrier with the Hummer. We have the medicine, thank God. No need to go back into the woods, and in the dark forest I see more glowing eyes. All I want is to get as far away from this place as possible. "Where are we going?" Norm asks. No one answers immediately. "I'd like to know before we waste a bunch of gas," he says. I'm looking out the window. I see the ghost of my haggard reflection, Darlene next to me, and beyond the glass the swaying trees, the blue skies, the golden sunlight. "We'll know it when we see it," I say. Norm doesn't protest. He knows I'm right. We can't just dump Mother off in the nearest ditch. When we come upon her final resting place, we will know it. Norm picks up speed, and we drive down the empty roads. 15. We see it when the sun is on its way down. Norm has taken us on the highway. We were westbound, but when Norm stopped the Ford and pointed out of the window, I said, "Yes, that's it." and Darlene squeezed my hand a little tighter. By this time, Abby had opened her eyes and smiled at us. She looked to Doc Klein, still smiling, and said, "Thank you," in a raspy voice. She's been sleeping ever since. Now Norm has gotten off an exit and we are facing south. It is not choked with cars, but there are a few in our way. Norm swerves through them easily enough. We are not near any big city. Nothing like Washington, D.C. The place Norm has pointed to is a church. It's rather large, and it's easily the nicest thing around. The steeple juts high in the sky. The glass facade glimmers in the fading sunlight. It's as if this holy place has been untouched by the apocalypse. The town I see is called Butane. I'm not sure what state we are in anymore, and I really don't care. The concept of states is pointless now. Same with towns, districts, and borders. The dead know no boundaries. "This is it," I say. "I know," Norm says. "I don't like it," Darlene says. "It's Gothic." "Some churches are, but I think Mother would like it," I say. Darlene gives me an uneasy smile. "I hope so." We pull into the parking lot. There are a few cars left, but I don't see any zombies inside of them or any dead bodies. The grass is green and full. Flower beds line the walkway to the large oaken doors. All the windows are intact and clean. I get this feeling in the pit of my stomach. Not a good one. I'm no idiot, and neither are any of my group. Someone has been taking care of this church during the apocalypse. But who? Norm parks between a pickup truck and a Chevy Volt. Both vehicles are sparkling clean and waxed. "It's so pretty," Herb says from the front seat. "I wish Abby would wake up so she could see it." "She'll be awake soon enough," Klein says, leaning forwards and patting Herb on the shoulder. "Weapons?" Norm asks. I give him a nod and hear Darlene scoff softly next to me. I don't have to explain to her that beauty isn't everything. The way society is now, without any police forces or rules or laws, you have to be cautious. Sure, the building is nice and the grounds have been kept, but that doesn't mean the people inside of the building will be the same. They could be dead. They could be zombies recently turned. I know, my head is going through all these scenarios and you're probably thinking I'm a pessimist. But wouldn't you be, if you'd gone through all the bullshit I've gone through? I think so. Norm checks the pistol he has for ammunition. I get out of the van. My heart is beating faster than I'd like it to be. I feel like I'm about to give a big speech or something. All sweaty under my arms and my hands are all swampy. I turn to Darlene, expecting a kiss and her ritualistic good luck wish, but she's crawling out after me. She sets Abby's head gently down on the seat, takes her jacket and sets it across her torso. "What are you doing?" I ask. "Going with you," she says. "No, Jack. I love you, but you don't control me. You know that, right?" I chuckle. If anything, it's the other way around. I smile. "Darlene, I think it's best you stay behind. Let the men clear out the place so the little old ladies can be safe," she snorts. "Give me a break, Jack. Have you forgotten what I did to that creep Blade already?" I shudder. I don't think I could ever forget that. She stabbed the cannibal in the neck with the same pen she used to write those really beautiful poems. It's weird to think that a tool used for such delicacy could also be used for such barbaric purposes. Then again, when I was younger, how many screwed-up horror stories did I write in my composition notebook? A good amount. Still, though, I don't think I'll ever get the image of Blade's blood spurting from the pen-sized hole in his neck. Yuck. So I shake my head. Let the gal tag along, Norm says. She's proven her worth. He says it jokingly enough. And with Abby a little under the weather, we could use all the help we can get. I turn to Klein, giving him a look that asks if he'll come with us. But he just shakes his head and clutches that damn bag against his chest tighter. I hate that bag. I don't know why, it just pisses me off. I think because he almost got us both killed when he wouldn't drop it. Sometimes I don't even think that Doc knows what's in that bag. Not really. Then again, I think of what he went through to get it, and I saw DC firsthand. I know exactly what he went through to get it. I think about the Mojave Desert now, how I've never really been out west. It sucks that the first time I saw Washington, D.C., and now the West Coast will be once the damn world has ended. Go figure, just my luck. Then I look to Herb, but he has the glove box open and is reading the Ford's owner manual, upside down. This causes me to smile. I would never ask Herb to help us kill zombies. In a way, he's like the family's youngest, but biggest, kid. I sigh. All right, I say to Darlene, reaching out to help her from the SUV. She doesn't take my hand. Guess she doesn't need my help, and apparently chivalry is dead and all that. I got it, she says. I pull one of the guns I have from my waistband and hand it to her. Be careful, I say. She rolls her eyes and says, I got it. Just stay behind me, I say. Norm walks over to us, claps me on the back and says, And you stay behind me, little bro. Now it's my turn to roll my eyes, and as I do, I see Herb peeking at us from the front passenger's window. He still holds the owner's manual upside down. There's beads of sweat on his face despite the coolness in the air. It's a perfect day by my standards. Not too hot, not too cold. A little sunshine, a little breeze. If all that shit didn't go down in Washington and the village, I'd imagine I'd feel pretty damn good. Alas, that's not been the case. Still, seeing Herb with the upside-down owner's manual slays me, and I find myself smiling. I lean into the window and give his hand a squeeze. He jumps a little despite seeing me coming from a mile away. We'll be right back, Herb, I say. I know, Jackie, he answers. Keep Doc Klein and Abby safe from me, okay, big guy? I say. What if all those runny dead guys come for us? He asks. I get lower so I'm almost face to face with Herb. They won't. We would have seen them on our way up here, and if they do, but they won't, I pinky promise, we'll be right there, just a few steps away. I put my pinky out, and he takes it. Okay, Jackie, I trust you, he says. He finally puts the owner's manual down. Norm leans on me. You hear or see anything, Herb, you beep the horn, all right? Herb nods. Don't worry, Herb, I say. It'll all be okay. He smiles. I can tell it's not real, but what more can I do? So I smile back at him and turn toward the church's doors. It's now I notice the darkness bleeding into the blue sky farther away. The storm's coming. I think I can feel the electricity in the air. We all tighten our grips on the weapons we have and climb the church's front steps. 16. The smell is lilacs. There are 3 candles burning low in the darkness at the altar. A large statue of Jesus Christ hangs on the wall. He is on the cross, his ribs sticking out, his face in anguish. Tears of blood stream from the corners of his eyes. I'm unsettled. But I've always been unsettled when walking into churches. My grandmother, who used to attend Christmas Mass with us a very long time ago, had once called me the Antichrist. I don't think I'm that bad. I certainly don't burst into flames or anything like that once I'm past the threshold. I think my grandma was just a bitter old woman. Darlene does, in fact, stay behind me. I feel her tensing up. Norm turns around and gives me a look that says we should probably get the hell out of here. I nod back to him. He's right. It was just too perfect, I guess. We spin around and head for the door, and just as I'm reaching out to push the heavy oak open so we can head back to the car, I hear a voice behind me. "Welcome! Welcome!" the voice says. I close my eyes and think, so close. We almost made it without any bloodshed. The fact the door wasn't locked should have been my first sign that whoever's in here is crazy. "Where are you going? What's the matter? Is it the smell? I can burn different candles. Please, just give me a moment. Give me a moment to go down to the basement and get more candles. Please, please, please." I turn around, flicking the safety off the pistol I'm holding. If the voice is any inclination, we've stumbled into a crazy man's web. A man dressed in a monk's robe stands at the altar. He has a book in his hand, the Holy Bible, and a weird smile on his face. His eyelids are virtually non-existent. His eyes are so wide. It's as if he hasn't seen live people in years, not months. I find myself taking my finger away from the trigger, mainly out of pity. Darlene even straightens up and relaxes a bit. Norm, though, doesn't. He eyes the robed man wearily. I think Eden still haunts him. It certainly haunts me, so I can't imagine how he feels about it. The robed man makes his way down the few altar steps. I step back, shielding Darlene more as I do so. Norm raises his weapon. "That's far enough," he says. The man drops his Bible and makes a loud oomph as it hits the carpeted steps and goes cartwheeling out of sight beyond the front pews. He puts his hands up. "I don't have anything, really. I have a little bit of food. A little bit. Please." He falls on his knees, cups his hands together, and looks up to the ceiling beams. Faint sunlight is streaming in. I see motes of dust floating all around us. How long until the sunlight is gone? For good. I shake my head. "We don't want anything," I say. "We have someone special to us we would like to bury." The priest's eyes light up. "You mean it?" He smiles, then promptly covers his mouth. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to smile. It's just that I'm happy you aren't here to kill me, or worse." I can't think of what's worse than that, but I don't pry. "Stand up, man," Norm says. The man does. "We saw the cemetery in the back," I say. "It's beautiful." "Thank you," the man says. "I've spent many hours out there tending to it. The whole grounds, in fact. There's not much else to do." I holster my gun into my waistband. Darlene does the same. This man isn't dangerous. He's just alone, and I feel for him. Now he looks like he is thinking very hard. It almost puts Herb to shame. Furrowed brow, tongue hanging from the corner of his mouth. Except this man is much older and, from what I gather, mostly all there. "But I don't have many spots left. When the... I know," I say. When the virus hit, this man had to bury his loved ones. Had to see them either turn to walking monsters or meals. It's a wonder all of us aren't mentally fucked up. "I'm sure we can find a place," he says. He looks away from us. I see tears welling up in his eyes, hear the hitch in his voice. "Just please don't leave," he says. "I hate being alone." 17. The man's name is Father Michael. He has since stopped crying. We have promised to stay the night with him under the shelter of his church's roof. The church is called Our Lady Victorious. And I think to myself how perfect of a place it is to bury Mother. Even in defeat, she was victorious. It's weird how much it hurts me to think about her gone. And her last words echo in my head, especially now that I'm carrying her to the grave we've dug. "Jack, you will have to stop them. They will destroy it all." Who will and what will they destroy? I don't know. I've told no one about what Mother said to me. I don't think I could. Besides, I don't think anyone would know what she was talking about anyway. As much as I shouldn't worry, as much as I should brush those last words off as death babble, I can't. There was just something about her face and her eyes. They were so intense, almost looking through me into a future only she could see. The rest of the group is gathered around the freshly dug hole, except for Abby, who sleeps on a bed made on one of the pews, and Klein, who'd offered to stay with her in case she woke up. He didn't know Mother after all, though he's sorry for our loss. The wind whips our clothes and hair all around us. The storm is nearly here. I can smell the moisture in the air. Leaves are rustling, now flipped, revealing their paler sides. Any minute the dark clouds above us will burst and the downpour will drown us. But it won't drown our sorrows. Herb is sniffling very loud. He was the last to know of her passing, and naturally he didn't take it well. I hate seeing him like this. I hate this. Burying people I care about. It never ends. You get close to someone in the apocalypse, and the next thing you know, the rug of your relationship is swept out from beneath your feet. It almost makes me want to quit going on. But I can't. I have to keep going. I have to keep surviving. If not for my family and myself, then for the ones who I've lost. Father Michael offered to read from his good book as we lay Mother to rest. I don't know what her religion was. I don't think any of us did. I know she was a big believer in God. Which God, I couldn't tell you. I like to think stuff like that doesn't matter when you're dead, at least to me. I like to think Mother was a big believer in the universe and the way it's all connected, somehow. Finding this beautiful place seemingly untouched by the end is evidence of something much bigger working behind the scenes. The fact we survived the plague and all the other hardships is also more evidence, I think. We are here for a reason. I give Mother to Norm, who takes her with wet eyes, and I crawl down into the freshly dug hole. It's nowhere near 6 feet deep. We don't have the tools or the strength, and our time is shorter now because of the storm. Once I'm in the hole, I notice my arms are shaking as I hold them up, and Norm gives me Mother. She is wrapped in a blanket Father Michael has given us. She weighs next to nothing. I set her down in the soft earth and pull myself up. Darlene is sobbing. Herb has one big arm draped around her. Norm stands next to Darlene. I crawl out of the hole, dirt getting under my fingernails. My vision is watery. Father Michael begins his sermon. We bury Mother. We hang our heads low and cry together. knowing this won't be the last funeral, but hoping it is. 18. The storm breaks as we file inside of the church. Doc Klein is sitting on the first pew, his head craned up at the statue of Jesus. He holds the messenger bag on his lap. He's not crying, he's not shaking. Hell, I almost think he's not even breathing. Abby is behind him, laying under blankets, asleep. She twitches softly from time to time, but otherwise she is out. Darlene and I hold hands as we enter the main part of the church. Norm decided to stay outside and chat with Father Michael. They're both smoking cigarettes under an awning. Funerals are sad. Death is sad. That's one constant in this terrible world. One thing that never changes, I guess. Darlene excuses herself to go to the bathroom, and before she disappears into the dark hallway outside of the church's main part, she brushes Abby's hair out of her face. I sit next to Klein, who remains impassive. Herb sits a little farther down the pew. He takes out a Bible from the side pocket. This book I think he can actually read, but mainly out of memory. His large fingers scan over the pages and his lips move silently with the words. "Thank you," I say to Klein as I settle in on the bench. "For what?" the doc says. "For everything. For helping Abby, for helping me." "How did I help you?" he asks. A smile is playing on his lips. He pushes his wiry glasses up his nose. "If I recall correctly, it was you who helped me in the capital." I shake my head. "You don't understand. I'm not sure I could even explain it to you." I lean over to Herb and put my arm around him. "After the crap, that's happened in Eden. We are in God's house after all, so no cursing. I was pretty sure there wasn't anything out in this wasteland that could keep us going. And then Herb here told me about you and how you were going to save the world." Klein arches an eyebrow at Herb, as if to say it was a secret and Herb broke his trust, but he smiles soon enough. "I don't know if I can, Jack," Klein says. The smile disappears. "What?" I say. I feel like I've just stepped off the edge of a balcony 10 stories up. "It's not up to me, really. I'm more of a middleman," he says. He clutches the bag absent-mindedly. "I'm sorry, Jack." "What do you mean? Middleman?" "I've developed something. It's all technical and quite boring, so I'll spare you the details. However, I've not the facilities or the staff to achieve what we need to achieve," Klein says. "Yet." But he speaks as if he will achieve it, and I'm going to help him to the best of my ability, because I care about the future. "Doc Klein is the smartest," Herb says, his face behind the Bible. I nod and pat him on the thigh. He's solid muscle. I would say the apocalypse has treated him well, but I think Herb was probably like this long before the virus spread and the dead began to rise. "I am not, Herb, as much as it pains me to say it," Klein chuckles. "I'm not. There are far greater minds out there. Still." This I find hard to believe. There's not many minds left. "The Mojave?" I ask. Klein takes his glasses off, breathes on them, and wipes the lenses on a piece of unsoiled fabric of his shirt, then he nods. "Yes, the Mojave." "What's in that bag, then?" "Explain that technical stuff as best you can," I say. My voice is calm. I'm not trying to pry, but I want to know. Klein clutches it tighter to his chest. The door creaks as Father Michael and Norm walk in. They're smiling, but there's no humor in their eyes. The smell of smoke comes in after them. Outside, the storm is raging. Saying your prayers? Norm quips. Hate to break it to you, little bro, but you're going to hell. Klein seems to relax a bit. Am I going to H-E double hockey sticks, Norm? Herb asks. Norm grins wide. No way, Herb. Not a chance. You're too kind of a soul. You'll be just fine. Besides, that's not something you have to worry about for a long time. Not something any of us have to worry about. Herb shuts the Bible, brings it up to his face, and starts kissing it. Good, good, good. I turn back to Klein. Norm must sense the intensity because he squeezes in between us. How's everything going? Norm asks. Norm, I begin to say, but he cuts me off. Father Michael showed me his storage. You wouldn't believe what he's got down there. Enough food to last a lifetime, weapons, bottled water. A little bit my ass. It's a gold mine, Jack. Oh, you said the A word. It's in the Bible, Norm says, rolling his eyes. Really? Herb asks. Yeah, it's an animal, Norm says. Herb chuckles. Ass, under his breath, then covers his mouth. I'm really trying not to laugh, but it's hard. That's nice about Father Michael's storage, I say. But it's not ours, it's his. I'm sure he doesn't want total strangers eating his ramen noodles and drinking his bottled water. I turn back to Klein, the question about the plan on my lips. He said we could help ourselves. He likes the company, Norm continues. Klein smiles, clears his throat, and pushes himself up, the bag now slung over his shoulder. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must use the restroom. This evening seems to have upset my stomach. I get up, too. I'm about a head taller than Klein, looking down at him. I think that can wait, I say. Nature calls, Klein says, his voice higher than usual. Jack, Norm says. He gives me a harsh look. I sit back down. Norm walks up the aisle, and as he's walking, Darlene passes him, coming back from the bathroom herself. You all right? She asks him. But he just brushes by her, mumbling something I can't understand. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Father Michael is on the altar, flipping through his Bible, but I see his eyes flicking up from the pages every so often. What the hell are you doing, man? Norm asks in a low voice. Darlene slides into the pew behind us, sits next to Abby. Guess he's not feeling well, she says as she looks back over her shoulder at the empty aisle. He knows something, I say. My hands grip my thighs hard. My knuckles crack. He knows something he doesn't want us to know, I say. You're just being paranoid, Norm says. You need a good night's sleep, and you'll be fine in the morning. I don't know how I could sleep with the storm raging outside. Come on, Jack, Norm says, getting up. I'll show you the father's bunker. He raises his voice now and says, If that's okay with you, Mike. Mike gives him a thumbs up. What's mine is yours, he says, smiling. Maybe I am just being paranoid. Herb takes the Doc Klein easily enough, and we all know Herb is a good judge of character. Norm throws his arm around me. We get up and head to the storage. Norm's about as genial and comforting as a snake when he wants you to do something. That arm around the shoulder is the reason Sheriff Dokes arrested me for stealing Reese's cups when I was a kid. Come on, bro. Be cool like us. Fit in. Quit being a weirdo. I'm old enough now to realize I should follow my own gut. But truth be told, I don't want to follow my gut. I don't want to truly know if Klein has something up his sleeve, because Klein is who got me through the terror in D.C. He is my savior, my own personal Jesus. Imagine finding out the man or woman you worship and look up to is really the bad guy. It would suck, wouldn't it? Come on, bro, Norm says, sounding almost exactly like his teenage self. It's important. Fine, I say, sighing. I lean over the pew and look at Darlene. When Klein comes back, watch him for me. She tilts her head. What do you mean? Just keep an eye on him. Make sure he's not doing anything. I'm saying, but Norm punches me kind of hard in the arm. I grab the wound. He hits me with his left hand, the one with all the fingers, and it stings. Ouch, I say. Quit being paranoid, Norm says. I shake my head. You're right, I say. No shit, Norm says. Aw, Herb says, bringing an accusing finger up. That's not in the Bible. Can it, Herb? Norm says. Herb does, but he's still smiling. We walk by the altar and Father Michael starts coming down the steps, pulling keys out of his pocket. Then we go through a set of doors where the smell of the storm and dust hangs in the air. 19. Father Michael walks ahead of us as we move through the long, dank hallway. It's just he won't show me what's in the bag, I'm saying. Norm still has his arm around me. His skin is hot beneath his shirt, damp with rainwater and sweat. Maybe it's none of your business. I think it is, especially if we're his escort. I mean, he won't even bother lying to us, I say. Trust me, Jack. These military types, and I know this firsthand, are all a bunch of secretive assholes. Who you think was the cause of this virus? I shrug. Leering. Yeah, but who was in charge of leering? The government, the military, yada yada yada. Bigwigs. And bigwigs have their heads so far up their asses, they can't smell the real world, Norm says. They're secretive when they're ending civilization, and I'm damn sure they're secretive when they're saving it, you dig? I nod. The hallway curves left toward a stairwell leading down into darkness. The smell of mold and damp is more prominent here. It causes my nose to wrinkle. If Klein has secrets, let him. He just met us, after all. He might spill the beans in due time. Just give him space, man. We'll find out, Norm says. Because he won't get to where he's going without us. He pats me twice on the back, then gets in front of me. Secrets are the devil's work, Father Michael says. There are no secrets in the house of the Lord. He will talk. The certainty in which Father Michael speaks unnerves me slightly. There are torches on the walls. He pulls a long-nosed lighter out from his pocket and lights one. Then he turns the dial, causing the flames to rise. What I see causes my jaw to drop, and all thoughts of saving the world and Doc Klein go out of the window. 20. The back wall is stacked with crates of non-perishable foods. Canned meats, canned corn, peaches, cherries, apples, ramen noodles. There's peanut butter, almonds, cashews, protein bars, dry cereals with oats and honey, a box of Twinkies, Ho-Hos, Nutter Butters. On the other side are 2-gallon jugs of Deer Park water, plastic-wrapped 16-ounce bottles. There's blankets, pillows, spare clothes. There's soaps, towels, scrubbers, and washcloths. Shoes, boots, rubber galoshes, raincoats, ropes. There's a box just full of gleaming pistols, and another box full of ammunition. There's grenades and blades. There's a first aid crate full of bandages, antiseptics, ointments. It's apocalypse heaven. At first glance, you might think Father Michael is a pack rat, but once you've scanned through the items, you'd realize Father Michael is a fucking genius. Norm smiles. Yeah, he's the real deal, he says, reading my face and my mind. Father Michael's face reddens. I can't really talk. My lips are moving, and there's a dry clicking sound coming from the back of my throat, death rattle, so all I can do is walk over to the priest and hug him tight. He grunts and pats me on the back. "Have as much or as little as you want," he says, his words choked. "How?" I say as we part and I'm able to find my voice. "How the heck did you get all of this?" "Well, I have a bit of a guardian angel," he says, looking up to the cobwebby ceiling. His face suddenly sags. He frowns, and a gleam of tears fills his eyes. "But it's been 2 weeks since I've seen him. Or it could be more. I don't know. Time is different now that it's not needed." A true statement. I've never been a firm believer in the alarm clock, but now that no one needs one, hell, there's barely any electricity around to power them. It's just weird thinking about time. No appointments need to be kept. No one's late for work. You just get up with the sun and try to stay off the roads when the sun goes down. The zombies don't care about time. They won't wait until it's supper to pounce on you and devour you. Last I saw of old Georgie, he was making a trip up to Albany. He'd gone there before, but he always came back. I'd hear him in the air. "You know it's so quiet," Father Michael says, "that you hear everything." "Well, that's a long ride," Norm says, trying to comfort the priest. "If he's visiting family." "No, he didn't drive," Father Michael says. He looks at Norm and smiles at Norm's puzzlement. "You mean he walked?" Norm asks, face twisted up. "He heard him in the air, Norm," I say, rolling my eyes. No, he flew," Father Michael says. Norm gives me a look now that says this guy is crazy, like the priest honestly believes his friend has sprouted wings and flew to New York. "It's just a small thing, nothing like the commercial airliners that used to rattle the window panes," Father Michael says. "He has a few planes. He worked at the Butane County Airport. It's not anything wondrous and was mostly used for private flights and flying lessons before." He trails off and crosses the room, grabs a Butterfinger from an open crate, unwraps it and takes a bite. "Alas, I fear something has happened to him." He looks up at us. Norm stands next to me now, the flames causing shadows to dance on his face. "It's dangerous out there, damn right. But I'm sure he's okay," Norm says. He stands on tiptoe to peer into the crate the priest now leans on. "You got any more of those candy bars?" I elbow Norm. "What?" he says, eyes wide. "I'm starving." "Help yourself," Father Michael says. I hear footsteps coming down the corridor. I turn, my hand going for my gun. That's the way it is now. Every out-of-place noise, every step, every creak. We can't afford any surprises. Father Michael must see me because he puts his hand up and shakes his head. "None of those come here," he says. "They have moved on." Sure they have. The zombies are gone until they're beating the door down and killing us all. The footsteps belong to, much to my surprise, Doc Klein. He has a somber look on his face. The messenger bag hangs down by this pointy hip slung across his body. He rubs the back of his neck and won't look up to meet my eyes. "Hey, Doc," Norm says. "Look at all this loot." The doc nods, but largely ignores my older brother. He finally looks up at me. I see his eyes flinch. Just a moment's worth of hesitation. "Jack, I wanted to apologize," he says, sticking out his hand. I just look at it. "Apologize for what?" I ask. "For the way I acted. The way I've been acting," he says. Father Michael shifts uncomfortably, but I see his eyes are distant as if he's thinking about his friend George. "No need to apologize," I say. A man's entitled to his own thoughts and opinions, and, I guess, secrets. I walk past him, leaving him standing there with his hand out. No, I didn't shake it. And no, I still don't think he's being totally honest with me. But as I'm leaving, I hear him ask if they were talking about airplanes and how Klein's father flew fighter planes in World War II and how he always dreamt of flying planes himself. Michael says something about his friend George and the Butane airport and the aircraft there. I couldn't give two shits. 21. As I walk back to the church's main part, I hear a voice that wipes the frown from my face. In fact, it causes me to smile wide. It's Abby's voice, and she's saying, "I feel fine, Darlene, seriously. You can get your hand off my forehead. It smells like beef jerky." My pace picks up. Firelight spills out from around the corner. Darlene has since lit a few candles to combat the growing darkness outside. When I get there, I see Abby sitting up. She still has blankets wrapped around her body, and she looks considerably thinner, but she's sitting up. By God, she's alive. Her stump is hidden beneath the blankets, and she holds the bundle with her right hand. "Hey," she calls when she sees me. I'm beaming, my face more teeth than flesh. "Abby," I shout. Herb sits next to her, his large arm draped over her shoulder. On the other side is Darlene, her face uneasy. "About time you woke up, kid," I say. "Don't call me a kid. You're only about 9 years older than me," she says. She gets up now, shedding the blankets. Beneath her clothes, her body looks frail. Her back slightly hunches, and her bandaged stump is a queer pink color. When she walks, she has a slight limp. I really try not to notice because it's heartbreaking to see her like this. But I keep reminding myself it could be worse. She could be out in the cemetery next to Mother, or she could be in the rotten bowels of some undead nightmare. We hug, and Darlene says, "Careful, Jack." I ignore her, and so does Abby. "How are you feeling?" I ask as we part. Abby smiles wanly. "I've been better, that's for damn sure." She brings the stump up and examines it with all the scrutiny of a scientist studying some new specimen. "And this is pretty frickin' weird." "It'll be okay," I say. But it won't. It'll take getting used to. I couldn't imagine being without my hand. Poor Abby. She shrugs. "Yeah, it will. Could be worse." "Abby, you really shouldn't be up. Come back over here and rest," Darlene says. With her good hand, Abby waves Darlene off. The storm outside seems to be subsiding. Sheets of rain, which are rocking the roof and drenching the stained glass windows, have slowed to a dribble. But it's dark out, and I know I said time doesn't matter at all. But I'm getting tired. As if on cue, Darlene yawns, and yawning is about as contagious as whatever this zombie disease is. Herb yawns, and then I yawn. The exhaustion hits me full force. Not long after Abby's and I's reunion, Norm and Doc Klein come back from Father Michael's storage below the church's structure. Norm is happy to see Abby, but he won't admit it. He says something along the lines of, "I knew you'd make it, Abby, and you're a tough son of a gun." We laugh for a while. We talk for a while. Father Michael tells us the sad tale of what happened to the town of Butane, and we all put on sad faces. Truth is, what happened to Butane isn't any different than what happened to a million small towns all over the world. Someone got sick and died and came back, and someone bit someone else, and that person got sick, and on, until everyone was eating everyone and the world seemed to be ending. He also tells us of his friend George and how he'd been wanting to go down to the airstrip to check on him, but has been too afraid. He knows there's dead in the town, just not as many as there once was. And he thinks once he's off the church's grounds, whatever holy charm has kept him safe this long will be broken. Norm tells him because he let us stay here and he let us bury our dead that we would go down to the airstrip with him when the sun rises tomorrow and check on his friend. Just as long as Father Michael was willing to share the rest of his butterfingers, to which Father Michael replies, "What's mine is yours," a sentiment he's been expressing since we arrived. It bothers me. I'm all for helping people, but sometimes I think you can do too much of a good thing. Besides, Norm didn't even ask for my thoughts on the matter. I have to say I'm not happy with either Norm right now or Doc Klein, who's listening to our conversation near the altar with that stupid bag at his feet. Father Michael nods and smiles and asks Norm if he means it, will we really go on down to the airstrip to check on his friend? Norm doesn't even look at me for approval. He just says, "Sure thing." 22. We are supposed to be sleeping now. Father Michael said he would take the first watch, seeing how we are his guests and all. I can see him at the front of the church. A single candle glares near the pulpit where he sits and reads his good book, or some book, but I'm guessing it's the Bible. Darlene is above me. She sleeps on a pew. Abby is across the aisle on that pew. She took a while to get back to sleep, and she talked a mile a minute after she asked us to catch her up. So many questions. I did my best to give her the scoop. She said she remembered fighting the zombies at the top of the hill, and how there were so many. There always are. She remembered getting bitten, likened it to having your skin dipped in kerosene, then lit on fire, only to be cooled off with dry ice. She said she remembered seeing an older man above her with a blade who cut her hand off. That would be Jacob, I told her. Rest in peace. She remembered reading one of those crappy girl magazines, her words, like Cosmo or People, because she woke up in the middle of the night with pain, and Phyllis was asleep, and Brittany was somewhere else and not out in the front with a paperback. That was when she heard the gunshots, a barrage of them, and it sounded like they were right outside her window, they were that loud. Then she heard something louder than the gunshots, and that was cars hitting the fence from all sides. Some of them got through, some of them didn't. But in the end, I knew what happened. I came upon the aftermath when I got back from D.C. I was beginning to feel guilty because I'd stopped off and parked on the side of the road and fell asleep for a couple hours, and if I'd not done that, then maybe I could have been there to help fight them. Abby assured me it wouldn't have made a difference. All of this crap went down while I was still in the big city. I know I said time doesn't matter, but it did when she told me that. Besides, I saved them, not the whole village, but my family. And I hate to say it, but that's all that matters. No, I'm not up in the middle of the night because I'm guilty or anything like that. I've learned to live with guilt for the most part. The reason I'm up while everyone else is sleeping is because I had the most terrifying dream. It was bad enough for me to wake with a start, my fingernails digging into the wooden back of the pew in front of me. I didn't hear Father Michael turn a page in his book for a long time. We aren't on good enough terms for him to actually come over and check on me. Anyway, the dream. I can't get it out of my head. I lean out of the aisle again to check that he is still there. And he is. Doc Klein hasn't moved since the last time I checked on him, and that was around half an hour ago. He sleeps with his glasses off in the farthest pew. He doesn't sleep with covers over him, just that stupid bag full of top-secret information that has something to do with the Mojave Desert. I hate him right now. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, but my dream was about Doc Klein and his bag. It was one of those dreams that make running from the living dead seem tame. The living dead, I can at least outrun or bash their heads in or blow them up by way of a found grenade. The fire that consumes the world? Well, that I can't outrun. I'm getting up now because I'm letting the fake fire consume me in reality. Darlene stirs, opens her eyes. She looks sleepy, and I must look worse than I feel, which is saying a lot, because Darlene shoots up. "What's wrong?" she says in a harsh whisper. "Nothing. Go back to bed," I say. "Zombies?" she asks, and it's almost as casual as if she was asking if I was feeling under the weather. I hate to hear her say it. Zombies. It's now become a bad word, and it sounds ugly coming from her pretty lips. I wish life wasn't like this. I wish it was how it used to be, where if Darlene woke up, it would be because I was getting up from my desk to get a snack or a drink. The zombies she'd ask about would be the ones in the book I'd be currently writing, not real ones. "No," I say, shaking my head. The light at the end of the aisle, Father Michael's lone candle, flickers and starts growing closer. In the dream, the fire came from a button, and the devils were below ground. Not as far as hell, but deep enough. I remember the cave's jagged teeth, and the moisture dripping somewhere far off in the darkness, the beads of water on the handrails. I remember them chanting in their slithery tongue, but I can't remember what they were saying. I remember them bowing down to Klein, and the horns sprouting from his head, his true face showing. He finally unveiled what was in his bag in my dream, and to tell you the truth, I wasn't surprised when I saw it. I was heartbroken, but not surprised. My savior turned out to be a destroyer. I'm crossing the aisle now, ignoring Father Michael's questions. "Are you all right? Why does he have a gun?" And I don't know how I have a gun. I don't know when I picked it up or unholstered it. I'm sure I didn't sleep with it actually in my hands, did I? Then the face from my dream hovers in front of me again. This one 10 times worse than Froggy's after I riddled it with bullet holes. It's Klein's face, but it's the face of the devil. And the devil carries around a button that will destroy the world, that will bathe us in fire, turn us to ash, that will bring hell on earth. I stand at the end of Klein's pew. His eyes flick open to the sound of Norm's voice yelling, "Jack, what the fuck are you doing?" I don't know what I'm doing, but I don't answer my older brother. That slithery voice is laughing at me while the dormant nuclear missiles are slowly awakening. I grab Klein's bag. He grips it with a dead man's hand. I'm too fast, too strong, too determined. I should have done this a long time ago. Really, I should have, and I should know by now to check all my bases. Then the voice of reason is speaking in my head, and it's saying, "It's just a silly dream, Jack." But is it? 23. "Please," Klein is saying. "Please, I didn't know, I swear." He has both hands up and he's shaking his head. Tears spill from the corners of his eyes. Bullshit. If he didn't know, he wouldn't be so protective of the bag. It wasn't just a silly dream. No way. What I hold in my hands is not a button that will end the world. It's not that simple. And it's not something I can fully comprehend. My mind is not advanced enough to decipher the technobabble printed in the files. it is smart enough to see the signature at the bottom of one of the sheets. It's the president's. And the technobabble is called Project Reset, written in red ink. It starts with, in the event of a global-scale catastrophe, and that's all I need to read before my stomach clenches with nausea. I bend over, but I don't let my gun leave Klein's face. "What is it?" Darlene shrieks. Herb is crying somewhere in the corner. Father Michael is close enough for me to feel the warmth of his candle and the smell of melting wax. Norm rips the file out of my hand. He's not careful, and a few pages spill and are lost in the dark shadows around our feet. "What is going on?" Abby shouts, her voice sleepy, her hair tousled. Herb continues to cry, the sobs growing louder. "Tell me this is a lie," Norm says. His voice is very steady and very calm. I wish it was a lie. I truly do. Klein grunts. He's still shaking his head, which is 2 horns short of a nightmare. Then he brings his hands up to his face and starts sobbing himself. Give me the gun, Jack, Norm says. No, I'm saying. And it doesn't even sound like me. I can barely stand up straight. The bastard needs to die. We need to burn this stuff. There will be no killing in my church, Father Michael shouts. His voice is strong. I imagine it's his preaching voice. It bounces off the walls and echoes up toward the roof. We largely ignore him. I know, Jack, Norm says, but I'm going to be the one to do it. I really don't care who does it, as long as Project Reset is prevented. You don't understand, Klein says between sobs. It's the only way. There's no cure. There's no coming back from this, whatever this is. Bullshit again. How many zombie books and movies have I consumed where there was a cure? If we live in a world where the dead can rise, then we also live in a world where some scientist can cook up a solution. You liar, I shout, jamming the gun in his face. I feel tears stinging my eyes. You were supposed to save us. I trusted you. Give me the gun, Jack, Norm says. You're shaking so much you're liable to miss. Besides, you don't want to get blood on Father Michael's nice walls. I'm still in awe at how calm his voice is. Now Darlene starts crying. It's enough for me to take my eyes off Klein. I turn my head and see how haggard and pale Father Michael looks. I can't imagine I look much better. So give me the gun, little bro, Norm says again. Herb goes on crying. Abby gets up and goes over to comfort him. We aren't in immediate danger, not anymore. I won't call it prescience or knowing the future or any of that fantastical bullshit. But I will call my dream about Doc Klein a hunch. That's all. And maybe I'll indulge myself with thinking Mother is paying me a visit from the afterlife. Abby hugs Herb, who buries his face in her chest. He sobs so hard, now muffled, that she jumps up and down with his movements. Darlene has her hand gripped on my bicep. She's squeezing hard, digging her nails into me. She doesn't want bloodshed either. I think to myself, do we have to kill Klein? Do we really have to kill him? Can't we just let him go? He won't make it on his own, and without his precious bag, we'll save the world. Then that voice of reason is talking to me again, saying, Yeah, Jack, let him go, and those loose ends will come back to hang you. You want that? You want what Froggy did to that nice little village to happen to the entire world? All because you want to be the good guy and let this mousy rat bastard walk? No, Jack, you aren't that dumb. Listen to me. Listen to your gut, just like you listened to me about the dream. I cock the pistol. Norm steps away. He must know I mean business. Klein slides off the pew now, lands on his knees with a bone-jarring thump. He's got his hands up again, saying, "Please, please, you don't understand. They're going to save the good ones." But that's as far as he gets, because I press the gun to his head. 24. Klein is more of a rat bastard than I initially realize. He bends over, almost as if he were going to pray for God to give him peace in death or some bullshit like that. And as he's going down, his fist strikes out in front of him like a rattlesnake catching a mouse. He hits me so hard below the belt, I feel something pop and move in a way it probably shouldn't. I have become stronger since the world ended, but I'm not strong enough to withstand a shot to the balls. Yet. And they've already had their fair share of torment not even 24 hours ago, fucking cannibals. So I double over again. Not before I squeeze the trigger and shoot up into the rafters. A chunk of ceiling cascades down upon us. My ears feel like they're bursting with the sound. Herb graduates from sobbing to screaming. Next thing I know, Father Michael drops the candle and the carpet lights with flame. Darlene screeches and dances over the fire, stomping and trying to put it out. Then Klein shouts, "Stop moving!" We do because he somehow has my gun. My vision blurs and my groin is on fire. Norm tries to rush over to where his stuff is to probably grab his gun. Never sleep without it nearby, little bro. And winds up being unsuccessful. There's much more of us than him, and I think about advancing on the dock despite the pain and the icy fear freezing my joints. But he grabs Father Michael around the throat and presses the gun to his head. "You don't understand," Klein says. "Now, Klein, there's no need," I say. My words are choked out by the pain below my belt. "Yeah, there is. They're going to let me live with them. They're going to let me be a founding father of a new society after the bombs drop," he says. There it is. There's the reason for betrayal. The promise of glory. The promise of a fresh start. I should have known. "You do realize how crazy that sounds, right?" Norm asks. He's next to me, his arm through mine, holding me up because I do feel like I might pass out. Darlene is behind. Herb and Abby are frozen in the corner. Herb sobs no more, just looks on with wide, wet eyes. Now every warning given to me about Klein in the village, from Grady, from Mother, makes sense. He is crazy. "No, it's not crazy," Klein says. Father Michael's lips move in a silent prayer. His eyes are shut, Klein's gun pressing into his temple. I see the skin bunch up there, the red ring already forming. "If it was crazy, I wouldn't risk my life. Do you know what I had to go through while I was in Washington? The stuff I had to see?" He shakes his head. "It was horrendous. The stuff I had to do, it was even worse." I bet it's nothing compared to what I've gone through, the people I've lost, and the things I've seen and done. I don't say this. I can see there's no talking to Doc Klein. His eyes are ablaze with fervor as the floor around him grows with fire. Slowly the flames lick up the pew, yet we can't move because Klein has the gun trained on us. "Don't you see?" I say, my voice coming back to me. "I get that I have to do this," Klein says. "Maybe you do," I say. Darlene shudders behind me. "But you don't have to hurt any of us in the process, Klein. I saved you. Father Michael has nothing to do with this. Leave him out of it. But he does, Klein says. He does because he's my ticket to the Mojave. What? Father Michael says, choking. Klein jerks him and starts backing up. He's such a small man that it's almost comical to see him wrestle with Father Michael, almost twice his size. Klein bends down, the gun now pressed in the priest's back, and he picks up the fallen papers with nuclear launch codes and schematics I will never comprehend. Then he's got the gun pressed back on Father Michael's temple, and they're backing up toward the door. "You have the car keys?" Klein all but whispers into the priest's ears. Father Michael gulps and nods. "On the inside of that door," he points to his left. "We can't do anything. I don't have a gun, and if I did, I wouldn't trust my aim enough to hit him in the dark. I'm not that good." "Get them," Klein says. They're leaning against the wall, and Father Michael's hand reaches around the door. "Don't try anything," Klein says. "You do, and I will pull the trigger. I don't want to do that, Father. I really don't, but I will if you make me." Herb's voice booms from the corner of the church where Abby holds him in the shadows. I see the whites of his eyes blazing. "Doc? Doc," Herb says. "What, Herb?" Klein asks. "Why?" is all Herb says. And I think I see Klein's face go squeamish. Like his heart has broken right there on the spot. Like he's pained to do this, but he's bound by a duty none of us can understand. No. Bullshit. Klein knows exactly what he's doing. "I'm sorry," Klein says. The car keys jingle, and Father Michael's hand comes out of the darkness holding something that gleams in the low flames. The smell of singed carpet and fear fills the church. The fire separates us from them. Klein kicks back, and they leave the church's main area. I hear the chain and the lock rattle in the front doors beyond. We dare not move yet, not until we know the gun is no longer pressed against Father Michael's head. It's when I hear a car door slam that I sprint to the doors, running through the fire, not caring if I burn. These flames are nothing to the ones that will fill the world if Klein is successful. High beams almost blind me, and the tires of one of the cars skid and burn up. Then they are gone, and so is the rain. I can hear Herb's cries from out here. As I walk back into the church, the flames now out, doused by holy water courtesy of Abby, I grab another gun and my belongings. "We have to follow them," I say. 25. I'm halfway out the door with my own bag full of items in one hand and Darlene's hand in the other, when Norm grabs me. He's not kind about it either. He full-on horse-collars me. I stop abruptly and almost fall flat on my ass. "Don't be stupid," Norm says. "What are you talking about? You don't be stupid, Norm." "He's crazy. I should have listened to everyone who told me he was," I say. I shake my head. Darlene's hand is sweaty in my own. "He is going to blow us all to hell, man." Seriously, I can think of almost nothing worse than having to deal with real zombies, crazy assholes, and crazier cowboys. But one thing I can think of that's worse is the fire. I don't know if it's because I saw it in my head, and sometimes my imagination is so vivid, or not. I do know it's now no longer a dream. It's a full-fledged reality. "You chase him right now with the way you are, and you're just as crazy as Klein, little bro. Maybe even crazier," Norm says. Darlene tugs me on the arm. I look at her. There's no longer fear or uncertainty in her eyes. Now there's anger. She rips her hand away from me. It slides easily enough, thanks to my nervous sweat, and tightens her hands into fists. "Jack, he's right. Listen to us, for a change." Ouch. Her tone. The way she says, "for a change," gets me. It's like she slapped me in the face. "I always listen to you," I say. She shakes her head, her features easing. "No, you don't. If you listened to us, we'd be dead," I finish for her. Now it looks like she's the one who's been slapped. She shakes her head, mouth a grim line. Then she turns her back on me and heads back into the church. I can't believe this. Doesn't she care? Father Michael was kind enough to take us in, and now he's become a hostage. Not to mention the fact that Klein is about to turn us all into black smears of ash. Norm walks closer to me. I'm slouching. I only realize it when he stops about 6 inches from me and I appear much shorter than him. I try to save my pride by standing up straight, but it's too late. "We need to gear up first," Norm says. "We know where the airfield is, but we don't know how fucked up it is." "You do?" I ask. "Yeah. Klein asked down in the storage right after you left," Norm says. "God damn it," I say, more pissed than scared now. We're outside of the church, so it's okay to swear. "He might be gone by the time we gear up," I say. "Trust me, Klein is smart, but he ain't that smart. Getting to the west ain't gonna be easy at all, big brain or not," Norm says. I nod, taking a shaky breath. I'm starting to realize I've been blinded by anger, by betrayal. I'm so glad my brother is here to talk some sense into me. I don't know how I survived Eden or DC without him, really. Father Michael has weapons and food and new gear. We have medicine and a car. We'll be fine, Jack. Just calm down a minute while we get ready, Norm says. He has his hand on my shoulder. I feel his warmth blazing through my shirt. I nod. Okay, but I'd like to move out before sunrise. Sure thing, little bro, Norm says. 26. Darlene doesn't even spare me a glance as I walk up the blackened carpet. A few candles are burning, eating away at the darkness. Outside, the sky glows with soft light. Sunrise can't be more than an hour away. I'm following Norm and Abby into the dank hall that leads into Father Michael's storage area. He lights the torch at the top of the steps and shadows dance on the walls. You really know how to pick 'em, Abby says. You met Klein in Eden, didn't you? I ask, feeling defensive. It's not my fault I look for hope wherever I can get it. Abby nods. We are going down the steps. She looks so different minus her left hand. I met Dr. Klein, yeah, she says. But I never met that man we saw back there. That was someone else. Her voice is like the cold edge of a blade touching my spine. Yup, Norm agrees. The door to the storage area creaks open. The smell of dirt, mold, and dust fills my nostrils. Norm lights another torch. Wow, Abby says, looking at the corner of the room where the weapons are stockpiled. It's not as good as Grady's armory back at the village, but it's pretty close. It makes what I was left with in Woodhaven all those months ago look like a squirt gun in comparison. We could beat Armageddon with all this stuff, she says. I don't smile like she's smiling. This isn't a time to smile. But I do nod and say, we may have to. 27. We load everything into the Ford SUV, and we even give Herb a handgun, just in case. This town is unknown to us, and the fact that we haven't seen a zombie the whole time we've been here just unsettles me. It makes me think shit is really about to hit the fan. That's another thing I've learned in this apocalypse. Shit constantly hits the fan. Darlene seems happier toward me, but I can see the weariness on her face. She's sick of this. Sick of it all. She told me on the highway a couple days ago. I'm sick of it all, too. I really am. But there's no escaping it. It's lurking around every corner like the zombies and their radioactive-looking eyes. We get into the car. Abby smiles. She's even jittery, in fact. She loves it because she's been out of the game for too long. The idea of her going through zombie brain-smashing withdrawal crosses my mind and leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Herb won't hold his gun. I see him put it on the floor and look at it from the corner of his eye as if it were a large spider. Norm hits him on one knee, which seems to be inches away from his broad chest in the smaller SUV. "Don't worry, big guy. It's all going to be okay," he says. "I'm not scared," Herb says. This surprises us all. I'm sitting between Darlene and Abby. Darlene was looking out of the window at the rising sun while Abby was trying to strip and clean her pistol with her one good hand. And now they both tense up and face forward, me with them. "What? I'm not," Herb says. "Doc Klein doesn't scare me." Well, he should, I almost say, thinking of Klein and his devil horns. "He's my friend," Herb continues. Norm and I exchange a glance in the rearview mirror. A friend or not, Klein has it out for him. "You remember where the airfield is?" I ask. "For sure?" Norm turns the wheel and eases the SUV down the winding brick road and onto the smooth pavement of Butane's city streets. "Think so," Norm says. "It was somewhere out past a red barn." We are quiet for the moment as the SUV rolls through the dead town. Shuttered windows look on from the sides of residential streets. A car is crashed askew into a telephone pole, the wires sagging down on top of its roof. There are scorch marks on the windows from when this place had electricity, I think. All 4 of its tires are flat. 2 of them are missing hubcaps. Lawns have overgrown to look like jungles. I see a dog slinking between 2 spilled trash cans, its ribs jutting out, its eyes crazy and starved. Darlene sees it too, and I hear her low moan of pity. We were always animal lovers, too busy to have pets of our own. Stray dogs basically kill me. I wish Norm would drive faster. I don't need to see the grand tour of this depressing town. I have seen many depressing places in my time on the dead roads. Butane is nothing new. But before we know it, we're going to look up and see a plane flying through the air, and soon after that we'll see fire. I don't want that. Thing is, we have to drive slow because the roads look as if a war had been fought in the middle of them. We are coming to the city's business district, following signs that say, "to 76, with an arrow pointing this way, then that way. The businesses are equally depressing. Shattered show windows, scorched facades, cars jutting out of doorways and walls, skeletons stripped of every last bit of meat. Darlene turns her head away from the window and buries her face in my shoulder. I stroke her hair. Abby, on the other hand, looks out the windows with wide eyes and something written on her face that resembles hunger. We get on the stretch of country road out of the city limits something like 5 minutes later. 5 minutes of silence and dark images passing us by. Things I don't even want to tell you about. As we drive up the road, I hear Herb's breathing getting faster. He is scared. We all are. Then, as we take a curve, passing a flipped John Deere tractor, I see it. The barn. It's a bright red, and I try not to notice that it's the color of blood. Beyond it, we can see the airfield. Large airport hangars stand tall and vigilant against the orangish sky, shuttered. Norm slows the car to a crawl. My eyes flick to him. I'm enamored by the airport hangars, and the speck on the horizon that is Klein's car. So enamored, in fact, that I don't notice the passing herd of zombies in the middle of the road. 28. Shit, Norm says. Herb doesn't go, aw, and point at him. His teeth are chattering too bad for him to do that. Darlene grips my arm hard. The herd cuts through the middle of the road, and it's like being stuck at a railroad crossing where a mile-long train has stopped traffic for half an hour. In the gap of the packed meat of the zombies, I see red skid marks. Klein, in all his infinite wisdom and luck, must have punched the gas to beat the train and clipped a couple of the leaders. Now, some of them have stopped. Their yellow eyes glare at us, somehow bright in the rising sun. This is definitely a nightmare. Pinch me, I must be dreaming. God can't be this cruel, can he? More zombies turn their heads. The movement is very rickety, like a rusty hinge, and their yellow eyes blaze. Herb has taken to whimpering. I bring a hand up to my throat to make sure it's not actually me, and I don't know it. There's no vibrations underneath, so it must be Herb. Norm looks over his shoulder at the empty road behind us. I put my hand on his arm and shake my head. We can't, I say. Klein is getting away. Let him, Norm says. Look at them. He points out the windshield. The zombies have started to lumber toward us. Raggedy, blood-stained clothes whip in the morning breeze. Crooked arms and legs move like broken clocks. Their death rattles and grunts are loud enough to be heard through the glass. Actually, their collective dead voices are loud enough to be heard halfway around the world, I think. I can smell the decay on them, the rot, like old earth and worms. These are seasoned zombies. These are not freshly turned humans. They are rotted almost to the bone, emaciated, starving. If Klein gets a plane, I'm saying. I know it will happen, Norm says. I don't give a shit. While we are sitting here arguing, they are getting closer. They don't seem smart at first glance. They're not supposed to be smart. But I think there are certain features and survival instincts wired into their dead brains or something, because they're not coming at us in a straight line. No, they're circling around the SUV, cutting us off from all angles. More stream out from the surrounding trees. Now I can't see the road at all, just hints of yellow paint that belongs to the double line. I feel like I'm choking. Abby, Darlene, and I are pushing closer and closer together as the dark shadows do the same. Fuck this, Norm says. He shifts into reverse. No, I say. I'm not going to be the one to kill us, he says. The first zombie clunks into the back of the SUV. I hear the soft shatter of glass, one of our taillights. Let me drive, I say. I'm the driver. Now's really not a time to argue about this, Abby says. She's right. Norm snarls at her first, then he snarls at me. Fine, he says, and we begin to switch seats. It's about as graceful as two full-grown men can make it, which is to say it's not graceful at all. Bloody hands beat on the windows. One zombie, its tongue lolling out about 2 miles long, climbs on the hood of the car. For a second, I think we are stuck here. I think they'll keep pressing and pressing up against the frame until they create some kind of zombie garbage smasher, and the Ford is turned into a compacted cube, with us still contained on the inside somehow. Then I look down at the gear shift, and I see the glowing red P and the unlit D, and I stomp on the brake, switch to D, and then stomp on the gas with all of my weight. The SUV lurches forward. With all that horsepower under the hood, you'd think we'd plow right through the zombies. We don't. There's too many, and we don't have enough momentum going for us. What we need is a big plow attached to the front fender. Maybe add some medieval spikes to the plow and just gut all these dead bastards. Herb is taken to screams again as a zombie smashes his face against the glass, blood-stained teeth and blackened gums streaking down the window. Herb fumbles for his gun, his hand shaking wildly. All the while, I'm still pressing down on the gas. "Stop him," I say to anyone who will listen. The tires start kicking up smoke. It smells like burnt rubber. Then the SUV jumps and something goes under the tire. An unlucky zombie. And the smell of burnt rubber is quickly changed to the smell of cooking meat and innards. The tires don't grip the road any longer. But it's like we're driving on ice now, slipping and sliding. But it's not ice, and it's not banana peels beneath our tires. It's blood and brains and rotten flesh. "Go!" Abby shouts. The jovial quality to her voice is now gone. I think she's woken up, truly woken up, and realized this isn't some dream or fantasy we're living in. This is real life. It's a harsh realization, one I still have trouble coming to. But you have to wake up. It doesn't get easier. The fear is always there, deep in your psyche, like it is in mine right now. We aren't going forward, so I reach down and shift to reverse. My hands slip on the steering wheel and the gear shift. I'm not trembling anymore. Now I'm vibrating. Herb says, "Don't worry, Jack. I'll be brave. Just like you told me to, Jackie. I'll be brave." I turn, my face a mask of horror, as I see Herb raise the pistol we gave him for protection. The zombie on his window side has morphed into 3 more. They're snapping their teeth and clawing against the glass. "Herb, no!" I shout, reaching out to grab the gun from him. But it's too late. The pistol booms, and inside the confined space of the Ford, it sounds like the bombs that went off in last night's dream. I think my ears are bleeding. I jam my eyes closed, and as I open them, I see one of the zombies' faces explode into a mess of red and black goo, and the twinkling cascade of broken glass. My ears are ringing, not bleeding. I reach up and swipe a finger in my ear canal, almost involuntarily. Yet I can still hear the zombie's groans of death from the outside. It, along with the stench of 1,000 rotting corpses, hits me. Sucker punches me, in fact. Now Herb is screaming because what looks like 40 cracked and twisted arms shoot into the Ford's cabin. Some of the bone shows through, a grim yellow, and all of the skin is rotted, pockmarked and festering with sores and pus. Herb pushes away as fast as he can, but he's a big man, and he doesn't get far. I'm reaching out to him and grabbing him. With all of my might, I yank. Zombie fingers grip at his sleeve. I see Norm lean over us, his movement a blur, and his gun registers shots that never seem to end. The zombies leaning into the shattered window are replaced with different zombies. Their faces and skin and smell are no different. They're all horrible, nightmarish. Herb manages to crawl over the back seat, and over Darlene and Abby screaming and yelling, one of them says, "Ow!" And Herb disappears into the trunk, his legs sticking up, boots scraping the Ford ceiling. I have my own gun in hand, but now I pick up Herb's, and I'm shaking so bad. 2 guns are better than 1. I'm bound to hit something. I pump lead into the tide of zombie faces, not even missing one time, actually. My eardrums are shot. My eyes are blinded by the flashes from the muzzle. But I squeeze the triggers until the car's stink is replaced with the smell of gun smoke, and until I see daylight through the fallen bodies. It's not much daylight, just a hint, really. Enough to make me drop the guns on the front seat and let Norm and Abby take over shooting duties. Faintly, I see Darlene shift in the back and grab Herb, shake him. But that's all I see and all the time I can spare to give up. She's all right. Herb's all right. No time to worry now. The dense forest of walking carcasses begins to clear in front of us. There are still zombies on our left. They bump and smack the sides of the SUV, rocking it and causing the shocks to groan. I stomp on the gas. They're so packed on the side, one zombie's arm rips off with the motion of the Ford. I almost throw up looking at it, I swear to God. The fingers still wiggle and a white knob of bone juts out, shiny with blood, both red and black. I look away and slap it onto the floor, feeling like I'm in dire need of a shower. "Watch out!" Abby screams. Her and Norm have been thrown back against the seats. Abby points ahead. She's pointing at more zombies. I grip the wheel tighter. I have momentum. I have speed. I'm coming at them like a bowling ball, and they're the lone pins. Their eyes flicker with yellow, but it's like they never see me coming. Their mouths hang slack-jawed as the Ford smacks into them. It's about 4 zombies. I didn't get a good look at their clothes or features, and quite frankly, I don't care. All that's left of them are blackish-red smears on my cracked windshield. 29. The engine is so loud. Still, I hear Herb's cries over the growling. Norm crawls into the front seat. "You okay?" he asks. "Everything okay back there?" 3 weak yeses come from behind me. "You okay, little bro?" I nod, never looking at him. I'll be honest, I'm too afraid to take my eyes off of the road now. Too afraid another pack will jump out from the trees and trap us again. That was too close. Way too close. But I guess it always is, isn't it? "I was sure you were going to turn tail or at least do something stupid like open the door and make a run for it," Norm says. He then bends down and picks up the guns. He examines Herb's closely, breathes on the chrome, fogging it up and wipes it on his shirt. "Glad you didn't. Very brave move." "Thanks," I say. The SUV is traveling at about 60 on a road where we should probably only go 40 to 45. The airfield is in sight. I can't hold back now, but I'm aware of the slapping sound of something under our back left tire. I don't even want to think of what body part is stuck in our wheel ruts. Darlene's blonde head bobs in the rearview mirror. I realize I'm still gripping the wheel tight because my palms are burning. I want nothing more than to pull off to the side of the road, let go of the steering wheel, and go back and comfort her and Herb. But I can't. The world hangs in the balance. Norm reloads the pistols, holsters Herb's, and puts mine in the middle console. "Maybe we shouldn't have given Herb a gun," he says to me in a quiet voice. Outside of the windows, the fields and trees are going by in a blur. I pick up speed, but I still won't take my eyes off of the road, not fully. I'll glance here and there, or look out of the corner of my eye. "No, it was fine," I say. "I don't know," Norm says, running his finger along the black muck on the edge of the broken window. "If it wasn't for Herb, we'd still be trapped," I say. And it's true. If it wasn't for Herb, I would have never had to start shooting the zombies, and they would have never cleared the road enough for me to drive forward. It was a perfect distraction. A very dangerous distraction, true, but still perfect. "I don't know," Norm says. His voice is playful. I'm expecting a joke, and this is not the time. It's his way of coping with things, with tragedy. It tells me he's actually nervous of what we'll find at the airfield. We pass a sign that says Butane Airport, a proud partner of BSU. "It's fine," I say to Norm, filling the silence. "I'd give that whole ordeal 2 thumbs down," he says. Now I have to turn my head because Norm has something in his hand. I can't help myself either as I see it. I burst out laughing. Norm has to drop what he's holding and grip the wheel because I'm busting a gut. "Jesus Christ!" Abby shouts. "You two are so immature." I get control of myself, and just as the funnies pass over me and I notice the car veering over the now arbitrary double yellow line, Norm takes the zombie arm and moves the thumb down into an erect middle finger. "Immature that," Norm says, and busts out laughing. Abby scoffs. I see, despite all of this, she's smiling. That's what I love about these people, my family. We can be inches, no, centimeters, away from death, and still crack jokes immediately after we survive. I know there's a time and a place for humor, and this is probably not the time, with Herb in the back still sniffling and our blood pressure still spiked. But I have to say, I also think this is the perfect time for that. I can see why Norm uses humor as a way to cope. For a moment, I forget all about the snarling zombie faces, the way Klein betrayed us, all the people I left dead in Washington no more than 48 hours ago, and the fact that whether or not the world ends depends on our success. Norm wipes his streaming eyes with the back of his hands. "I'm just kidding," he says. Then he raises his voice and says, "You hear that, Herb? You saved the day." I did," Herb's voice answers back. "You did, Herb," I say. "Thank you." In the rear view, Herb pokes his head up from the back, smiling. His eyes are red and puffy from crying. Darlene ruffles his small afro and he smiles wider. "You're welcome, Jackie. Anything for you guys. I love you guys so much." He kisses both hands and blows them toward the front of the SUV like he's a famous person receiving some award or something. I can't help but smile and shake my head. We turn into the airfield's parking lot. There are a few cars. All of them are sitting on flats, their glasses covered in debris from the harsh storm a few hours ago. All of them except one car. And this car is parked crookedly near the front doors, the passenger side hanging open. All of the good humor goes out of me, replaced with that usual sinking feeling of fright. It's as if a cinder block is tied around both of my ankles while my hands are cuffed behind my back and my mouth is duct-taped, and somebody tosses me into the deepest part of the ocean, so I don't die while I'm at the bottom. I die on the way down. That's how I feel. That's probably how we all feel. But we file out of the SUV anyway. Because we have to. 30. Herb doesn't act as scared as normal. For this, I am grateful. But not so much for him trying to lead the pack into the heart of the unknown. The butane airfield is nothing like an airport whatsoever. It's just 2 hangars, a runway, a few other smaller buildings clustered off to our left and right, and the main part in front of us. The doors were once barricaded, but have now been broken through. From the looks of it, it must have happened a while ago. Seeing the cracked glass and the tipped barricades and the crookedly parked cars brings goosebumps up my arms. I still can't comprehend this way of life where scenes like this are the norm. Herb sees the open door up the walkway, the top part of its glass completely gone, swinging and banging. There's a slight breeze, but that's not why the door is open, I think. It's open because we've just missed Klein. I reach out and grab Herb. I'm not rough or anything. He jumps at my touch and kind of seems to melt right there on the spot. So much for bravery. I can't blame the big guy. It's hard to be brave. I'll be the first to admit that. "Slink back," I say to Herb. He frowns, but I think I see relief in his eyes. "Let Norm and me go first," I say. "Make sure it's safe." "Okay, Jackie," Herb says. "You got our back, right, Herb?" Abby asks, and Herb nods furiously. The whole time, both Darlene and Norm are looking quite squeamish. I think it's the silence of the place. This large airfield where a million noises should be sounding. Jet engines, trucks beeping while they back up, car engines and their doors opening and closing, people clamoring. But instead of that, there's nothing. Not even the distant chirp of a bird. To be totally honest, it is quite unnerving. Most things in this dead world are. Zombies. That's what really gets me, I think. We saw a pack not even half a mile up the road. In a sense, and I feel my heartbeat get faster as I think this, we are racing against two clocks. Klein and his end-of-the-world scheme, and the swarm of zombies just down the road, who will undoubtedly come here as soon as the bullets and planes start flying. If it comes to that, Jack, I think. Norm has both hands on his pistol and he follows me to the front door. I catch eyes with Darlene, then she turns her head to make sure we're still safe from all sides. Abby goes around the side of the building, her gun held low. I peer into the broken glass. All I see are shadows and flipped waiting area furniture. There's a front desk and poles where ropes probably once hung separating the lobby from the boarding area. There's a metal detector and a conveyor belt, both lit by the faint morning sunshine streaming in through the patched and barricaded window cracks. It's still too quiet. I look back to Norm and nod my head. He nods back, and we head into the airport's main building. Guns in our hands, hearts in our stomachs. 31. As we are walking through the hallways, I'm again reminded of how eerie it all is. The desolate towns and deserted streets are one thing, but an airport? Those are never deserted. No matter what airport I've been in, there are always too many Starbucks and way more people. It really is a shock to the system. We go through the security checkpoint without much trouble, obviously. This is probably because the corpse of a security man is up against the wall, old blood smeared on the plaster, rib bones protruding from the shredded clothing. The shirt was once blue and now it's a dingy reddish navy. I realize as I'm passing this corpse, looking the chewed face up and down, that my footsteps are the only ones echoing. Everyone else has stopped. I turn around and see them huddled together, glaring at the dead security guard. Herb is the biggest of them all, yet he slinks low enough to be at Abby's height, and she's pretty short. Come on, I say. Jack, Darlene says. What? Maybe we should stick together, she says. I shake my head, not at her, but at myself. I look back to the security guard. It's weird, but I notice it doesn't really affect me. This dead man, this body stripped of its meat, now all but a husk of matted blood and chewed bones. This isn't good. I've become desensitized. I've become the video game character you play when you're not afraid to die because if you die, the game just restarts. Well, life's not a game. It doesn't restart. You don't get a second chance. I'm sorry, I say. The front desk's computer stared at us with dead screens. They might be dead, and most of the world might be dead with them, but we aren't. I hug Darlene. No, we aren't. 32. He's probably waiting in the shadows to jump us, Norm says. Herb gasps. Darlene and I part. He's probably got his piece pointed at us right now, just waiting to pull the trigger, Norm says. And you two are hugging. Come on. His eyes scan the shadowy building, but it's so big and some of the shadows are so dark, it's almost impossible to know exactly what lurks in them. Klein or some other kind of monster. No, Herb says, shaking his head. No, Norm. His voice has a tinge of finality to it, as if to say there's no arguing his point. Doc Klein would never, ever do that. He's a good man. He's not no killer like Butch and Spike. I wouldn't count your chickens before they hatch, Norm says. What chickens? I got no chickens, Norm, Herb says. I mean, Klein held a gun to Father... Norm says as Abby elbows him in the ribs, causing an oomph to escape from his mouth instead of the rest of that sentence. Shut it, Abby says. I give my older brother a nod. Let Herb be Herb. He knows this world is bad. He put up with Eden for God knows how long. I'm just saying, Norm says, but is cut off again. This time by a gunshot, and it doesn't come from inside of the building. It comes from beyond it, past the dirty glass overlooking the tarmac. Muffled, but oh so loud. I jump, and so does everyone else. Darlene instinctively brings her body closer to me. Let's go, I say. Reluctantly. They follow me. 33. 3 figures on the horizon, backlit by a blistering sunrise. One of the figures is unmistakably Dr. Klein, and the other Father Michael, and the other one is not someone I know. I'm thinking it's George or maybe an unlucky looter. I'm running through corridors filled with tipped luggage carriers and downed, overspilled trash cans. There, Norm shouts. He's right by my side. The others lag a little behind. Norm's footsteps are heavy and wall-shaking. Norm points through a hole in the window panes. The only problem is we are now about a story up. It wouldn't be an easy drop at all. I stop short at the shards of glass, barely registering the blood dried to the jagged teeth sticking out of the frame, and doing the same to the bodies on the pavement below. There's 2 of them. That's all I'm aware of. Gotta be another way, I hear Abby say behind me. She gasps for breath. The injury has done more than just take her left hand. It's also taken all of her endurance. No time, Norm shouts. Look, he's going to kill him. I won't lie. I expected Norm to be cut off by the sound of a gunshot, and the squirming man about 300 feet away from us to stop his squirming. But that's not the case. I get to the edge of the window and look down below. There's a tipped ladder just beneath the building's shadows. I swallow harshly and my throat makes this dry clicking noise I hate. It burns a little too because I know what I have to do. And God, I hate that I have to do it. But it's the only way. I take a step. Now my right foot is hovering over nothing. The 2 bodies below me aren't moving. Besides, I've fallen off of higher things in my lifetime. Once, I fell out of my grandma's apple tree and nearly broke my arm. No, just kidding. I'm talking about the time I tackled Pat Huber off the Woodhaven Rec Center to save the rest of my group's lives. That was about 3 stories, and the only thing I had to break my fall was a few shrubs and the soft middle and bony chest of the elder Huber. It was not a soft landing, and my ribs still ache when the weather turns sour. Just thinking about taking this plunge has already got them flaring up. Jack, Darlene is screaming. And she always does, doesn't she? She's always screaming at me because I'm always doing something stupid. I can't blame her. She loves me, I get it. I wouldn't want her jumping out of a broken window to the hard concrete below, especially if she had a history of doing dumb things like I do. I also try not to think about Billy being dropped off the top of the building in D.C. to feed the cannibal prawns. Try not to think about the splat his body made when he hit the alleyway, or the sound of those cannibal bastards cheering. What the fuck? Norm says. But he's cut off for a 3rd time, but probably not really. I'm sure up there he got to finish his sentence. I just can't hear him over the wind whistling into my ears, or Darlene's shrill shriek, or Herb's grunt of confusion, or the mental punch of Abby's sass saying, "Jack, you dumbass." I fall for what feels like an eternity, and my knees and ribs ache with phantom pain that lasts even longer than that. Then I hit the concrete. Except I don't. I hit the bodies below me. They make a noise that sounds exactly how I'd imagine stomping a jelly-filled donut would sound. A kind of hearty squirt. Seeing how these are bodies we're talking about and not freshly baked pastries, there's also a crack from the force of my weight pummeling their rib cages or skulls or something like that, I don't know. It doesn't hurt at all. None of us. "Idiot!" Norm shouts down at me. "Wait, no!" I look up to see another body falling from the window. My hands shoot out reflexively. It's Darlene. She lands on top of me, and we wind up laying in each other's arms on the tarmac. She smells like sweat, but she's beautiful, even with her blonde hair covering my face. "You I start to say. "I'm not letting you go without me," she says, and she springs up, using my chest and groin as a stepping stone. I can only shake my head as she runs past me, her pistol in hand. I look up to Norm and Abby and Herb. Norm shrugs at me and then waves me forward. "We'll find a way. Go, Jack, go." I do. 34. Problem is, this isn't a movie. Did I think I was going to be able to jump from a window, get screamed at by my family, have Darlene body slam me like a pro wrestler, and not get noticed? Yeah, things don't happen like that in this apocalypse, as much as I want them to. I see the gun leave the fat guy's face only because the sun glints off the chrome, and it finds Darlene. My chest tightens. Legs pick up speed. She's got a pretty good distance ahead of me. The fat guy is on his knees, directly in Klein's line of sight, and Father Michael is in a headlock. "Stop right there," Klein shouts at her. He won't shoot. He doesn't have it in him. At least, I don't think he does. I keep running, and when I see the look in Klein's eyes, this rabid look, almost the same one I saw in the starved dog while we were driving through the city, I stop. Darlene does too. "Klein," I shout, "you don't have to do this." "Leave me alone, Jack. Turn around and let this happen," he says. "Take your girl with you." Father Michael has his teeth gritted. Sweat pours from his brow and tears from his eyes. Klein moves the gun from me and now sticks it on Father Michael's temple. The priest squeals as soon as the metal touches him. Slowly, I walk forward until I'm about 5 feet from Darlene, my gun raised. We are in a standoff. I don't know how this is going to play out. "Stop it, Jack. I mean it," Klein says. One eye darts to Darlene. "Call her off." "This doesn't have to be like this," I say. "Just drop Mike and we can talk this out." "Drop him, asshole," Darlene barks through gritted teeth. "You don't understand," he seethes. He's right. I don't. And as soon as Father Michael is out of harm's way, I'm putting a bullet in Klein's face. "Help me understand. Help me," I say, just trying to buy us some time. Klein looks off in the distance behind me where the rest of the group is running. I hear their footfalls, but I don't dare turn around. "The bastard's crazy," the fat man says on his knees. He looks very disheveled. "He gonna take one of my planes. Don't let him." I ignore this man. "There's only so many spots left. They won't take everyone. They only take the ones who can contribute," Klein says. He's talking to himself more than he's talking to me, as if he's trying to work out some mathematical problem. "It's all right," I say. "It is. We can survive together. We can be a family." "The odds," Klein says, "of survival are next to nothing. We don't possess the correct—" What are the odds the dead rise up and walk the earth? I ask. You don't understand, Klein says. Fuck this, Darlene says. And the words no are right on my lips. She shoots once and misses because Klein has let go of Father Michael. And he's fast, so fast. Something changes on his face, something that makes me freeze. His craziness turns to desperation. I see his finger twitch in slow motion. No, I shout. But my shout is cut off by a gunshot. A cloud of red mist explodes from Father Michael's face as he lurches forward. A hole appears in his forehead from seemingly nowhere. He's dead before he hits the ground. The fat man screams. Darlene drops her gun, trying to catch Father Michael. I go to shoot, but I'm not quick enough. Klein growls and grabs Darlene by her head. The fire blazes inside of me. Just a second sooner and my bullet would have eviscerated Klein's face. Now I can't do anything. He has Darlene in that same headlock, his still smoking gun pressed to her head. He has my fiancée. I'm not breathing. My heart's not beating, blood not pumping. Oh, God, why? What did I do to deserve this? Oh, God, why? Klein doesn't linger, and what I hate most is the smirk on his mouth. The bastard is actually smiling. Father Michael lay in front of them, bleeding. I have my sights on him. My hand shakes. I don't trust my aim. If I'm a hair's width off, I could kill the love of my life. It's not worth the risk. Slowly, the two of them back up, Darlene saving Klein's life. For now. They disappear into the shadows of the closest hangar. 35. By the time Norm, Abby, and Herb reach me, Darlene and Klein are gone. They've taken this crying man's plane, this man on his knees in a pool of Father Michael's blood. I'm helpless. I can do nothing but watch their plane take off into the blue sky. I've never felt so hopeless. As they flew off, I swear I could see Darlene's face in the window. I swear. That bastard! Norm yells. He's fuming, his chest rising and falling. Oh, God, Abby says, turning away from Father Michael's body. She grabs Herb and leads him off, but Herb already saw, and he's crying. The sound seems so far away. I'm kind of just standing here, in shock. Jack. Jack! Jack! Norm screams. He's now in front of me. We have to get them, I say. We have to get Darlene back. Norm gives me a look like it's too late. But I won't accept that. I'm not going to give up. I'm not. There is a long span of time that passes that I don't remember. I'm numb. I'm pacing. I'm frantic. I'm screaming. I'm crying. I'm covering up Father Michael's bloody corpse. I'm on the ground. God help me. God help Darlene. God help us all. 36. Jackie, is Darlene gonna be all right? Herb asks. His face is an ashy color. I don't answer at first. He pokes me. The sky is very bright. My head throbs. I don't think I have left the general vicinity of where Darlene was taken hostage in hours. Or it could be minutes since they flew away. I don't know. Then I answer because I have to snap out of it. I have to be strong. I can't lay down and let Klein win. She'll be fine, Herb, I say. We'll get her back. Doc won't hurt her. He's a nice man. He's just keeping her safe, Herb says. I try my best to smile, knowing this is not the truth, knowing damn well Darlene could already be dead. Then Herb points at my arm, which is bleeding. He says, I have Band-Aids. His big hands dig into his pockets. They're real pretty. Have flowers on them. Darlene gave them to me. Oh, man, where are they? He pulls his pockets inside out. The only things that fall from them are a couple of shiny pennies and lint. He looks very disappointed, which for some reason makes me even sadder. His innocence is what does it. How can you be innocent in a world where you have to kill to survive? In a world where the saviors, the smart, upstanding men and women of this world, end up being the abominations we're taught to fear? Or in a world where a holy man lies dead at our feet, where a man's true love is taken from him? You can't. Yet somehow, Herb is. I envy him for that. You all right? Norm asks the fat man sitting near Father Michael's corpse. Yes, I'm all right, the fat man says. I'm George. Father Michael was my friend. We know, Norm answers. Then something changes on George's face. He goes from scared and sad to blood-red furious. That son of a bitch, he says. That son of a bitch killed my damn near only friend, and he took my goddamn plane. I'm sorry, I hear myself say. I really am, too. I'm sorry for it all, for everything. Tracker, George says. We all look at him like he's crazy, sitting there in Father Michael's blood, teary-eyed and sweaty. Tracker on my plane. I can get him. I can get that rotten son of a bitch. I gasp. You mean it? Trackers? George nods. I look to Norm to see what his expression is. Usually Norm can tell the crazies, and he knows all that techno-babble about planes and stuff, being in the military and all. But he's giving me no sign that this man is spouting nonsense. I feel my chest, very hesitantly, fill up with hope. Trackers, George says again. He gets up, blood dripping off of him, and heads to the other shuttered hangar. I find myself following, again trying not to get my hopes up. As I'm walking, I hear Abby scream, and instantly, I know what that scream is about. Zombies. Always. I snap my head in that direction, seeing Norm get into his battle stance, and Abby race across the tarmac to grab Herb away, crying. I see the first signs of the horde spilling out from around the corner. Mangled limbs, bloody, tattered clothes, and those eyes. Always those yellow eyes. Hell has vomited up on Earth, and we are drowning in its 37. No, we can't fight this horde. The odds are not in our favor. Norm aims at the lead zombies about 50 paces away. Don't waste your ammo, I say. We aren't going to be able to circle back to the car where the rest of our weapons and ammunition is. What we have on us, which is not much, is all we have. The thought alone is a punch to the gut. Norm understands and lowers his pistol, shaking his head. Tough luck. Real tough luck. The hangar, I say. We need to move, and we need to move fast. Abby and Herb reach us, breathing hard and fast. She has a look on her face that says, please don't tell me we have to keep running. But we do. Come on, Herb, I say. He stands looking at the coming wave of dead with wide eyes, shaking. We are going to be okay. We just have to move. As hard as it is right now, I can't think of Darlene. I have to get to the plane and get everyone to safety. The sounds of the zombies fill the air, seem to drown my voice out. We turn and start moving. The hangar is a ways down from the hangar Klein escaped from. I scan the surrounding area quickly and don't see any zombies, but who knows what'll be inside of the place. I really doubt all that will be in there is a plane. Call me a pessimist. I've just seen too much shit in this world to think otherwise. We move across the runway. My legs are burning and my arms are even worse. Dimly, I'm aware that I'm in the lead. The sun beats down on us overhead. Summer is close, but the zombies are closer, and that's all that matters. Norm slingshots ahead of me, his pistol gleaming in his hand. He moves very gracefully, checks the narrow alleyways between buildings with a once-over, and then grabs the hangar's sliding door. He heaves it open. Inside is a plane that gleams about as bright as Norm's gun in the sunlight. It's not very big, but it's bigger than the one Klein took off in. He motions us inside of it. At first glance, this aircraft doesn't look like it's going to be able to fly very far at all, let alone carry all of us. I mean, Herb alone accounts for probably 75% of the plane's weight capacity. I move forward anyway. George climbs into the front seat and starts hitting switches. The engines kick on with a revving type of whine. Propellers blow papers all over the inside of the hangar. Norm crawls in next and reaches out to grab me. I take his hand. Then Norm disappears into the small fuselage for a moment and comes back as Herb and Abby are climbing up the 3 steps. He looks beyond me while George is screaming over the roar of the engines for us to hurry our asses up. Norm's tan face drains of all color, and I don't need to turn around to know what the cause is, because I hear them. I can actually hear them over the propellers and whirring machinery. I do look over my shoulder, just for the hell of it. I quickly wish I hadn't, because what I see nails me to the ground. My bones feel like they have simultaneously turned to steel and jelly. This is not the horde from the road. Well, it is, but it's more than that. It's as if that horde teamed up with 3 more hordes. It's as if DC has followed me to the smallish town of Butane. They are so many. They move like one collective mass, all rotten and gummy and petrified. Their yellow eyes glow brighter than the sun, and they search us out. Fresh meat. It's only as Norm grabs me harshly by the collar that I move from the doorway. I slam the door shut. The dead are moving faster than they should. They must be pushing each other forward. Some kind of zombie support system, something like that. I hear a beeping coming from the cockpit. The door is open and George's hands move with lightning speed, going from button to switch to button. Then the plane lurches forward and the sounds of the engines seem to go quieter. The sun comes in through windows. We are now out from the shade of the hangar. "Hold on to your dicks," George shouts over the intercom. "It's going to be a bumpy ride." My heart is beating hard. I look out of the 12 or so passenger windows and see that the runway is littered with zombies. Seriously, you can barely see the concrete, and the bits of tarmac that you can see are stained with blood and ooze and guts, dripping from the shambling corpses. Seeing this is really a punch to the groin, I'll tell you. What is even worse, what is a full-fledged dick punch, is seeing the crowd piling over Father Michael's body some distance away. Seeing the zombies swarm and fight over bits of his flesh and guts. Seeing him disappear. I look away. I have to. Then I am almost thrown to the floor as the plane lurches to the right. I feel a spike of fear. We aren't supposed to turn right. The runway runs a long way to the left. Surely we'll need to pick up speed before we can get airborne. I use the wall to climb my way up to the cockpit. George sits in a chair. Norm hovers over him, pointing to screens and gadgets. "What are you doing?" I shout. "Ain't gonna make it," George says. "Well, that's reassuring," Abby says. She's since come up from the fuselage. I glance over my shoulder and see Herb sitting with his head in his hands. "Not what I meant, little lady. You want to ride through that?" George says, cocking a thumb to the left at the swarming mass of zombies. "You be my guest, then." He pulls his Stetson hat down over his ears and tips it back so it's level with his hairline. Abby doesn't answer. "Now go sit down. Buckle up tight. I think this is going to be a bumpy one," George says. Norm sits down in the passenger seat, starts buckling himself up. He doesn't look too concerned. I guess that's comforting, but me? Well, I'm about as calm as a fish out of water on a scorching hot day. George turns around as he realizes we haven't gone back to our seats. He must see my face, and I must look really bad because he says, "Oh boy, where is that calm demeanor at?" It's like he's turned into a different person once behind the controls of a plane. "I left all of it out there," I say, trying not to think of Darlene or Father Michael. "Well, I'd say go back out there and get it," George says. "But, you know." I look out the window. I tell myself I shouldn't. It's like a person who's afraid of heights telling themselves not to look down when they're on the top floor of a skyscraper. But like that person, I look anyway. They just keep coming from the road, which is about a quarter mile away from the runway. Take them one by one, and they're nothing, unless they catch you by surprise. Take them like this, and it's a disaster. "Go buckle up," George says. He flips something above his head, and the engines whine again. "No need to worry, honest. This here's a Pilatus PC-12. It can turn on a dime and practically take off like a rocket, let me tell you." I look to the small stretch of runway to our right, the complete opposite of where we are supposed to take off from. And at the end of the strip is a forest. The trees look like skyscrapers, and I can't help but feel like we're going to end up being cut down by the branches, like hands swatting at flies. George feels it necessary to add in, "Don't hold me to that," the verbal equivalent to an asterisk. Abby tugs on my sleeve. "Come on, Jack," she says. I look at her, but beyond her I see Darlene with her wide eyes and pasty face in my mind. The image of Klein grabbing her hair and yanking, hearing her scream. God, I'm shaking with anger, with fear, with revenge. I go back to the fuselage. The plane lurches again, and I nearly fall on my ass. I scramble to a seat and try to buckle in. From a side window, the horde of zombies seem to fade away. I can almost breathe a sigh of relief. We are pulling away. The G-force starts to settle into my bones, pushing me against the seat. Herb has his eyes jammed close, hands gripping the armrests. Abby looks out the window. George talks over the intercom, despite the plane being small enough for us to hear his real voice anyway. "Hold on tight," he shouts. "I'm putting her into overdrive. Han Solo, motherfuckers!" He trails off laughing. And just as I'm starting to breathe that sigh of relief, the plane stutters. We are knocked off course. The propellers sound as if they are eating something. It's horrifying. A wave of blood soaks the windshield. It drips down slowly, almost as if it's mocking us. Then the little of that beautiful day I was so happy about earlier inverts, and the sound of metal scraping concrete rakes my eardrums. The plane is basically in the air and on the ground at the same time. A horde of zombies are slowly lumbering toward us. Each moment we waste here is another moment Darlene and Klein get farther away from me. 38. The plane isn't in the air. It should be, but it's not. It stopped on the runway because a zombie got caught in the propellers, causing alarms and sirens to shriek and George to curse and frantically go back to switching his controls. By the time the plane moves again, it's too late. It's like the Ford on the road. They surround us. So many of them. I feel like I can't breathe. Near the front, cupboards fly open and glass bottles spill onto the floor. Some break, some go rolling down the aisle as the plane tries to pick up speed. I'm digging my hands into the armrests. My teeth grind. Outside of my side window, a black shadow seems to form. It's the zombies, and my right hand instinctively goes for my gun. Over the beeping comes a thump, thump, thump. Herb screams and points out the window. "Goddamn zombies!" George shouts. It's like we're wheeling through thick mud and not concrete. Thump, 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 thump. The plane rocks back and forth. Pretty soon, we're going to be covered in zombies. I don't want to look out the window, but I have to. What I see sends shivers up and down my body. The zombies are out there, all right. And it's not the zombies I'm used to. Gone are the brain-dead dummies who will keep coming at you even if you put a slug in their gut. What I see are glowing eyes of understanding. Hundreds of them. It's like they're all mocking me. Like they know we are stuck and they will get to us sooner or later. Now, this could just be my imagination or my brain's own paranoid response to a traumatic situation, but I'd almost swear some of them are smiling. I don't think that disease that did this to them would let them die with a smile on their faces. I unbuckle my seatbelt. The plane's not going anywhere, and I have to get in the air because I have to get Darlene back. I'm not about to let the zombies win, and I'm certainly not going to let Klein win. "Jack?" Abby says. I glance over at her as I stand in the aisle. "What are you doing?" I ignore her, bend down and pick up 2 bottles. One Jack Daniels and another clear bottle of what I think is vodka, and I go to the door. I grab a few rags. Some of them look used, like they wiped up grease or something. I might be stupid for doing this. "Wait just a doggone minute," George is saying, but it's too late. I cut him off and ask Norm for his lighter. I know he has it on him. He always does. It's the soldier in him. He gives me a weird look before understanding dawns. He digs in his back pocket and flips it to me. "You crazy son of a," he is saying. I don't hear the rest. I open the door and I climb out. From the corner of my eye, right before I get on top of the bloody wing, feeling the wind of the dying propellers on my face and hair, I see Norm smirking at me, as if he was proud. This is nothing to be proud of. This is desperation. This is craziness on my part, in the name of love. 39. As soon as the zombies see me or smell me or whatever these fucked up abominations do, their groans and voices grow much louder than the dying plane engine. I'm on the wing. My hands are sweaty and my legs are shaking. In my pocket I have the medium-sized bottles of Jack and vodka. The zombies reach for me, but I'm not even close to them. The smell is death. I won't say it's sickening sweet anymore. That ship has sailed as these bastards cooked in the hot sun and rotted for the better part of 7 or so months. Sure, some are fresher than the others, but the stench would say otherwise. They all have skin the color of puke and old cheese. Their jaws, those who have them, hang open as the death rattles slip from rotted throats. Their eyes shine at me like searchlights. All of them are turned up. I'm the center of attention at last. I scrabble up the wing, but my heart stutters as my sweaty hands betray me. I slip and fall hard on my side. I hear glass breaking. Pain shoots through my leg, the already wounded one, as glass drills into me and warm alcohol spills down my pants. That or blood or urine. I don't know. But I do know I'm scared as all hell. The propellers barely spin. Hands scratch at the metal. My legs dangle above the encroaching crowd of dead. I know their arms are stretched up, waiting for me to drop. And my hand is slipping, nails digging into the metal, cold underneath my fingernails, pain bursting through my hands. Now I feel more warmth running down my pant legs. This has got to be urine. Don't judge. You'd piss yourself too if you were in my position. The hands beat on the metal over and over again, drowning out my thudding heartbeat. I think of Darlene, and how she's dead without me. How it's up to me to clear the dead and get us airborne so I can find her. I can't lose her again. I just can't. I scream and I don't think. I just do. I slap my hand on the wing, sliding a little as my heart goes into my throat, and repeating the process. Something brushes my boot. My muscles tense up. Now I can think. I have no choice not to think as I feel the slimy hands and gnarled fingers run their way up my leg. They grip my shoe and pull, dead weight. My nails screech on the metal. It's almost cartoonish, almost unreal. I'm thinking of Norm without his index finger and Abby without her left hand. And now I think of me without my right foot. I think of me not able to run from the dead when that's the only choice left as I fall farther and farther down the wing. No, I wheeze. The door hisses as it opens. Straining to look out the corner of my eye, I see Norm. He raises his gun and lets a shot off. The hands and fingers scrabbling at my leg and exposed ankle disappear. "You crazy bastard," Norm says. "Took you long enough," I wheeze. He shoots again. Then he holsters his gun and climbs up on the wing. He gives me his hand, pulls me up. "Thank you," I say. "Thanks a lot. All the times I've saved you, little bro. Did you really expect me to let you die?" I smile. Norm glances over the quivering mass of zombies below us. They stretch all the way to the airport's main building. "Well, at least I'm not going to let you die alone," he says. The propellers have pretty much stopped altogether. It's not the engine that drowns out Norm's voice, but the sounds of the zombies instead. I reach into my pocket and pull out bits of wet glass and a cap with the plastic covering still attached. In the other pocket, I pull the whiskey free and the rags. I pop the lid off and stuff the rag into the bottle's neck, soaking it with warm alcohol. Norm looks at me with curiosity. He still has his gun up. I notice it's not shaking in his hands. He's cool and calm somehow. "Ever thrown a Molotov cocktail before?" he asks. "Only in video games," I say. "Let me do it," he says, holding his hand out. "No way," I say. Seeing these zombies, seeing all of them with their yellow eyes turned up to us, trying to get my family, and the fact that they are somewhere eating Father Michael just pisses me off. No, these bastards are mine. With the rags soaked in the booze and hanging out from the neck, I take the lighter and run my thumb over the gear. A flame sparks, catches. I hold the rag over it. It catches too. The warmth bathes my face, and the bottle almost instantly heats up. I don't let it linger in my hand. I cock it back behind my head and throw it. It sails through the air, the fire burning low in the bright sunshine. Zombie eyes follow its trajectory until it lands with an explosion of flame in the middle of the runway. Bodies light instantly. Death rattles turn to high-pitched shrieks. I know they don't feel pain. At least, I don't think they do. I think it's a semblance of their old selves remembering what pain is, remembering that fire means death. Old stale clothes catch fire. Arms go up to the heavens and legs move around at the same pace they moved before. Bodies bump into more bodies and more fire spreads. Soon it stretches the length of the horde, which in turn seems to stretch for miles. The flames are brighter than the sun, and I feel the temperature of the world turn a few degrees hotter. Norm slaps me on the shoulder. I lunge forward, almost slip, but he grabs me. My plan worked, like it worked in Woodhaven. It would have worked in D.C., too, if it wasn't for the endless supply of dead. "Let's go, boys," George shouts from the door. "Daylight's burning." Norm gives him a thumbs up. The zombies below us have receded into the pile at the heart of the runway. I thought of throwing the Molotov cocktail somewhere completely out of the way so we could take off properly. I don't know if my arm could have really gotten anywhere beside a target I knew I wouldn't miss. Besides, I needed to hit something that would catch, and the concrete would catch for as long as the whiskey provided fuel to burn, and that wouldn't be long. Imagine how much easier old petrified skin and sun-zapped clothes catch. Then Norm holds out his hand. My breath is momentarily caught. It's not often Norm offers this kind of praise. If Darlene wasn't gone, I'd be the happiest man on earth right now. I take his hand and we shake. "Seriously, nice job, little bro," he says. We head back into the plane, the sound of the propellers and the whipping wind spurring us forward. I smile and honestly can't wait until we're off of this god-forsaken coast. 40. "We took a little wing damage," George says as I walk past the cockpit and back through the aisle. Herb sits next to me. He's taken pillows from somewhere and blocked the windows nearest him. Faint sunlight and flickering flames stream in from between cracks, but the smell of fire is unavoidable. Herb sits with his gaze averted and his big hands stroking his hair. "It's okay, Herbie," I say. "I was scared," Herb says. Whenever something goes bad, Darlene is the first one to comfort him. Now she's not here, and I don't know what to do. Herb doesn't look at me. He smells sweaty and full of fear. The plane lurches. Outside the glass, I hear the flames crackling and licking. I think I hear flesh splitting and eyeballs so heated they pop. But I don't. There's no way. It's just my imagination. The stories inside of my head trying to get out even at times like these. Abby sits behind us, peeking through Herb's makeshift blinds. "Geez, Jack, hell of a throw. You didn't play football in high school, did you?" I shake my head, not looking at her. I'm thinking about Darlene. I hope she's alive. "Maybe all that working out at the Woodhaven Rec Center paid off," Abby says. No one laughs. "Listen, Jack, Darlene is going to be okay." I look at her. I don't know what to say. I'm afraid of speaking, of unleashing the raw emotion inside of me. George comes on over the intercom. "Skies are looking clear. Flight should be smooth, so buckle your seatbelts and prepare for takeoff." There's a faint crackle of feedback, and then it's silent. I buckle up. I move Herb's shutter. The fire has consumed all, almost. Blackened corpses writhe on the ground. Zombies who are only half burned shamble around. Some trip over the blackened corpses only to fall and not be able to get back up. It's quite sad. There's more who move around while the fire quickly eats away what rotten flesh they have left on their skeleton. They move with about as much grace as drunken three-legged dogs. Some of them are missing arms, so I guess the comparison is a good one. Seeing this can only make someone feel shitty. Shittier than I already feel. It's hard to believe the world has been reduced to this. The plane growls. I see through the cockpit that the front windshield is still soaked with blood, but enough has dripped away for George to make out the little stretch of runway we have to work with. I've never been a fan of flying. I've always hated how people will say, oh, the chances of crashing are much less than driving. Yeah, because there's no traffic thousands of feet in the air. But if your engine fails on the turnpike, you can at least pull off to the shoulder, whereas if your engine fails a mile above ground, you'll have a long time to think about your death before you finally crash and burn. I'd take a quick death over a long and drawn-out one any day. Yeah, an airplane crash would be quick, but the falling wouldn't. Give me a bullet to the brain instead of a zombie bite. Screw pain and suffering, man. But I'm suffering right now. Right, Jack? No. I can't let the dark thoughts get to me. I have to remain positive. Darlene is going to be okay. I'm going to make sure of it. And Klein is gonna pay. The plane takes off. The trees come at us in a rush, and I'm gripping the armrests, teeth gritted, lungs pressed into my spine, finding it hard to breathe. For a second, I think we are going to hit the trees. Think we are going to be cut down, and I won't worry anymore because I'll be dead. But we don't. We pass right over them. 41. It takes about 8 minutes for us to reach a cruising altitude, and even longer for me to feel comfortable enough to unstrap my seatbelt. Abby, on the other hand, is behind me flipping through a hunting magazine she found in a pouch on the back of my seat. She said her dad was a big hunter, though I remember her mentioning he wasn't around much as she was growing up. How she can flip through a magazine at a time like this, I don't know. I have to remind myself, Abby is only 19. She's still growing up no matter what she says. The younger you are, the harder it is to cope normally, I think. Norm comes out of the cockpit. His face is relaxed. Don't worry, he says. How can't I say. Norm shrugs. We'll get through this. We always do. Klein won't kill her. He has no reason to. He had no reason to kill Father Michael, I say. Abby flips pages loudly. Norm is silent for a moment. He did it to buy time. He knew there was still a chance you'd shoot him if he had Mike, but there wasn't a chance in hell you'd risk shooting him with Darlene in Mike's position. I shake my head. The anger rises. He won, is all I can think. I lean over the aisle. Abby stares at me over the open magazine on her lap. She holds it with her good hand and her bandaged stump, and it's an odd sight. She gets up and sits in the seat closest to us. Listen to your brother for once, Jack. She's okay. We're gonna get her back, she says, and she reaches out and grabs my arm, squeezes. She has an awkward smile on her face, like she wants to say more, but English isn't her native language. I get it. It's not her M.O. I lean back and close my eyes, ending this conversation of meaningless comfort. There's nothing I can do right now a mile up in the air. Nothing any of us can do except wait. As much as I hate it, it's the truth. I try to sleep, and maybe I do, but it's a dreamless sleep. I'm grateful for that. No dreams means no nightmares. I'm sick of nightmares because I'm living in one. We are still flying. No one is talking, so when a voice fills the cabin, drifting back to the fuselage, I think it's right to think it's the voice of God. 42. The voice says, "You are flying over unauthorized space. Divert your course or suffer the consequences." Norm and I rush to the cockpit. George hunches over the speaker, looking at it as if it's his worst enemy. "The hell I will," George says. "Maybe if you ask me nicely." Norm rests a hand on George's shoulder. The tan farmer jumps at his touch, but he knew we were here all along. "Let me talk," Norm says. Grumbling, George hands over the headset. No one gets to talk to me like that and live. I look to the tracking screen George has set up on the seat opposite him. I notice how close we are to the blip that represents Klein's stolen plane. Hope fills my chest as I realize his blip is no longer moving. I point to it, but George is still too red in the face to give a damn. I slap him on the back to get his attention. Norm sees me and turns to look at what I'm freaking out about. Look, I say. He's here. Where the hell are we anyway? Norm's eyes narrow at the screen. Then they blossom. This is Eagle 12, he says. Where that came from, I have no idea. Obviously, this is a trap. I'm grateful they haven't shot us down. We're probably too close for them to do that, wherever we are. Please divert your course, Eagle 12, the staticky voice says again. Requesting emergency landing, Norm says. Low fuel. The static shuts off. There's a large silence that follows. All of our eyes dart from each other's faces to the screens to the open blue sky tinged with red zombie blood beyond the nose of the plane. Request granted, the voice says. Landing bay. George slams his fist on the console, cutting the voice off. I know damn well where to land. What, they think this is my first fist fight? Hell no. Come on, let's strap in, Norm says. Trap? I ask him. Most definitely, he answers. My heart is beating abnormally fast. It's the allure of human voices. Trap or not, you don't hear enough of them these days, but I know I need to be cautious. People are monsters too. How far are we from the Mojave? I ask before leaving the cockpit. George glances at his instruments. We're right on the outskirts. We're somewhere in Nevada, he says. I've always wanted to see Vegas, Norm says. Don't think we will, I say. I go back to the fuselage and strap in. Abby asks what's going on, and I tell her we've requested an emergency landing and we're somewhere in Nevada. On cue, she flashes her pistol, and I nod. We are going to have to fight. But that's okay. I'll do anything for Darlene. I feel the plane lurch downward on its descent, and I also feel the desert heat baking me. I could be imagining that, or it could be my Ohio blood. I'm not used to heat like this. 43. The landing is rough, and Herb cries out a couple times. The plane screeches to a stop on the runway. What I like most is that there's no wait for the plane to taxi, or for all of the passengers to crowd into the aisle, trying to retrieve their carry-on bags from the overhead containers. We all get up when we stop, and we don't have any luggage besides the few weapons we have between us, and the clothes, bloody and a little smelly, on our backs. Well, we're here, George says. Stay frosty, Norm says. Abby rolls her eyes at him. I look out the window and see what looks like a military base. The hangars are painted green, and almost all of them are full of fighter jets and tanks. It's like Apocalypse Christmas. Army base? I ask Norm. None that I know, he answers. Look, Herb shouts. It's just like the little green guys I used to play with. Me and my cousin Bo would play every Sunday after church when Auntie would... Whoa, that's a lot of guns, Abby says. Friends of Klein, I say. What's the plan? Best we hide our weapons, Norm says, leaning to look out the window next to me. Play dumb. Screw that, George says. I need my plane back. Won't matter if you're dead, I say. George looks at me as if I'm crazy. I don't think we filled him in on Klein's plans. I don't think I want to. I look out of the window. The men, who do in fact look a little like toy soldiers, surround our small plane, their weapons raised. Half a year ago, I'd be shitting my pants, but right now, I'm okay. This ain't my first rodeo either. Come on, I say. Play it cool, Norm says. I nod. But no, there's not a chance of living if we play it cool. So I put my plan into action, and I'm the first to make a stupid decision. I shoot out the window looking onto the men. A few of them cower, caught off guard by the shot. Abby follows suit. Well, not what I was expecting, Norm says. He draws his gun and aims out the window. Ah, what the hell? George shouts, Hey, my plane! All of the soldiers now have their weapons raised. These are not Butch's soldiers either. These are not even the everyday people from the village. These are the kind of soldiers you'd see recruiting on college campuses and around malls. Cocky, arrogant. We don't want bloodshed, one says. He has a camouflaged hat pulled low over his ears, and he wears a sweat-stained shirt the same color of the surrounding sand and low mountains in the distance. He almost blends into the background, making him look like a floating head with sunglasses. We're supposed to keep you alive. Bullshit, I think. We don't want bloodshed either, Norm says. Yeah, this is between us and Klein, I say. My heart beats hard. Herb whimpers behind me. My name's Mandy Duncan, Captain Mandy Duncan, a woman says, stepping forward. She drops her gun and raises her hands. She knows we have the drop on them. We may be outnumbered, but we have the armor of the plane. We can pick them off one by one. I'm a good shot, so is everyone else. Everyone drop their weapons, I shout. Out of the corner of my eye, I see George shaking his head. A long moment of silence follows my voice. Then Mandy says, Very well, and she waves to the other soldiers. One by one, they drop their weapons, much to my surprise. The sound of a car in the distance turns all of our heads. A Jeep convertible in army green color comes toward us, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. I think about firing at it, but realize how stupid that would be. The Jeep stops a few feet short from the plane. A man wearing aviator shades and civilian clothes climbs out. He's broad-shouldered and full of confidence, the type of guy you just want to punch in the face. Another man follows closely at his heels like a puppy. He holds a clipboard. He's stooped, his face tan and wrinkled. He wears glasses almost exactly like Klein wears. They're both unfazed by the standoff. Greetings, the lead man says. His voice is about as confident as his stature. It makes you pay attention. We want Klein, I shout. Not small talk. I'm afraid you don't have a choice, the man says. And I'd suggest none of you move. We have 3 snipers aimed at the backs of your heads. Some of the finest snipers left in the world. I hold my breath. Fuck. Good. Now everyone throw your weapons out of the windows and come out with your hands up, the man says. We are beaten. There may not be snipers, but I'm not risking it. Not with Darlene somewhere out there. I throw my gun. Reluctantly, Norm and Abby follow. Herb goes on whimpering. We file out of the plane one by one. The man steps forward. I'm not the enemy, he whispers. And I look at him like, what the hell? He gives me a glare that tells me not to ask questions. Yet. Then louder. My name is Scott Hill. I run this base, and we sentence you to death. The crowd of soldiers burst into cheers. Roughly, Scott Hill grabs me and throws me to the ground. I don't let him. I don't go down easily. But in the end, I've lost regardless. We are all thrown to the ground and cuffed. Then we are thrown into the Jeep while the army men go on cheering. Scott climbs into the driver's seat and we're off, tearing down the open runway toward a crop of squat gray buildings on the horizon. Prisoners once again. We drive this stretch of military base for about half a mile. The cuffs bite into my wrist. I can think of nothing but Darlene, of getting out of them and killing everyone here to get to her. Then the Jeep turns into a long, narrow driveway, which leads to a small, hut-looking building. It's on the very edge. Scott and the small man, who I learn is named Joe, exchange an uncomfortable glance as the Jeep stops. I'll have to be quick. Quicker than I've ever been. This isn't the arena of Eden. I'll have my hands behind my back and no weapon. Scott turns around. I think, for a moment, we are about to be executed, not even given a chance. But Scott doesn't draw on us. He doesn't do anything like I expect him to do, and I'm grateful for that. He looks me square in the eyes and he says, "If you guys want to get at Central, you'll have to be smarter than landing your aircraft in the middle of a war zone." And we are all left speechless. 44. Scott ushers us into a small room. The walls are wood-paneled. The smell is of cigars and sweat. There's a rug on the floor. It's old and pockmarked, like something they might have dug out of the trash. Joe sets his clipboard down on the desk and takes what looks like an iPhone out of his hip pocket. We all just kind of watch with awe. It's been so long, it seems, since we've seen a smartphone. He presses the screen, swipes a few times, and this high piercing noise comes out from the speakers. I instantly grip my ears and grimace. Herb says, "Ow!" Then the sound stops and Joe nods at Scott. Scott looks up at the ceiling. I notice there are 3 tiny black balls hanging from the tile, like lifeless eyes. I'm reminded of security cameras in department stores. "You sure?" Scott says. "What is going on?" I ask. Seriously, what the hell is going on? Scott holds a finger up to me and Joe nods at him. "Okay, sorry," Scott says. "Joe had to scramble the communications." Norm is nodding his head vigorously like he understands. Abby folds her arms, tucking her missing hand beneath her right elbow. I just kind of gawk, my mouth hanging open, probably looking stupid as hell. 2 minutes ago, I thought I was dead. I was sure of it. "They're listening. They're always listening," Scott says. He looks paler out of the sunlight, and believe it or not, he's actually sweating. "Who is?" I ask. "Central. Isn't that why you're here?" Scott says. "To take Klein and them down?" My group and I all look at each other, narrowing our eyes. "Central?" I ask. "We don't know Central," Norm says. "We know that dickbag Klein, though," Abby says. "Yeah, he has my fiancée," I say. "Have you seen her?" Scott nods. "The blonde? Yeah, we saw her." Holy shit. She's alive. Oh, thank you, God. I couldn't think about her dead anymore. I just couldn't. It would kill me. I want to sprint forward and hug this man whom I barely know. I want to jump and scream at the top of my lungs. I want to do all of this, but I know it's not over yet. I still have to save her. And God damn it, I'm going to. "Is she okay?" I say, almost choking up. Abby grabs my shoulder and squeezes. I'm really on the brink of tears. Joe nods. "Beat up, but okay. The men from Central took her and Klein back to their base." "Who is Central?" Norm practically shouts, causing Herb to jump. "We said we don't know them." "You're not supposed to," Joe says. "They are running this camp. They keep us safe, keep us ignorant." Joe pushes his glasses up the bridge of his nose and stands a little straighter. "But we've gone out to the territories. We've seen what they do. We've seen the zombies." The way he's talking makes it sound like zombies are some great conspiracy theory. "So wait," Norm says, looking Joe square in the face. He flinches at his glare. "Hasn't everyone seen the zombies?" I tune most of the conversation out. I'm too happy to hear about Darlene. I can't sit around and waste any more time. Scott takes a deep breath. "It's kind of hard to explain without sounding crazy." "Please try," Abby says. "You can't get crazier than zombies." "She's right," Norm says. Abby gives him a wink. "Well, this was a quarantine camp that turned to a prison camp that turned to an electroshock brainwashing camp," Scott says. Joe's eyes are distant with a memory, I think. He shakes slightly. "Those down there were brainwashed," Scott says. "Yeah, that's crazy," Norm says. "Man, what'd y'all get me into?" George bellows. He goes and stands over by Herb, doing his best to ignore us. Herb doesn't notice George. He stares up at one of the black balls, oohing and eyeing, just being Herb, I guess. "And what about you two?" Norm says, eyeing the two men who are suddenly not as intimidating to me. "We found the truth. We found out about Project Reset. That's it," I say. "That's what we're trying to prevent." Snapped out of my scheming. Joe smiles and Scott looks a little relieved. "Good," Scott says. "We thought so. What organization are you with? Are you with Red Hawk? Lola?" Norm crosses his eyes and shakes his head. What kind of name is Lola for a secret organization? Sounds like what a kid would name his dog or something. "No," I say. "I'm just out for vengeance." Scott nods as if he understands, but I don't think he could ever truly understand. "I can respect that," Scott says. "Pretty," Herb says, dreamily, interrupting us all. Scott and Joe give him a glance, then turn back to us. But Joe snaps his gaze back at Herb, a worried look on his face. I look over at him. Their heads are tilted up. "Get away from that," Joe says. This catches me by surprise. I don't like his tone. I sense danger. A red light is flashing on the black glass balls. "Shit," Scott says under his breath. "How long?" "Can't be long," Joe answers. "Still coming back online." He pulls his iPhone out of his pocket and swipes. "Listen, we don't have much time," Scott says. He rushes over to us. My heart stutters because it's like he's almost going to hit me or something. Scott doesn't hit me, though. He grabs my hand. His palms are sweaty. He's shaking. I feel fear gripping my throat. "There's a lake past the mountains on the west side. That's where Klein went. Central came and took him and your fiancé as soon as they landed. They have the plans, and there's talk of starting the project within the next 48 hours. That's a rumor Joe picked up, so we don't know for sure. It could be sooner, could be later, or it could be right now." This is not good. Scott squeezes my hands until I'm grimacing, and my bones feel like they're grinding together. Norm steps between us. Scott lets go. "Okay, mountains, west side, got it. What else?" "There's a town. A ghost town beyond the fences Central put up to keep us safe. The town was erected around the gold rush of the 1800s, Scott continues, talking a mile a second. My head whirls with information. "Bullshit," George says. "Every town is a ghost town now," Abby says. "But this is a place that never updated," Joe says. "You'll see. It looks like an old Western movie set." "Okay," I say. It's weird how the Western movie genre comes back to haunt me all the time. "Then what?" "There's a place called Blood Rock. It's not advertised or anything, but you'll see what I mean when you get there. That's where Central's located." A car door slams outside of the building. We all jump simultaneously. All of us except for Norm and Herb. Norm because he's just badass like that, barely afraid of anything besides his own guilt and demons about being gay. And Herb because he's still looking at the blinking red dot in the black ball of glass. "Shit," Scott says, turning to the door. He pulls a gun seemingly out of nowhere and aims at it. I follow suit, and so does Abby and Norm. That momentary excitement tingles throughout my body, the electric buzz of a battle yet to be fought. George turns to the door, and just as he does, the wood explodes open from what sounds like a grenade. The very foundation of the building shakes. Dust comes down from the rafters. A cloud of smoke chokes the room, distorting the surroundings. The front desk and Joe's clipboard are vaporized. Shards of shrapnel fly through the air. George chokes out a cry. I'm almost frozen, cowering down, feeling the warmth of the fire and the smoke. Vaguely, I see the outline of George turn toward us. The blood dripping from his mouth is a vivid red. A piece of the wooden door juts out from his neck. His eyes bulge. "George!" I scream, lurching toward him. But Norm grips me and holds me in place. "Go! Go!" Scott yells at us. He hands me a set of keys and another gun, then pushes us toward the back with a wave of both hands. "We'll hold them off. Just stop them. Stop Central at all costs." I have the gun in my hand. I don't plan on running. If I run, these people who plan on destroying the world might get away with it. The cloud of dust and smoke settles low over the ground. George writhes in pain, choking out. It hurts to watch. Not only does the smoke sting my eyes, but the tears do too. I'm not stupid enough to think there's anything I can do to save him. He's gone. It's only a matter of time. Abby and Herb have already filed through the back door. Scott and I look at each other, understanding in both of our eyes. It's like he's passing me the torch. We nod. He grips his gun tighter, the whites of his knuckles showing through his tanned flesh. And then he turns to the door and screams. George has quit moving. George is dead. I watch as the first silhouettes of men burst through the smoke, their guns raised. Sparks light the air and thunder rumbles and shots go off. Joe is cut down by a bullet. The top of his head rips off. It's not clean. There's a spray of blood. No, a fountain of it. That's all I see because Norm is screaming into my ear, "Come on!" as the distant rumble of gunfire rocks the room next to us. I feel numb. My ears are ringing, and the world seems dead. I have to go for Darlene. I have to stay alive. 45. It takes a slap in the face from Norm for me to come back down to earth. Suddenly, the sound of the battle hits me full force. The lack of George's screaming, the new screaming of Scott, the rolling echo of gunfire in an enclosed space. The heat of the outside seeps in through the back door. We don't know where we are going, just that I have a set of keys Scott has given me. I hit the alarm button and soon hear the chirping in the distance, drowning out the shots behind us. Norm kicks open the black door and sweeps the area. I'm next, making sure Abby and Herb are behind me. Not surprisingly, 3 men, dressed in the dark camouflage of the men who we met upon our arrival to the base, lean out around the corner of the building with their rifles pointed in our direction. I'm quick, and I've become a good shot. I pull the trigger. Compressed thunder erupts from my hand. And then something happens. Something you'd never think would happen in a million years. It seems I've pulled the trigger a fraction of a second faster than the soldier has. My bullet slams into his rifle, and by way of strange magic or science or complete dumb luck, his rifle explodes in his hands. The man screams out as his arm is ripped clean from his socket. Dark red blood rains down on the sand. The explosion reaches his partners. One of the men's faces are studded with metal shrapnel. The other's clothes catch on fire. Two of them drop. The one on fire rolls around. The soldier left standing is the one without an arm, and he looks at the blood spraying from the socket with utter disbelief. So do I. I'm thinking, what am I? How could I? I decide to be a good guy now. I aim at his face and pull the trigger. The bullet takes him in the middle of the forehead and he drops, dead. Go, I shout. Go, the alarm, I say. Follow the alarm. It takes them a moment to snap out of it. I don't blame them. What just happened to those 3 soldiers is gruesome, and it almost puts seeing a zombie walking around with its guts hanging out to shame. It's only as the sounds of more gunfire from within the small building burst into our ears that we start moving again. Around the building, in a cracked pavement parking lot, is another Jeep like the one we've left in the front, except it's not sand-colored, and it has a roof. I turn the alarm off with the press of a button and get behind the wheel. In the rear view, I see the stream of people come from the building. They run through the pool of blood that belonged to the soldiers like it was rain puddles. These guys are not wearing camouflage, either. They're wearing slick black suits and sunglasses so dark they seem to suck in the light from above. I throw the Jeep into gear while Herb cries out in fear. Norm and Abby pile into the back. The Jeep rocks and groans with the movement. I don't wait until everyone's buckled up to stomp on the gas pedal. I don't wait because in the rear view, I see the men in black point their weapons at me. Smug looks on their faces. My brain is telling me I should jerk the wheel and risk flipping the vehicle over, but I can't. I am almost entranced by the harmony in which the 4 men aim down at us. Get down, I shout, pressing the pedal to the floor. They do. 4 shots sound like a chorus. I hear glass break, the zap of a bullet taking the seat, and a tire blows. I momentarily lose control of the wheel and shout to try to set us back on the right course. Jack, Norm shouts, watch it! I look up at the rearview mirror, and in the glass that's left is my face, and over my right eye is a perfect star. It's from a bullet hole. Herb screams because the Jeep careens right for another small, squat building. At the last second, gritting my teeth, I swerve, missing it by about a foot. That's why I drive, Norm shouts. Is everyone okay? I ask, practically screaming. Think so, Abby answers. Herb? Us okay, Herb says, his voice low, shaky. I cut the wheel so we're out of sight for more shots. I realize I'm shaking pretty bad. I don't know if I can keep driving. The wheel is flapping on the left side. I don't know how much longer we will get before the Jeep goes the way of Shelley. On the horizon, in the shimmering heat, is the low, rolling mountains of jagged rock. I close my eyes for a second, catch my breath. Then I open them, and it's the vast desert in front, with no one behind us. For now. 46. There was a cache of guns and ammo in the Jeep, a gift from God. Everyone has a weapon now, except Herb. After what happened in the Ford outside of the Butane airport, I think it's best he leaves the shooting up to us. The mountains never seem to get closer. We drive and drive the open stretch of desert until the small military base George brought us to is nothing but a speck in the fractured rearview mirror. R.I.P. George. What gets closer to us, and has appeared within the last few miles, is a fence that stretches the horizon as far as the eye can see. Beyond the fence are the mountains and more desert. There is no old abandoned town, there is no blood rock, and there is damn sure no lake in this dry place. Seeing the sand and the clouds of dust blow in the hot breeze makes my throat grow tighter. I'm so thirsty. The sun is so hot. I have no energy. Norm and Abby in the back seat look just as uncomfortable and dazed. I must zone out because a rough hand is shaking me and saying, "Jack, you idiot!" over and over again. My eyes open wide. The fence is coming to meet us dead on like we're in Star Wars and coming out of hyperspace. I slam on the brakes. The tires crunch dirt and sand. I grip the wheel so hard I think it's going to turn to dust. But we stop inches away from the metal. I exhale. All that separates me from Darlene is a fence. That's all. I can do this. "Close one," Herb shouts. He smiles and he's bathed in sweat. "Jesus, Jack, you almost killed us. That's why I should be the driver, damn it," Norm says. I ignore him. I'm too shaken from all of this, from what happened at the base to what is happening now. I saw people die. I killed people. And more are going to die before this is all said and done. I guarantee it. "Now what?" I say. "Look," Abby says. She leans forward and points through the dusty windshield. In the shimmering heat beyond the fence, settled at the base of one of the mountains, which are a lot bigger the closer you get, is a small crop of buildings. I hadn't seen it before. My heartbeat races. There's still life inside of me. It's a town. "That's it," Norm says. "How do we get over?" Abby asks. "I really don't think I can climb and walk in this heat. I bet that metal is 1,000,000 degrees. It'll cook our skin before—" I shift into reverse, hating myself. But I see no other way. Abby's right. We'll never make it on foot. Norm chuckles, leans back and says, "Buckle up." "Oh, God," Abby says. I have this menacing look on my face. You have to. Because I have to be crazy to want to do this. But what other options are there? I don't want to die in the desert, man. I don't want to die anywhere. If we don't do anything, that's a sure thing. If I do what I'm doing now, there's a chance we make it. That's all you need sometimes, is a chance. Herb gives me a look. I think he's going to protest, but he doesn't. I back up about 100 feet, look at Norm and Abby and smile at them. "I love you guys," I say. "If this doesn't work out—" "Shut up, Jack," Abby says. "I got enough of that sentimental crap back at the village. I don't need any more." "I agree with the little lady," Norm says. "This is going to work. We're going to be just fine." Herb is smiling. "I love you too, Jackie." I smile at him, but there's no joy in it. I'm scared. I'll admit, scared to death. "Thanks, Herb," I say. And I mean it. I really mean it. I shift into gear, grip the steering wheel tight, and slam on the gas pedal. A cloud of dust and dirt kicks up behind us, almost choking us out and blending us in with the landscape. We all scream. We all hold our breath. We plunge toward the fence. 47. The sound the fence makes is not encouraging. I'm no longer holding onto the wheel, but I'm pressing the gas. The fence buckles. It's not like the movies. This isn't a clean breakthrough. There's problems. I hear the wheels spinning, but we aren't getting anywhere. "Ease up," Norm says. The windshield cracks down the middle. Metal scratches at the hood. Herbus's head between his knees. I stop pressing the gas pedal. We are tilted. 2 wheels on the driver's side in the air, 2 wheels on the ground, and fence crumpled beneath us. "Well, I guess we walk," Abby says. Herb stares blankly at the broken fence. I get an idea, a bit of hope puffing up my chest. "Herb," I say, "start dancing." He tilts his head at me. "Huh?" "Dance, man," I say. Norm squints. I don't have no music, Herb says. Realization starts to dawn on all of their faces almost simultaneously. I start humming a tune. Nothing in particular, but it has a rhythm. Norm turns around. Jack, we got trouble. I follow his gaze. A cloud of dust kicks up across the desert. A car. 2, maybe 3 of them are coming toward us. The black-suited Central guys are coming to get revenge. Come to stop us from ruining their plans. Herbie, come on, I shout, and start humming again. Norm and Abby join me, echoing my tune almost perfectly, but they both eye me like I'm delusional. Maybe I am. We start rocking side to side, snapping our fingers. Herb dances, a big goofy smile on his face. Dum-dum, ba, ba. He really gets into it. Herb, watch me, I say. Mimic what I'm doing. I start rocking from side to side. I bump the steering wheel and then the seat. Everyone else does what I do. Herb scrunches his face up in concentration. We keep humming. I can hear the roar of the coming engines. In the vast desert wasteland, the sound carries. But they are close, and despite my humming, my throat seems to be getting tighter and tighter. Herb squints at me, then mimics my movements. The Jeep rocks back and forth. I hit the gas. Weightlessness, solid ground. Tires eating dirt, crunching metal. Yeah, Abby says. Way to go, Herb. The Jeep takes off, goes right over the crumpled fence as if it were made of cardboard instead of metal. We have since stopped humming. Good job, Norm says, clapping Herb on the back. Why'd you guys stop the music? Herb asks. He's completely oblivious to what just happened, how he completely saved our asses. Where would I be without him? Where would I be without my family? So we start humming again. And I think it makes the pain and scariness of this situation ease a little. Then, as the cloud of dust and the speeding cars behind us grow farther away, I feel better. On the horizon is the town, and beyond that is the shimmering blue lake and the mountains around it. I press the gas harder, not bothering to look back. Darlene, I'm coming for you. 48. I don't like this place, Herb says as we are riding slowly through the dead streets of this ghost town. I don't like it either, and one glance at Abby and Norm in the back seat tells me they're bugged out too. Faded wooden buildings stand vigil on both sides of us. I wish I could drive faster, but the narrowness of the streets and the unfamiliar territory prevents me from doing that. What the hell is this place? Norm asks. I don't know, I answer. Hurry up, Herb says. I can hear his teeth chattering. Before we enter the town's limits, the sun was burning bright in the sky. Now, not so much. Now it seems everything is shrouded in shadow. Turn down that road, Norm says, pointing between what looks like a stable and what might be a blacksmith's place. I only think this because of the anvil sitting under an awning. There's a bird's nest in between the boards, but it doesn't look like there's been birds there for centuries. I stop the Jeep. We are at a crossroads. This isn't an army tank. I can't go ahead and plow through buildings like they were iron fences. Besides, I don't know how well the Jeep is hanging on, or how much damage going through the fence actually did. I could swear now that we've stopped that I hear a faint ticking sound from the engine, but I could just be paranoid. What are you waiting for? Norm says. He's leaned forward between Herb and I, his breath hot on my face. Go that way. I point to the dashboard. The gas needle is getting dangerously close to E. Then what? We walk and wait for those goons from Central to mow us down? I don't think so. Well, sitting here ain't doing us no good either, Norm says. We are quiet for a moment. I can't even hear our breathing. Can't see the lake from here, I say. Norm says, just go right. I look to where he's pointing at the desolate street, and I get that bad feeling again. But when I look left, the feeling doesn't disappear. So I turn the wheel right. Abby gives me a reassuring look. The Jeep creeps down the road as we go by storefronts with their windows knocked out or so dusty they are the same color as the wood or the sandy roads. I'm in a Western movie. Pretty soon a tumbleweed is going to blow out in front of us, and then I'll really lose my head. Can we dance again? Herb says. His voice sounds hopeful. I look at him and see how ashy his skin looks, and how far his eyes are bugged out. No, we have to be quiet, Abby says, in case there's bad guys around. Herb nods. Like Doc Klein, right, Abby? She doesn't answer right away. Dread fills my stomach. Yeah, Doc Klein is a bad guy. No way around that. The bastard has done the unthinkable. He's taken Darlene from me. He's harmed my family. There's no coming back from that. But I don't say this. I can't break Herb's heart. He likes Doc Klein. He doesn't get it. He never will. When no one answers Herb's question, he says, Yeah, I gets it. I do. You guys don't like Klein because he did something bad. But he's my friend, and I love him. If it wasn't for him, I'd be eated. That has to count for something, don't it, Jackie? I turn my head to face him and nod. It does count for something. Herb has become family. Without Klein, there is no Herb, and there's probably no Abby either. The Jeep eases onto another road, and we're facing the mountains again. They obscure the view of the lake with its deep blue water, but I know it's there. I can smell it. In this ghost town, where it's as dry and mummified as an Egyptian corpse, I think you could smell water a mile away. Herb, I say, feeling like I have to reassure him, like I have to make him feel better. It's going to be all right. The hell it is, Norm says. The sounds of skin slapping against skin comes as soon as the last syllable escapes his lips. Can it, Abby says. Ow, Norm whines. I do my best to ignore their little exchange and focus back on the road, while trying to sort my thoughts. But my thoughts aren't on the end of the world. They're on Darlene, and they're on revenge. It goes right over Herb's head, and he says, Really, Jackie? You aren't gonna hurt Klein, are you? The steering wheel gets slimy beneath my palms. Darlene's eyes float up in my mind's eye again. Pained, haunted, scared. I can't lie to Herb. I just can't do it. I owe him that, right? I owe him the truth. He is my family, after all, and to lie to him would mean breaking the sacred trust that comes with love. Because I'm going to kill Klein. Plain and simple. Herb, But a noise cuts me off. I slam on the brakes. The wheels grind to a halt. Gurgling, moaning, rattling. No, Abby says. I look up the road and I hope it's just a desert mirage. But I know it's not. It's zombies. And a hell of a lot of them. 49. Go, go, Abby yells. I almost want to turn around and say, what the hell do you think I'm doing? Had to pick the right. We couldn't have gone left. Norm loads his pistol. Abby checks how many rounds she has left. I see this because I don't trust the shattered rear view to guide me through the dusty abandoned streets of the old mining town. I turn to look over my shoulder. It's a habit from the former world, and old habits die hard, I guess. On my right, Herb no longer looks African American. He's almost as white as a ghost. He screeches. It's zombies. I'm telling myself I can get away from them easily enough. Just go back the way we came. As I hit the gas pedal to reverse on out of here and back to safety, the ticking in the engine goes full-blown hammer on anvil. Then the Jeep coughs a black cloud of exhaust, the steering wheel locks up, and the vehicle lurches and stops. It's like a brick to the face. So there's no engine humming, it's just our breathing, and much too close down the road, the rocking, jagged-boned corpses with their blazing eyes. Norm wastes no time in freaking out. In turn, it freaks me out and probably freaks out everyone else. I can't really explain it. He comes between the two front seats and squeezes up against the door as he takes my spot. He jimmies the key and stomps on the locked gas pedal. Nothing. And each second we waste, the zombies get closer. Until you are in the desert, sitting in a broken car with abandoned, dusty wooden buildings looking down on you while a legion of zombies gets closer and closer to devouring your flesh, then you'd know what I'm feeling. It's what I'd equate to drowning, being stuck between a rock and a hard place. And when you see your big brother, who is normally cool and calm, freaking out and jerking the key in the ignition almost hopelessly, you know things are fucked. Norm, I say, it's time for me to step up. It's time for me to lead us back to safety, dead Jeep or not. Stop. We have to fight. The lake isn't too far. We can run there. We can get the high ground. We can save Darlene. We can stop Central. Norm looks at me, his eyes wide and a touch of wetness to them. It's okay, I say, reaching down to my pistol, drawing it and pulling the slide back. We can do this. Realization washes over his features. The haunting of Eden still gets him from time to time. It takes him a moment for him to come back to his old self, but he does. He narrows his eyes and looks through the fractured windshield. Then he melts again, and he's back to jimmying the key in the ignition, stomping on the gas. I don't have time for this. I get out, sucking in the hot, dusty air. The zombie stench hits me like a ton of bricks. I raise my gun and fire into the crowd. Abby crawls out next, begins pulling the trigger, dropping zombie after zombie. She's still got it. One look at her face, the sheer will of determination written on it, and you could see she has a personal vendetta against these pussbags. She shoots until her gun jams, and all that you hear besides the rolling shots over the distant mountains is click, click, click. She pulls a clip free from her pocket while holding her gun against her chest with her left hand stump. Locks and loads. Quick, too. I'm honestly impressed. I shoot until I hear the same clicking. The zombies fall one after the other, but the density of the packed meat doesn't seem to thin. I'm reloading, breathing hard, biting my tongue with intensity. On your left, Abby shouts out, and before I can turn to see the steady stream of zombies, she lifts her gun and aims right at my head. As I turn, I'm frozen by the sights of these monsters. These aren't the fat, wet, and runny zombies from D.C., zombies plump on the millions of citizens. No, they're like mummies. With each step they take, dust cascades off of them. I think it's probably their bone dust. Their jaws are frozen in a perpetual snarl, teeth yellowed by rot and the beaming sunshine, but still as sharp as ever. 3 of them come for me, and Abby pulls the trigger. The lead zombie's head explodes like a piñata, except instead of candy, it's powdered brains that comes out. I drop the remaining 2, but by this time, as I'm turning back to the group coming down the road, I see they've advanced much too quickly. Or time has moved way differently out here in the Mojave than it did on the East Coast. Gritting my teeth, I unload the rest of the clip into the moving mass of bodies. Zombies drop until my gun clicks again. I reach into my pocket for more ammunition, and my heart plummets. My pockets are empty. I'm out of bullets, and there's still about 30 more of the fuckers coming toward us. "Norm," I shout. He dutifully ignores me, focused on the Jeep's steering column. His head is ducked under it, and he's messing with wires. Herb is in the front with his eyes jammed closed, and his voice high as he hums the beat to some tune I've never heard in my life. It's out of place in this graveyard. "Norm, give me your gun!" I shout again over the roar of Abby's shots and the death rattles, moans, and groans from the crowd of zombies. Abby answers for him, tossing me her gun. The closest zombie is about 10 feet from me. I blow half of his leathery face away, revealing a powdery pale pink like an unchewed piece of gum beneath the rotten flesh. The smell is almost choking me out now. I wish I could smell the water of the lake or even the old wood of the buildings. Anything but the sickening, sweet, yet somehow scorching hot smell of death. I aim at the crowd again, their arms outstretched toward us, lips peeled back in a snarl. They don't bleed or drip. There's no gunk, nothing runny. They're dry, and somehow I think that's worse. It makes it seem less real, like I'm stuck in a movie or one of my own books. I shoot until my hand vibrates and my lungs burn from screaming, until I feel the condensed heat in the palm of my hands. But it seems they never stop coming. Now I can't see the road beyond the massive bodies. The sun seems to get dimmer than before. I look from Abby to the gun. She shakes her head. There is no more ammo. We might as well be on a lifeboat surrounded by sharks. "Norm," I shout, because I know he still has shots left. But I look at the crowd of zombies again, how they're getting closer and closer, and my lungs seem to shrink with each step they take toward us. And I realize 12 or 15 bullets won't make a difference at this point. It'll scratch the surface. But in the end, we'll be outnumbered. We always are. Now we have to retreat. I head toward the Jeep to get him and Herb out, but Norm is still messing with the ignition. He's dripping with sweat. Veins bulge from his forehead and his arms. "Come on, you fucking bitch," he says. "Norm, we have to run. Let's go," I say. Of course he doesn't listen to me. When is he ever? Just as I reach in to grab him from the open driver's side, a sound comes from down the street, from where we were going to run. It's the sound of tires eating dirt, squealing. A glint of sunlight off a tinted windshield. A cloud of dust. Fuck. Central has caught up with us. But should I be surprised? It was only a matter of time. And should I be surprised that things are only getting worse? No, it always seems to be the case, I think. Then I hear another sound. One that catches me completely off guard. The engine purrs to life. The body of the Jeep vibrates beneath my touch. Norm laughs like a maniac. "Oh, baby, I love you so much," he says while he pets the steering wheel. But by this time, the first zombie has made it to the other side of the ride, Herb's side. The glowing yellow orbs focus on him. He sees this and scrambles to the back, sticking out like a sofa. I reach in and grab him, give a yank on his sweat-soaked shirt. The stench of body odor hits me, and it's so much better than rotten corpses. Herb goes easily enough. He's like a rag doll, and his body slides across the leather until I pull him out of the Jeep completely. "Go, Jack," Norm says. "Go get Darlene and save the fucking world. I'll lead them away." "What?" He doesn't answer. I'm left standing in a cloud of dust as he takes off, leaving us behind. Bodies bump off the Jeep. The tires crunch bone and squash rotted heads. Some of them are thrown into the air. It's like a sandstorm, except replace sand with old bones and congealed powdery blood, and you'll see what I'm seeing. Shit, this isn't good. I pull Herb up out of the dirt and Abby helps me, but we don't have time to linger. The car coming at us turns the corner and a zombie lunges. I kick out, catching it in the knee. The knee and most of the leg crumble almost instantly. More are coming. If they all vaporize as easily as that, I'm not worried. What I am worried about are the agents from Central with the bullets and the guns and the fucking stupid-ass men in black sunglasses. So I make a decision here that I'm not proud of because I'm sick of doing this, but it's the smartest option right now. I run toward a squat building to the left, not forward or backward, but to the side. Abby follows me, dragging Herb by his collar as he screams out in fear. I can barely hear him over the revving engine. I'm hoping to God they don't see, that they think we are just more zombies. They're far enough away that I think it's possible. We go around a building, nearly knocking over a barrel filled with dirt and sand. There's a door on the side that breaks easily enough under my boot, almost as easily as the zombie's knee. We take refuge inside. I close the door, grabbing a chair and wedging it under the broken doorknob. It's pitch black, but the outside can be seen through a murky window, blazing bright in the Mojave Desert sunlight. Central's cars burst through the crowd of zombies. I hear glass shattering. The cars gallop over bodies like hitting a speed bump at 50 miles per hour. Death rattles are cut off. A path is cleared. Another car zooms through in the first two's wake. Then the streets are quiet. The streets are dead. 50. Not only do I have to worry about Darlene, but now I have to worry about Norm. God, it just keeps getting worse. My fiancée is in the clutches of a madman. My brother has left us stranded. We have no ammo. I shake my head, feeling like I'm about to collapse. But I can't. I can't because Darlene is depending on me. The world is depending on me. I'm going to save her. I'm going to be successful, ammo or not. The room we are in is something like a bank. There's a long counter that stretches the length of the room, rusty iron bars stretching from the counter to the ceiling, a small square big enough for hands to fit through for the passing of monies. Yeah, it's a bank, or it was a bank. Herb's teeth are chattering. I see the whites of his eyes in the darkness. It's okay, big guy, I say, saying this to myself more than to him. He doesn't answer. Abby paces back and forth, her feet creaking the floorboards. The smell is old and musty. Motes of dust float through a bar of sunlight streaming into the bank. I scan the room, my eyes adjusting. There's not much in the way of weapons. But I've been worse off, I think. In Washington, I was empty-handed for much of the journey, and there was a hell of a lot more zombies there. The zombies' numbers outside have been vastly reduced. Those that still walk look confused more than anything. We can get past them. We can head to the lake and beyond the lake. We can head to where Klein is and where Central is. And we can save Darlene and the fucking world. Right? 51. We need a minute, Abby says as I'm heading out the door again, the dry air blasting me and filling the cool climate of the abandoned bank. Abby has since stopped pacing. Now she's hunched over, her whole hand on Herb's back. Herb hyperventilates, and I feel like an ass. Being so self-absorbed into the heat of the moment, I didn't even take into consideration how they felt. I know I can't go on without them, But if they're not 100% behind the idea of heading to the lake after what just happened, then we can't go. But we also can't sit around all day. Darlene needs me, and there's no telling what adversary will come up these streets next. So I go over to Herb and I put my hand on his back. He's breathing fast, and he's about 1,000,000 degrees. I feel the heat through his shirt. He's shaking. "Herb, are you all right?" I ask him, and instantly think of what a stupid question that is. Of course he's not all right. No one is all right anymore. He shakes his head back and forth. "What can I do to make it better?" I ask. Abby gives me a weird look. My voice must sound as weak aloud as it does in my head. "Herbie?" I say, because he doesn't answer me immediately, and the clock is ticking. It's funny, really. I say I don't believe in time, especially now. But time is the only thing keeping us alive, in a sense. "Is it the zombies? Is it Darlene?" "No," he says, drawing out the O. "They'll be okay. I believe it." "Well, Herb, what is it then?" "I need you to be brave and strong for me until we can regroup, okay? So tell me." It's nothing, Jackie," he says. He's so quiet I barely hear him, and the smallest sounds echo loud in this tomb. "Herb," I say, "tell me." I decide against the soft and sweet tone Darlene is so fond of using because it's obviously not working. My voice is loud and stern. Abby jolts, not expecting it. I almost instantly regret saying this because I know what the problem is. "It's Doc Klein. I don't want you to hurt him," Herb answers. Then he breaks into a sob, falling on his knees and putting his face in his large hands. The hands manage to swallow his features up, but his tears leak out between his fingers. "Ah, Herb," I say, really feeling like an asshole. "I won't hurt him. I told you I'll just talk to him." "You'll hurt him. You will. You hurt everyone. When you left us with Mother, you should have seen Darlene. She was always crying, Jackie. She was moping around like this sad doggy I saw on a Monday one time. It hurt me to see that, Jackie. And she kept saying, 'I wish you would have stayed. I just wish you would have.' And I agreed with her. I didn't want you to go by like Doc Klein went by." My heart feels like it's being stabbed over and over again as Herb talks. Abby has shifted away. I see her wipe her eyes. "Now my friends are going to hurt each other," Herb says. He jerks up, a wild look in his eyes. "I don't want you to hurt each other. I don't." "Herb," I say, but he cuts me off. "No, you do. You do." He's yelling at the top of his lungs, and a person as big as Herb has a voice that can bring buildings down. His face flushes. He jumps up and down, pointing at me. All of a sudden, I feel how small I am. I understand that Herb could crush me as easily as a bug. I've never been scared of him, but now I am. His teeth are bared and there's tears in his eyes, and he's jumping and shouting. "Herb," Abby says, soothing. "Calm down." He doesn't. I see movement outside of the window, and the zombies that haven't been mowed down by Central's cars perk up at the booming sound of Herb's voice. They shamble toward the building we are currently held up in with no weapons. Herb advances on me. I want nothing more than to crumble in on myself, fall to the ground and curl up into a ball until this is over. But I can't. I have to stand my ground, and I do. I come to Herb's chest. His shadow engulfs me. He's so angry and upset that I'm not surprised when he raises his hand like he's going to hit me. My stomach clenches in preparation, but I don't scream or run or anything. I stand there with my hands on my hips. His fist whistles through the air, coming for the top of my head like a judge's gavel. "Ah!" Herb screams. He pulls back at the last minute. Then he turns around and he slams his fist into the counter. The metal bars quiver. Splinters fly in every direction. Abby whimpers and jumps back. Herb hits it over and over again until his breathing is ragged and he falls to his knees and he's sobbing. His head lowers. His shoulders slump. I think it's okay for me to go over to him, so I do. I put my hand on his back. The muscles beneath his wet skin are dancing. He's as hot as fire. "Herb," I say, "it's okay. It's all going to be okay." "No," he moans. "It's not, Jackie." For the moment, he sounds like he's never been more sure of anything. "I don't want to die. I don't want no one to die. I want to be happy and listen to my records and dance. I want to be a family." Jack," Abby says. I glance at her and she cocks a thumb to the window. I don't have to look through the dirty glass to know the zombies are coming, and they're closer than they were before. It's just how things work. "Herb," I say, hooking my arm under his and helping him to his feet. Again, I'm surprised how light he is despite him weighing close to 400 pounds. He moves quick once he's up. I don't even see him do it, but he does it. He hugs me, engulfs me in his large tree trunk arms. I'm bathed in his sweat and body odor, and he squeezes so hard that my head feels like it's going to explode. I'm sorry, Jackie," he says. "It's okay, Herb," I manage to reply. He lets me go, the stale, old air flooding my lungs and my vision coming back. I lean back and pop my neck and back. "Now, Herb, we gotta go and save Darlene, okay? We gotta help her. Will you help her with me?" He swallows hard. "Yes," he says. "Thank you, Herb," I say. He smiles back at me. "We gotta be careful, okay? Stay as far away from the zombies as you can. We'll run, so we don't have to hurt any of them. Or because we don't have any weapons to defend ourselves, and I don't want to risk getting close enough to these bastards to risk getting bit." "But I have this," Herb says. He digs in the back pocket of his jeans, which on him is about as big as a backpack. The first sign of the zombies knowing where we are happens as the door we busted down rattles. Dead hands claw at it. Dust is knocked loose from the hinges, floating down dreamily. All it takes is one zombie and the rest get their curiosity piqued and follow suit. More hands claw at the door. The desert-dry clicks and rattles come from the back of their throats. It's unsettling, unnerving, terrifying because it's not something I'm used to. I'm used to the gurgling, wet rattles that come from preserved corpses, the kinds who are well-fed and well-kept by the chilly climates of the East Coast. Abby stares at the door with a ghostly look on her face. In her hand, she has her empty pistol. "There it is," Herb says. He's loud again, and I think about telling him to tone it down. But the damage has been done. The zombies are here. Our backs are against the wall. I watch him pull the item from his pocket very carefully. When I see it, no zombie knocking at the back door could bring me down. Because it's a gun. The gun we gave Herb after we left the church. He must have kept it on him when we got off the plane. No one was about to pat him down. He's too big and intimidating. I know I'm not supposed to have it after I broke in the car window. but I like how shiny it is. Look, Jackie, look how shiny it is. He turns it in his hands, and the filtered sunlight catches the metal like an apocalyptic disco ball. I'm smiling. My hand closes around it. The gun feels warm and moist. Thank you, Herb, I say. You may have just saved our lives. His eyes light up. Really? I did, Jackie? I notice his hands are bleeding, but I don't point that out. Blood drops patter the dirty floor. I nod again. Yeah, Herb, you did. Good job. Guys, Abby's saying. She sounds far away, like she's outside. We better get going before they knock the door down. I grab Herb's bloody hand. You ready? He nods. Anything for you, Jackie. I lead him to the door, my breath shaky, my heart hammering. In my other hand, I hold the gun. 52. I don't waste time trying to devise a plan that will keep us zombie-free because there's no such thing. Central's cars must not have done the trick completely because it seems there are more of them than before. Then again, it could be the fact that I'm scared beyond all belief. Oh well, we have no choice. I rip the door open, and two zombies who are leaning on the wood fall forward. Abby stomps their heads in with her boots. I imagine she was once good at Dance Dance Revolution. The skulls pop like eggs, and brains squirt out from beneath her soles, splattering the gray walls. Then the next batch of zombies see us, their eyes lighting up, their hands reached out. With the butt of my empty gun, Herb's is in my right hand, I smack a bald man in the forehead. His skull cracks down the middle in a jagged lightning bolt. The light in his eyes go out and he collapses to the floor. I'm just as quick hitting the next one. This one still has his cowboy hat on, but when I clobber him in the temple, cold blood shooting all over my shirt, the hat goes flying off and blowing down the street. I hardly notice any of this. I'm somewhere else, thinking of Darlene, willing her to be all right. The hole in the crowd is big enough for us to squeeze through, I hope. I reach back and grab Herb's hand, still slick with blood, and I pull him. This time, he doesn't come easily. He's frozen by fear, and I can't blame him. The emaciated and decomposed corpses that should be in the ground close in around us as soon as we get out of the bank. Abby whirls around, smashes the head of a squat woman from the top. I'm just able to see how her skull accordions and the yellow in her eyes sputter, ultimately going out. Then Abby takes the lead. To the left, I yell. I'm dragging Herb more than anything. There's a small alley between a livery and an unmarked building. Abby shoulders past reaching zombies, not even wasting the energy on bashing their heads in. I launch Herb forward. He goes willingly enough. Get to Abby, I shout to him. He runs as fast as he can, but it's not fast. Too many. I raise the pistol now. I have to. A zombie with one ear and no shirt lunges at Herb, and I blow its face off and down the road farther than the cowboy hat. Abby has her hand out, waving Herb to her. I'm right on his heels. I swing at another zombie, catching it in its neck. Thankfully, the constant sunlight did most of the work for me. Its neck crumples like a sandcastle at high tide. The head bounces off the dirt road, winds up in a pile of glittery glass from one of Central's cars. Herb is almost to Abby. I sweep the gun over the crowd, gauging the threat level of the closest zombies. None are close enough to merit a shot, so I keep going. We get to the alleyway. Abby is breathing so hard she can hardly talk. Do you see it? She wheezes. She's pointing down the alley, bent over, head up. I do see it. The shimmering blue surface of the lake and the mountains beyond that. It looks so pleasant. So cool. Pretty, Herb says, looking at it all googly-eyed. We can't look at it for long because a dry death rattle comes from behind us. The zombies don't care for beautiful sights that fill your chest with hope and make you think, even just for a second, that everything is going to be okay, that I'm going to save Darlene and kill Klein and save the world. They don't care at all. Come on, I say, leading the way past crates and barrels as old as God. We are going to get to that lake. We are going to save Darlene. We are going to stop Klein. We are going to save the world, even if it kills us. 53. It's about a quarter mile away, but it seems so much closer than that. I can smell the water, taste the freshness. I come out of the mouth of the alley, risking a glance behind me, seeing Abby and Herb close by, the zombies getting smaller and smaller in the distance. Then I come out onto another street where what looks like a farmhouse and more stable stand on the opposite side. Good. We hop the fence and it gives us more protection from the zombies. Another obstacle to slow them down. I'm smiling again, my legs pumping. We are going to make it, I think. We're going to actually come out of this alive. Jack, Abby shouts. Idiot. My mind was lost in delusional fantasies. Life going back to some semblance of normality where we don't have to worry about mad scientists blowing us all to hell or kidnapping my fiancée. Herb screams. Abby's screams follow almost instantaneously. I'm frozen to my spot in the dusty road. The sunlight feels cold all of a sudden. My skin prickles. I know that scream. What happens next plays out in slow motion, as times of great tragedy often do, and I'm helpless to the situation. Herb has fallen to the ground. A zombie clutches at his leg and uses the rest of his body to crawl up him. He convulses and bucks and kicks, but the zombie latches on tight. Abby makes a move at the zombie, and this is when I start to run back. I'm running faster than I've ever ran in my life, a scream bubbling up from the depths of my throat. Herb cries and makes a noise unlike anything I've ever heard before in my life. It's what I'd imagine death sounds like. Not the act of dying, but death. The shadowy robed creature who haunts our nightmares, who does time's job. Then everything after that is blacked out. My ears don't pick up sound because all I hear is a ringing, as if someone had smacked me very hard on the side of the head. I get to Herb. I see the blood. It's everywhere. It's on the zombie's mouth, its hands, its ripped plaid shirt. My eyes sting with tears as I press the gun right into the zombie's head and pull the trigger. What's left of its brains splat into the building. I swear the blood forms a skull as it drips down the facade. "Oh, God," Abby is saying. She has her stump up to her mouth. She's got tears in her eyes, too. I can see this despite it looking blurry through my own teary eyes. My mind feels like it's shutting down. Nothing seems real anymore. Not the sunlight, not the desert, the building with its bloody surface, the lake behind me, Herb, Abby, none of it. But I look down at Herb and he's bloody, really bloody. It could be from his hands, right? From when he smashed the wooden countertops and splintered his fists. Yeah, Jack? That's it, right? 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 Herb clutches below his massive pectoral muscles. He's shaking hard. He leans over to the side and gags, Wretches. Nothing comes out but mucousy spit. I cradle his head in my lap. God, I wish Darlene was here. I don't know what to say. Realization hits me hard. Everything comes into focus, and I feel so terrible. I feel like dying when, in reality, it's Herb who's going to die. Because I see the teeth marks. I see the chunk of flesh and shirt gone from where the zombie's head was buried. The wound is flooded with red. I see a sliver of white bone. A rib. "Oh, it hurts," Herb says. His voice is so low I don't hear him. I read his lips. "Oh." A tear rolls down my face. "Jack, help him," Abby says. She's frantic, shaking almost as badly as Herb is. I start to say, but Herb looks up at me. There's a deep sadness in his eyes. There's also a deep understanding in them, too. And I think that's what hurts me the most. He knows. He knows he's been bitten, and there's no coming back from a bite in the middle of the sternum. He can't cut around the wound. He can't amputate anything like we did to Abby. "Come on, Herb. We gotta go," I say, feeling hot acid coming up my throat. It's all I can say. I don't know what else could possibly be said at this moment. We do have to go. The zombies won't stop because one of us has been hurt. "But it hurts," Herb says. "I know," I say, then turn to Abby. "Help me get him up." She's frozen, looking at us in shock. I realize I'm soaked in his blood. I must look almost as bad as him. As I stand up, I get hit with a wave of dizziness. "Abby, please," I say again. She finally snaps out of it and bends down to help me get Herb up. He clutches the wound. Fresh blood slips through his fingers. The zombies are about 3/4 down the alleyway. More are coming up from the main street, which still has tire imprints from the car chase. Herb leans on both of us, each big arm wrapped around our necks, and we guide him out of the ghost town and to the shimmering lake. I think about turning around and blasting the zombies who are following us so Herb can pass in peace. But I don't know how many bullets are left, and I know I'll have to use at least one bullet before this is all said and done. The thought alone almost freezes me again, but I can't let it. I have to keep going. 54. The flat land starts to slope down toward the sandy shore of the beach. Rocks and shells and old bottles glitter in the sunlight. We are picking up speed. We've left the zombies behind us. There is a flipped-over boat half buried in the sand, covered in vegetation that might have once been green but is now a drab gray color. "It hurts," Herb is saying. "It hurts so bad, and it burns, Jackie. It burns like fire." "It's okay, big guy," Abby says, but her voice is choked up. She sounds like she's on the verge of breaking down, of dropping into the sand and sobbing. You promise?" Herb says. "I promise," I answer. "Let's sit you down, okay, buddy? Nice and easy. There you go." He plops into the sand, almost taking us down with him. Abby doesn't sit. She stands and wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, the gun still in it. Herb's face goes slack as if he's zoning out. The lake is so peaceful, so beautiful. He's not zoning out, not like he normally does. No, Herb is human, and humans are entranced by beauty. And in a world where there's not too much beauty left, this lake is a work of art. If it can numb the pain for him momentarily, then who am I to complain? His skin feels hotter than before. It's actually painful to touch. I don't pull away, though. "Can we go closer?" Herb asks. "Oh, God," Abby chokes. "Herb?" "In a minute," I say, my hand on his back. He feels like he's about to fall over. "Just keep holding your chest, Herbie, okay?" He looks away from the lake and nods at me, smiling slightly. "I see my auntie, Jack. I see her. Do you see her, too?" His hand comes up from the festering bite wound, and as it does, blood dribbles onto the sand, which drinks the liquid greedily. "She's glowing, and she's an angel. She has wings, Jackie. She does." "I know, Herb," I say. "I know." This is too much. I don't know what to do. I need to get to Darlene, but I can't leave him to die. God, my heart. It's gone. Now all that's left is an empty hole where it used to be. Abby looks at me, tears streaming down her face, snot running from her nose. The sound of the small waves breaking on the coast is monumental, but I don't hear any zombies or gunshots. Nothing destructive, besides Herb's ragged breathing. From where we are, I can see the red rock on the side of the mountain, and it's blood red. Blood Rock. Not far, hazy in the distance, is the building Scott had told us about. "Do you hear the music, Jackie?" Herb asks. I can't control him. He gets up. The movement is painful to watch. He almost falls on more than one occasion, and I have to steady him so he doesn't. 3 steps later, he does fall, and he lands on the sand with no noise besides a groan of pain. "I can smell the water," he says. "It smells so nice." Then he looks up and his eyes focus on something only he can see, and he says, "I'm coming. I'm coming." There's no stopping him. He crawls until he can't crawl anymore, and I'm there right by his side, guiding him. "Herb, please," Abby says. "Please just relax." "Gotta see, Auntie," he says. He falls, his arms giving out on him, knees sliding in the sand. "Oh, it burns," he says, stifling sobs again. "Oh, owie." "Herbie, just relax, please," I say. The water reaches his boots when the tide comes in. I'm standing in the soft sand, sinking. Coolness invades my shoes, soaks my already sopping socks. Herb tilts his head up to see me, and my heart, which has been hanging on a broken hinge for the last God knows how long, snaps off and falls in the black abyss now filling me. What it is that does this are Herb's eyes. The deep, rich mahogany color they once were is gone. Now they're glowing with yellowish flakes. He is changing, and there's nothing I can do. Nothing we can do. "Okay, Jackie," he says. "I'll rest. Just for you." He tries to smile, but it comes out more pained than anything. From the corner of his mouth, something drips. Not sweat, not blood, but blackish saliva. The toxic sludge that is spreading throughout his body, replacing his blood and stopping his heart. We are quiet for a moment. I sit next to him, Abby sits on his other side. She won't even look at him. I don't blame her, though. It hurts. It hurts so bad I almost wish Central would have caught us back on the military base. I almost wish they would have killed us all then. Put us out of the misery that would find us later down the road. I know I shouldn't think like that, but I am. Can you blame me? My friend is gone. My fiancé is gone. Norm is lost. And we can do nothing but sit here and suffer. The heat baking off of Herb's skin is immense. The droplets of sweat on his arms fizzle and turn to steam. He smells sick. The body odor is gone, replaced with bile. He closes his eyes and his face wrinkles in pain. He grunts and holds the bite wound on his sternum until white knuckles show through his dark skin. I put my arm around him and pull him close. Don't close your eyes, Herb, I say. Don't close them. Don't go to sleep. Watch the water. Look at the birds flying over the surface. Do you see their wings flapping, Herb? He lets out something a few decibels lower than a death rattle. He's trying to hold on, he really is. Then he says, "Yeah, I see 'em. They're so pretty. They have wings like my auntie." Just keep watching the water. Keep looking at your auntie, okay? Will you do that for me, Herbie? He nods, and this time he smiles. The tide hits us again, washing over Herb's planted hands, soaking my pants and the tail of my shirt. The grayish seaweed on the upturned boat down the coast is gone, washed away. Abby sobs silently on Herb's left. I know what I have to do. I can't watch him suffer anymore. I can't let him turn. No one deserves that fate. No one deserves to be transformed into a monster, especially not Herb. The nicest, sweetest guy I think I've ever known. I reach for the gun. Abby catches the glint of the sun off the metal out of the corner of her eye. She glares at me, and her wet lips part as if to protest. But I think logic overcomes whatever she was about to say, and she doesn't end up saying it. I can't imagine what I look like right now. I'm shaking so hard. I almost dropped the gun. My teeth are clenched together. I have bitten the inside of my cheek and taste blood. Ouch, Herb says again. His back convulses, muscles twitch. I lean behind him to make sure he doesn't see the gun. Do you hear the music, Herb? I ask. Uh-huh, he says, still grimacing. I start humming a slow, mellow tune. I like that, he says. It reminds... He doesn't finish the sentence because he starts coughing. Hacking. Flecks of black sludge intermingled with red blood spray out of his mouth and hit the sand. The tide comes and washes it all away. Abby looks at him as if he's an alien. Something from the deepest depths of the lake. A bird caws and another bird answers back. Herb finishes his thought. It reminds me of my records, Jackie, he says. I know, I say, and I keep humming. Soon Abby joins in. Herb sways with the sounds. I get up on my knees, never breaking the tune. With the gun in my left hand, I hug Herb to the right side of his body. One big shaky hand comes up and gives me a squeeze on the shoulder. I love you, Herb. I love you too, Jackie. Don't stop humming. My auntie likes it. So do I. We hum and we hum louder and louder. but I know it won't be loud enough to mask the gunshot. We both love you, I say, as Abby keeps humming. She's not strong enough to say it herself. I think if she tried to talk, she'd sob loud enough to scare him. We don't want that. I love you both, too, Herb says. His head slumps. Eyes flutter opened and closed. Abby reaches out and gives him a squeeze on the shoulder. She won't look at me. I don't want her to. Keep watching the water, Herb. Keep watching your auntie, I say. I will, Jackie. I will, he answers. I lean down and kiss him on the top of his head. As sick as he is, and with as much pain as he's in, he manages to look up at me and smile. His eyes are almost completely golden. The whites are bloodshot. Black tears run from the corners of them. You're all my bestest friends, Herb says. I can't handle it. I have to turn my head away. The tears are hot running down my face, and I don't think they last long on my flesh before the sun burns them away and they evaporate into steam. I take a deep breath, the gun still hidden behind Herb's back. Then I turn to face him again. The smile on his face vanishes, but his darkened teeth are still visible. He bares them in pain. I can't let it go on any longer. Abby and I both know that. Keep watching, Herb, I say, my voice choking up. He turns toward the water. I raise the gun so it's pointed at the back of his head. I feel numb. The gun feels like nothing. Same with the trigger. I pull it, not looking at him as I do, but looking at the water. 55. The shot echoes and rolls across the mountains. Birds take flight into the blue sky until they fade into specks. Abby sobs. Herb is collapsed face first on the sand. The water washes over him, taking the leaking redness from the hole in the back of his head away as the tide rolls back. I throw the gun as far as I can and scream. I scream until my lungs burn, until I can no longer hear the pitch of my voice. Just a droning, serrated nothingness. I'm on my knees in the sand, my back slumped, my head lowered. When I can't scream anymore, I start apologizing over and over again. To who, I have no idea. Maybe I'm saying sorry to Herb. Maybe I'm saying sorry to myself. Maybe it's to God. It doesn't matter, though. What's done is done. Time passes as it does. But to me it feels like each second is an eternity. 56. Some of his blood coats my face. I feel it running down my cheeks along with the tears. It seems like the sun is going down, the air is getting cooler. The breeze blowing over the calm lake surface chills me. Abby sits next to Herb's body with her good hand on her back. Her body shudders with sobs. I stand up, see the wave coming from the town. The wave of shambling zombies. Ab, I say. She doesn't look up. Abby, come on, we gotta go. I don't wanna. She enters so quiet I barely hear her. I'm not leaving you alone. You won't be. I'll be here with Herb, she says. Herb can't stay here either. Help me drag him into the water. She looks up with hurt in her eyes. Her mouth is slightly open. She can't believe me. I don't want to put him in the water, I don't, but what choice do we have? Leave him here for the zombies to devour? Hell no. Abby looks down the coast where the upside-down boat is. She points. Can't we put him under that and come back for him? I take a deep breath and exhale. I shake my head. They'll find him, Abby. They always do. A boat isn't much protection from them. She looks out at the water, arms wrapped around her sandy jeans. Her skin is beet red, so is mine. Ab, I say soothingly. I don't feel anything close to soothed. My heart, what's left of it, beats madly. I want to collapse in the sand and just lay there. But I can't give up now. Darlene is still alive. I know she is. I have to get to her. Central's headquarters lie around the mountain. I can see the corners of the gray building built into the landscape from where I stand. The breeze ruffles my wet shirt, blows my sweaty hair off of my forehead. Abby doesn't look like she's going to move. And every second we waste, the closer our world gets to ending, either from the zombies or from the bombs. He loved this world, I say. I don't look at Herb. I don't know if I can, actually. He loved this world so much, Abby. He might be gone, but he wouldn't want the world to die with him. We can't let it die, Ab. I walk over to her and kneel. What's the point? She says. She still won't look at me. I move into her field of vision, and though her eyes are on me, she's not seeing. She's somewhere else, somewhere far away. What's the point of going on? Who cares if we succeed? It never ends. Really, it doesn't. We keep going, and another tragedy comes around the corner and punches us in the guts. She puts her head in her hands, sputters. I mean Herb? Why Herb? I stick out my hand and gently brush her hair. Abby, don't talk like that, I say. We keep going because we have to. Before the world went to shit, and I'm of the opinion that the world has always been shit to begin with, we didn't say, screw it, I'm gonna die anyway, so I might as well kill myself, did we? Abby looks up at me, and now she's really seeing me. Her eyes are red from crying. Tears run down her face. She shakes her head. Damn right we didn't. It's not like brushing your teeth because you're just going to end up eating again. It's not like wiping your... She puts her hand up, nodding. Okay, I get it. You do? I'm honestly surprised. She nods again. It's just hard. Life was always hard. The zombies just make it harder. We can still keep going, Ab. If we get used to life, then I think we're doing it wrong. We can save this place, and if not, we can die trying. I'm not going to lay down and let it happen. You aren't either. When you lost your hand, did you quit? When I got stabbed in the thigh and nearly eaten by cannibals, did I quit? Did you quit when Butch and Spike beat you up, held you captive? She shakes her head, her eyes lighting up. No, I didn't. And you're not going to give up now. Not if I'm still around. Darlene needs us. She smiles and looks to Herb, and the smile vanishes. She looks serious now, almost scowling. You did a good thing, Jack. I'm taken aback by this. A good thing? Killing one of my closest friends, one of my family members? No. I'm terrible, but I did what I had to do. He was suffering, And it was only getting worse. Remember how Sheriff Dokes was in Woodhaven? Her eyes are hazy with the memory, distant again. I nod. Man, that feels like a lifetime ago. Remember how he suffered? She says. He suffered because I couldn't end his suffering for him. He asked me to, you know? After we left him in that rehab room. He practically begged me, and I couldn't do it. Pat Huber did it in the end with a 50-pound dumbbell. I shudder, thinking about how far I've come. I couldn't even put a cop I barely remembered from my childhood in that shitty town out of his misery. But Herb gets bit, and I have no problem blowing his brains out without warning. I shake my head and exhale again. I am a piece of shit. I've changed for the worse. Abby reaches out to me with her good hand. Don't think like that, she says. You did him a favor. You did me a favor. I couldn't watch him suffer, but I couldn't pull the trigger either. I turn away as more tears flow from my eyes. I'm sorry, Herbie, I say. I really am. I hope you find peace. I hope you find your auntie and your cousins, and I hope the music never stops. He's better now, Abby says. I know, is all I can say. 57. She eventually does get up to help me move Herb. He weighs so much the two of us can hardly do it. When the water gets up to my waist, Abby's still standing in the wet sand. The tide does the rest of the work and takes him out and away from us. I climb out of the water and put my arm around Abby. We watch him sink together for what seems like a long, long time. It's only when the zombies' growls and groans and rattles reach us do we move. Their eyes bob in the growing darkness. The sun has gone down behind the mountains, lighting their peaks with fire. I have my next move planned in advance. I walk over to the flipped rowboat. There is one oar beneath it. As I flip it, a small creature scurries away in the darkness and disappears into the sand dunes. Abby comes over to help me. We don't talk, and the zombies' noises fill our ears. I can't take it anymore. Sink or swim, Norm says in my head. How about I float? I say under my breath as I'm getting into the boat. What? Nothing, I say. The wood is not the sturdiest, but it'll last long enough to get us around the mountains, I think. I hope. It's gonna have to. Abby gets in after me. I reach out and help guide her. The zombies hit the beach. Their death-weakened legs are no match for the sinking sand. Some of them trip and fall, tumble down the slope. Some of them trample the others and fall that way. Only a handful remain upright and as upright as their flaccid spines and leathery flesh will let them be. Of the handful, only a few reach the water. They keep going until their legs, acting on pure animalistic instinct, don't work anymore and gravity is distorted. I see their eyes sink to the bottom of the now black water like dropped flashlights. The boat pulls away with the help of the one oar. The eyes grow more distant. I wish I could say we are getting safer, but I can't. We don't know what lies on the other side of the mountains. I have a feeling it's nothing good. I paddle forward like a madman until the glowing fires of their eyes are nothing but dim embers. 58. The building is devoid of all light. The sun has gone down almost completely. Over the roar of the lake's waves and the breeze in my ears, I hear the faint growls of the zombies from the shore, carried on the wind. But I can see the coast, where the building's base is. I'm thinking how we're so slick. How they won't even see us coming because Central is out there somewhere, chasing Norm in that Jeep. Besides, who comes by way of a rowboat to save the world? Not Superman, not Batman. Not anybody besides Jack Jupiter and Abby Cage. "What's the plan?" Abby asks me. I hadn't thought that far ahead. "Typical," she says. I notice her voice is slowly coming back to its normal pitch. I wish I could say it's as simple as us all leaving our emotional baggage on the other side of the lake. But it isn't. Herb is still dead. Gone. Lost forever. And we both know that. I talk again because I don't want there to be any more silence. Plus, it makes the rowing easier. We kill everyone in sight, and we get Darlene back. Obviously, Abby says. Then we kill Klein. Again, obviously, she says. Well, I say, can you do better? No, she says. It's not a bad plan, I guess. We hit the shore. I get out and pull Abby in the boat the rest of the way, making sure the gun doesn't get wet. I've since checked the rounds, and there's 5 shots left. All I need is 1 for Klein. My chest tightens then as I start to realize the chances of me making it out of here alive are slim. Zombies are one thing, but humans, they're the real monsters. Doesn't matter. I have to try. I wish I could see Darlene now. I didn't even get to kiss her before she was ripped away from me. Believe me when I say I'm going to kiss her hand when I save her. I think, Abby starts to say. A light floods the lake, so strong. I let go of the prow and shield my face. No. I force myself to open my eyes and move my hand. It takes too long for my eyes to adjust, but when I do, I see the outlines of 6 people. 5 bullets, I'm thinking. Not enough. The sounds of rifles cocking, rushed footsteps, then a voice. Doc Klein's voice. It's too late, Jack. The damage is done. The plans are in motion. There's no derailing this train now. I raise my gun at him, but 2 men wearing the same type of suits as the men back at the military base step in front of him, snarls on their faces. They mean business. I don't budge. Abby gets out of the boat. I hear the splashing of the water as she makes her way to my side. Her arms are up. She has no weapons. They must see this. I'm glad she's by my side. I don't want to die alone. However, I do admire your tenacity, Klein says. It's admirable. Where's Darlene? I say. She's safe, Jack. Don't worry. I'll believe that when I see it, and I'm going to see it, I promise. I haven't forgotten how you saved me, Jack, he says. I'm grateful. I only took Darlene because you were not in your right mind. She's okay, I promise. She's right there in that mountain, unharmed. I shouldn't have saved you, I say. Klein grins. But you did, Jack. Now let me save you. 59. Fuck you, I say. Klein's stupid smile evaporates. The men holding their weapons at us, wearing their slick black suits which seem to shimmer in the moonlight, drop their jaws. And fuck this. I'm sick of being the nice guy. I'm sick of talking. So I act because I'm Jack fucking Jupiter, dropping to my knees, pulling Abby down with me as my hand closes tighter around the cold steel of the pistol. Yeah, go out with a bang. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm a genius. By the sounds of Abby's shriek of surprise and my own heartbeat in my ear, I'm probably the former. But sue me. I came here for one reason, and the reason wasn't to be given mercy by Dr. Klein. It wasn't to fail, either. It was to save Darlene by any means necessary. So the gun's in my hand, and like I've said before, when the gun's in my hand, I get this immense feeling of power. It's funny how life happens sometimes, and I intend for life to keep on happening. I have 5 shots. I'm in the prone position. The air has gotten considerably cooler with the disappearance of the sun, but the bright lights shining down on us from the mountains are almost just as hot and probably 3 times as bright. So I'm sweating and my palms are greasy. My clothes are wet too. There's still drops of Herb's blood on my sleeves. Zombie guts. I aim for the men in front of Klein first. In Eden, I was fast when pulling on Butch Hazard. But now I've grown even faster. The trigger squeezes 2 times. I hit both men in the throat. The war cry one of them lets out is choked out by my bullet and drowned with blood. These first shots scramble the rest of the agents. My heart beats a mile a minute. If it were me who took a slug to the neck, I think the amount of blood pumping from the wound would be enough to fill the lake. It's only natural for them to break formation. They probably haven't had anyone stand up to them for a long time. Zombies don't count. I'm talking about people who are not rotten enough up top to work a firearm. 2 break away to the left and they run almost on top of each other. That's where my next bullet goes. But I don't aim for their backs because the slug would lodge in the first one's expensive suit, and I wouldn't do what I intend to do. No, I aim for their heads. 2 birds, 1 stone. I miss. And I knew I probably would because I'm in the prone position. The sand spills down my shirt. But it's okay that I've missed because I still hit them. And where I hit them is probably for the better. It's much easier for a bullet to travel through the soft flesh of someone's neck than it is their head, apparently. The first agent doesn't even get to scream, but the second one does. I think the bullet gets him in the shoulder. Not a kill shot, but an incapacitate shot. 4 down, 1 to go, and then Klein. 2 shots left. But Klein has taken off, disappearing into the shadows beneath the mountain complex. Luckily, I have Abby with me, and luckily, she's battle-tested. Hell, I would have even taken her by my side the way she was a half a year ago in Woodhaven. She's always been tough, but now she's even tougher, despite being minus a hand. She's smart, too. Smarter than me. She makes a run for the last man. He is turned around and has his gun raised at me, and I scramble up from my prone position. And I'm quick, but I'm not quick enough to get both Klein and this last agent. Abby screams and the agent's eyes go wide. He aims at her and fires. Time freezes then because I think Abby is going to be turned into Swiss cheese. She isn't. The man doesn't even get another shot off before she pounces on him. She's like a linebacker sacking the quarterback, and she hits him hard. I hear a crunch before the plop of their bodies hitting the sand, and the crunch probably comes from this guy's ribs or his teeth crushing together. I aim and fire at Klein. He won't even get to see me kill him. I don't care too much. Miss. The bullet winds off the rock surface. Damn it. I sprint after him. The agent shouts behind me at Abby. You fucking bitch, I'll fucking kill you. Then a gunshot and Abby saying, fucking bitch that. Not long after this, I hear Abby racing after me, but I'm too focused on Klein. I'm running too fast. I don't think I can hit him while I'm running, and I have just 1 bullet left. Klein reaches a door that looks exactly like the rock facade of the mountains, and he pushes a button which glows red at his touch. The rock rises and more light spills out from the inside of the building. Klein disappears into the shadows and the door starts closing. "The door!" Abby shouts from behind me. I stop. I take the shot, but not at Klein because he's gone. I hit the button. Bullseye. The door rises. The light, which was disappearing like an eyelid slowly closing, increases. Abby screams, "You got it!" And I take off running again. 60. The door hasn't fully opened. There's just enough room left for us to go through at a crouch, which I don't like because it puts us at a disadvantage. So what I do might be the stupidest thing I've done in a long while, and I've done some pretty stupid things. I sprint at full speed. The sand up here is densely packed. It's almost like dirt, and there's no light beating down on us anymore. It's out of the lake, focused on 5 dead bodies and a beached rowboat. So I can't see that well. The only guide I have is the light spilling out from the opening. I'm not Indiana Jones. I'm not James Bond. I don't have many slick moves in my bag of tricks. I'm not graceful. I'm more of a bull in a china shop type of guy. But I have to do this because I have to get Darlene. "Jack!" Abby shouts. Her face, which I see out of the corner of my eye, is a blur. So is the dark carbine she holds in her one good hand. I'm thinking rock star. I'm thinking power slide. I'm thinking pain. Then I do it. I drop at the last possible second to prevent my head from smacking into the rock door at upwards of 10 miles per hour, and I slide under the small gap. And boy, is there a lot of pain. My ass feels like it's on fire. Rough, packed sand is nothing like a musical stage at all. But it works. I go sliding into the building. Yeah, that's great and all, but what isn't is the momentum I've built up, which is only slightly slowed down by my ass running along the ground. I don't hit the door. I hit the wall, and I hit the wall hard. I'm only down for about a second before I spring back up into a crouch with my weapon raised. There's no one. The corridor in front of me is empty. The walls are like the inside of a cave. It makes sense, I guess, since we are inside of a mountain. I smell wetness, old earth, worms, dirt. Makes me think of my childhood and playing outside all day in the summer before my crippling social anxiety and love of all things nerdy kept me indoors for much of my teenage years. Outside of the building, I hear Abby's footfalls and her breathing. "Jack," she shouts. "Jack, are you okay?" "Yeah," I answer. It's quiet in here. Too quiet. I don't like it. With the quietness, I can hear my heartbeat and my blood pounding in my ears. "What happened?" she asks. She emerges from under the door a few seconds later. She points her carbine down the hallway, which is dimly lit by a stream of lights hanging on the walls. I'm reminded of coal mines. I'm reminded of claustrophobia. Then she takes one look at me, and I don't have to answer. "Where is he?" she asks. I shake my head. We creep down the corridor. I want nothing more than to run, but I don't think it would be smart. The hallway stretches on for what feels like a mile. I can hear lurches and groans from deep within the mountain. Sounds of the world, I think. Sounds we probably won't ever hear again if I don't catch that rat bastard son of a bitch. The corridor bends until we come upon a stairwell. The stairs are not lit like the corridor, and the only light that hits them comes from the top. And it's just a pinprick of light up there, like looking at the stars from the earth. Abby and I exchange glances. She has a look on her face that tells me she wants to stop. "You don't have to go," I say. "You can stay here and guard my back in case they try to flank us." We both know that's a lie. They won't try to do that. They're in the safety of their mountain, and it's so quiet in the corridor, we'd hear them coming a mile away. Abby shakes her head and rolls her eyes, but there's no enthusiasm in the gesture. I'm going. Watch me. And she steps right by me and mounts the steps. She takes them at a light jog. Pace yourself, I say. Looks like we got a long way to go. Abby stops and looks down at me. I can barely see her face, but from what I can see, she looks confused. What? Shh, I say, my finger up to my lips. Up above, I hear something. It's a faint tinkling noise. Footsteps on metal. Abby's eyes dawn with realization. Klein, she says. And I swear the footsteps and the tinkling get faster. He hears us just as we hear him. Abby turns and takes off up the steps. Now I follow her. 61. We race up the steps until my legs burn worse than my lungs. Just as we hit the top, I hear a loud thud of a door slamming shut. Not a wooden door, not a normal door at all. It sounds like iron, like a casket even. It's too late, Klein says. It's too late. You're going to hell. You're all going to hell now. I gave you a chance, Jack. I did. We run down the corridor, our footsteps splashing in the puddles on the ground. There's a constant dripping coming from somewhere. The smell is musty like an old basement, which is the weirdest thing considering we are God knows how many feet from the ground now. I break into a sprint, urging myself forward. Darlene, I'm thinking. I have to run for Darlene. I don't know if there's an afterlife. I don't know where we'll end up. It's all uncertain. Thinking about it scares me so much that I don't even want to. But what scares me worse than all of the thoughts of God and the devil are an eternity without Darlene. I hit the door hard, only letting up at the last moment. I'm not the Incredible Hulk, not Superman. I'm not going to bust this door down with my brute strength, because I have none. I'm going to bust it down with my brains. Abby's footsteps rush up behind me. She's out of breath. Her face is hopeless, eyes drooping low, mouth a grim line. Now what? She asks. I take the carbine from her. I push her back as I back up myself, aiming the gun. I'm going to shoot it down. Abby grabs my arm, dropping her own gun. What? Are you crazy? The bullets are going to ricochet, and then we'll really be done for. I blink once, twice. She's right. I laugh. It's the laughter of a madman. And I was going to get us out of this with my brains. All of a sudden, I want to collapse onto the rock floor. Too late. Too late. I don't know, I find myself saying. I must look pretty dejected because Abby turns away from me and starts scanning the rock corridor we're in. I don't hear Klein's voice. I don't hear much of anything anymore except for the constant dripping. I wish I had a flashlight, Abby says. Drip, drip, drip. A voice in the back of my head asks me if I've tried the door handle. I laugh again. Another madman's laugh. I really am losing it. But I try the handle anyway, and unsurprisingly, the door doesn't budge. I let go and start pacing. I'm not looking for anything because I don't think there's anything to look for. We're trapped in here. The only way we can go is backward, and I've never been a big fan of doing that. Not lately. Drip, drip, drip. It makes me want to tear my hair out or bring the barrel of the carbine up to my face and... A drop of water splashes down on me. It's very cold. It sends shivers up my spine. Then another one. I look up. All I see is darkness. There's no telling how high the ceiling stretches for. It could be 2 feet or 200 feet. What? Abby asks, looking at me like I really am crazy. Come here, I say. She does. I positioned her to almost the exact spot I was standing at. "Jack," she shrieks, cutting her off. "What the hell, man? Water? What, are you thirsty or something? I don't think you realize, but every second we spend in here playing with water is another second closer we get to losing our lives. We have to find another way. Don't you get it?" I say. My eyes bug out from my face. It's so simple. "You're crazy? Yeah, Jack, I get it. I've suspected it for a long time. No, the water. It has to come from somewhere, right?" "Yeah," she says. She stepped out of the spot and put her hand on one hip. "We're in a mountain, man. There's water inside of mountains, isn't there? I almost failed earth science, so I don't know for sure." She shakes her head. "Jack, get to the point." "Pipes." She narrows her eyes at me as if I've just revealed the secrets of the universe to her, and it's impossible to understand. "Pipes," I say again. "Plumbing. This is a building as much as it is a mountain." I keep my voice low. I don't know who could be listening. The inner workings of this place seem to be very primitive, but there could still be cameras, microphones, or other types of spy gear like there were on the military base. Then again, I don't think whatever is left of Central expected for anyone to break into their base, especially not Jack Jupiter. God, I really am going crazy. "Okay," Abby says. She matches my tone. Then she gives me a crooked look that seems to last an eternity before she starts walking toward the steps. I don't try to stop her. If she doesn't get it, I'll just have to show it to her. I take the carbine and I point it at the ceiling. It's time to find out just how far those shadows stretch. "Cover your ears," I say. "What?" But I've already pulled the trigger. 62. The shadows disappear with the burst of gunfire. I see the jagged edges of rock above, the stalactites, the knobs, the gnarled-looking faces within, and most importantly, the metallic vent just below the line where the roof and wall meet to form a 90-degree angle. "Jesus Christ," Abby says. I barely hear her over the ringing in my ears. "Did you see?" I try to match the same tone, but if I am, I have no fucking idea. Realization dawns on her face again. Yeah, she did see. "Pipes," I say. Now I can hear myself. All the reverberations come from inside of my head. The vent is only about 8 feet up. I can probably reach it if by combination of running and a boost from Abby. If we were normal people, I'd give her a boost because she's undoubtedly lighter and more spry than me. But alas, we aren't normal. She's a hand short and wouldn't be able to climb with just one hand. "How do you suggest we get up there?" she asks. "Jump," I say. She shakes her head. "There's no way." But I'm desperate. "Jack, if you—" I cut her off again. Actually, I don't. My gun does. I spray shots into the general vicinity of the grate. Bullets whine off the rock. Dust and debris crumbles and falls onto the ground below us. The corridor takes on this smoky quality. It smells like gunpowder and fire. When the shot's impact stops sounding muted by the rock and starts sounding like bullets hitting metal, I know I've hit the right spot. Little flashes show me intermittent glimpses of the grate, and I shoot until the clip empties and the metal grate is non-existent. Stupid, but effective. Abby covers her left ear with her stump and plugs up her right ear with her finger. Me, well, I just take it. I've come to terms with the fact that I'll need a hearing aid pretty soon. It beats the hell out of going on without Darlene. As the shots hang in the air and what's left of the metal grate falls from the rock wall and onto the ground with a large clank, I hear a deep ringing in my head. Looks like I'm going deaf sooner than I intended. Jesus Christ! Abby shouts. I barely hear her, but I know she's shouting because of how red her face gets. What? What? Are you stupid? She asks. What if you hit a gas line or something? She talks like she doesn't really know what it is exactly that she's talking about. Gas line, Abby? She rolls her eyes at me. Right now is not the time I want to see that gesture. I'm not stupid, I say, walking over to the hole-riddled wall. I'm just desperate. You should be too. She doesn't meet my eyes. She looks past me at the metal door. Her lips press together until the redness is gone from them. I can't, Jack. I'm scared. And this surprises me. I walk away from the wall and toward her. I know this isn't the time for sappy speeches and whatnot. I know there's a madman behind those walls with my fiancé who plans on ending the world. But I can't not ignore Abby. But then again, I don't know exactly how to approach this. I'm scared too, I say. Time to get serious, I guess. I'm honest, too. I am scared. This is really fucking scary. I'm in a mountain in the middle of the desert with only a few shots left in the carbine rifle we took off a dead man. One of my family members is at the bottom of the lake thanks to a gunshot courtesy of me. Darlene could be dead. Norm is gone. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm really scared. Abby sees this. It would be kind of hard to hide on my face. And I know I said it's not the time for sappy speeches and all that. But sometimes they're damn inspiring. It's okay to be scared, I say. I'd be more worried if we weren't scared. This is scary shit. Abby nods, still not meeting my eyes. And it's only going to get scarier. But that's okay, I say. She looks at me. Is it? I'm sick of being scared, Jack. I'm sick of losing people I love. The first time, in Woodhaven, that was the worst. I told myself, Abby, it gets easier. It's like losing a pet you loved, like my cat Simba. And then I met Brian, and I really liked him, Jack. I really did. He was cute, and he was funny. I think I could have even loved him, Jack. And that means a lot coming from me. She gives me a look that says, sue me. Then Butch did what he did to him, and it wasn't easier. It was just as bad. Almost as bad as having to kill my own mom. Tears run down her dirty face, slicing through the dust. Her voice is unsteady, wavering. Then Herb happened. She puts her face in her hand and sobs. I didn't even get to say goodbye to him. I was too scared, Jack. I was too scared. I can't lose Darlene, too. My heart sinks. Me either. So let's save her. Let's save the world. She smiles. Tears are still rolling down her cheeks. Abby, I mean it. How can you? You don't know what lies ahead. You're not psychic, she says. No, I don't. You're right. But I don't have to be a psychic to know what lies ahead. I'm a firm believer that you make your own luck. So what lies ahead is up to me and my actions. Abby smiles. This time, I think, genuine. She nods, too. What lies ahead, then? Abby asks. What do you see? I see happiness. I reach out and grab her shoulder. She puts her hand over mine. I didn't notice, but the gesture I just made was one of comfort. Darlene must be rubbing off on me. Now let's do this and make our own luck, cool? She nods, smiling. I notice there's an intensity in her eyes I haven't seen since she was bitten. Sure, she didn't recoil like Norm did after the events of Eden, but she still suffered from some form of post-traumatic stress. Now I see that fire again. I see the girl who helped me escape the clutches of Pat Huber and the zombies of Woodhaven. I see the old Abby Cage, and let me tell you, I really missed her. "Let's do this," she says. Both look toward the open black hole in the low light. It's about 8 feet off the ground, shrouded by shadows. "Hell yeah, give me a boost," I say. She walks over and gets on her knees. "You ready?" I ask her. She nods, her good hand at the ready. I back up as far as the narrow corridor allows me and start running at an angle. I've never been very athletic. I'm sure I've mentioned this more than a few times. But what choice do I have? I have to save Darlene, and I have to do it now. 63. I step on her thigh and her hand. Abby's not the strongest woman I know, not physically at least, but she gives me enough of a boost to get a few inches higher than I would have on my own. I hang in the air for what seems like a long time. The dark hole gets closer and closer until my hands feel like they're bitten. Sharp rock slices my palms. I feel wetness, and it's so dark up here that I really hope it's just sweat. But no, it's blood. I scramble up the rest of the way, kicking my wet-socked feet against the rock wall. This wouldn't be my first time scaling up some kind of structure. I'm seasoned for my time in D.C., and I guess that's a good thing. "You got it?" Abby says from below. She sounds very far away. I do got it. The blackness engulfs me, and probably from her point of view I disappear. I can see nothing, but what I feel is damp, dirty, clumpy. I try not to imagine rat droppings or dead spiders. It's really hard not to imagine that stuff. My heart races. "Jack?" "Yeah," I grunt. "Yeah, I'm fine. Throw me my gun." Abby tosses the gun up to me, and from in here with all this darkness, I see it coming easily. I grab it in one go, by the strap. Metal clunks against rock. I pull it the rest of the way inside. "Good catch," Abby says. "Thanks." I undo the strap and let it hang. The sound of my voice echoes along the seemingly endless vents and pipes beyond. It's unsettling, causing me to shiver. "All right," I say, looping the straps around my fist tight without losing too much length. "I'm gonna brace and pull, and you're gonna have to help me by climbing. Can you do that?" "Yeah," she says. The strap goes taut, and my knuckles burn. The blood from my cut palm soaks into the material, rolls down my arms. I have one leg braced around the corner of the vent where the black ducts lead to nowhere in particular, and another leg tucked under me. It's a pretty uncomfortable position, but Abby can't weigh that much. "Be careful," I shout. She's automatically at a disadvantage because of her missing hand. I'd hate for her to drop and bust an ankle or reopen her cauterized wound. That'd be pretty bad timing. I grunt. I pull. Abby grunts too. Her breathing gets heavy. But she makes it. When she's within reach, I grab her by the shirt, then the shoulder and arm, and then the waist. She's in. I'm sweating. I'm bleeding. I'm out of breath. I lean up against the cold wall inside of the vent, my eyes closed. As if it would make a difference. I can barely make out anything in this darkness anyway. "We go that way," I say, pointing down the tunnel. My throat feels like it's closing up to the size of a pinhole. I can't show this, though. I can't show my fear anyway. I told Abby we have to stop being scared. We have to do what we have to do, and we have to keep going forward. So I crawl on the rough surface, past Abby, and toward the unknown, toward Darlene. 64. Not long after we start moving, I hear voices. 2 of them at first. One is Klein's, the other is a woman, then 1 more. My heart leaps. I stop moving, Abby bumping into me. It's Darlene. "Don't touch me, you asshole," she says. Oh, thank you, God. "Darlene," Abby says. "Be careful what you call me," Klein says. I'm excited and petrified. What if I've stumbled upon her execution? "If you're going to kill me, then do it," Darlene says. Klein chuckles. "You're much too pretty to be killed. Your looks and brains can be useful to our future." The other woman cackles. Chills go up my spine. "What do you say about becoming a breeder for the New World Nation? You certainly have the hips." "Fuck you," Darlene says. Faintly, I hear her spit, and Klein makes a sound of disgust. I need to find a way into there. I need to find a way to Darlene. God, I'm freaking out. The walls are closing in. Abby seems to get farther and farther away from me. "You don't have much of a choice," Klein says. The other woman laughs again. Then she says, "Start the process, Robert. Start it before that pesky Jupiter finds us." She sounds distinguished. Like maybe she had some well upbringing where dinner was escargot and champagne every night, and the kids got whatever they wanted, including that jaguar on their 16th birthday. Then again, there's an edge to her voice. She sounds like she eats people and spits out their bones. "No way he can get through that door. And in 30 minutes, it won't matter. He'll be turned to ash," Klein says. "Then Darlene and I can work on repopulating." The rage sizzles inside of me. We'll see about that, I think. Abby reaches out, and I see her hand pressing up against the tunnel's wall, like she's searching for something. The paleness of her hand bobs in the darkness. She gasps. My heart does a flip. "Here," she says. "It's rotten. Feel it." I reach out. The wall is slimy with moisture, but whatever the structure is made out of is softer than its surroundings. Rotten. Fuck yes. "No, Robert, I can't wait. These things are meant to act on a moment's notice. They were built for war. War doesn't allow the taking of time," the woman says. "You don't understand," Klein says. Their voices are echoey, almost tinny. "With the spread of the disease, no one was there to keep them up and running. I'm sure you heard all about the reactor meltdown in California, right?" The woman doesn't answer. "Central had their fingerprints all over that one, didn't they? When there's no one to keep things running, machinery and equipment fail, Mrs. May." "Then what was Mick's crew doing, huh? Were they just sitting around with their thumbs up each other's asses?" the woman named Mrs. May says. Klein laughs. No humor in it. "I'd love to ask Mick, but I can't because he's dead. Because you killed him. What do you know?" "Spare me your sarcasm, Robert. I'm not above killing you either," she says. Klein laughs again. This time there is humor in it. "You wouldn't survive without me. You want to see if that's true, Robert? Do you want to see if that's really true?" Oh, man. There's something in her voice worse than the edge. It's the recklessness, I think. It's the fact that she knows she's wrong. She couldn't survive without Klein, yet she's willing to kill him just to prove a point. My grandmother would have called this cutting your nose off to spite your face. I press the rotten wall again. I need to find a way inside before I'm too late. Klein doesn't speak for a long time, it seems. I feel Abby closer to me, the warmth radiating off of her flesh in waves. Then Klein talks, and his voice is about as flat as every bottle of soda out in the wasteland that is our world. It will take some time. I'm sorry, Margot. That's the way it has to be. Surely you can wait 30 minutes. Mrs. May, or apparently Margot, shrieks. Something clunks off of something else. I'm hoping it's a ballpoint hammer to Klein's head. Then again, I want to be the one that gets him. More objects fall over. Glass shatters. I'm thinking computer monitor or television. There's 300 people waiting for you to hit the button, Klein. I will hit the button when I'm ready to, Klein says. Hit it now. More objects crashing. A temper tantrum isn't going to get you any... Faintly, I hear Klein grunt. Oh, that's nice. Go right ahead. Hit the button. Hit it as much as you want. It's not going to do anything until it's ready. Mrs. May shrieks. That's it. You're not allowed inside. Your membership has been revoked, she says. And I'm killing your friend. Darlene, no. I pick up the gun. My hand shakes so bad I almost can't do it. The gun feels like nothing. I wouldn't know I'm holding it if the butt of the rifle wasn't pressed up against my chest. The feeling has gone. I pull the trigger. 65. I hold it down, only counting 3 shots, until the rotten metal in front of me is no more, and bright white light floods the darkness. I'm falling. I'm Alice down the rabbit hole. Abby is with me. We're suspended in mid-air, falling forever. Then we're not. Then we hit. Someone screams, a high-pitched, shrill scream. Sweet air fills my lungs. Sweet, clean air. I try to open my eyes, but the pain is almost unbearable. I can't move. My lungs are the only things working, it seems. Taking in the good air, pushing out the bad. In, out, in, out. With the good air comes the clarity, the empty-headedness, the sweet air, the sweet, sweet air. I open my eyes. The lights inside of the building burn me. We are in a big room. I've hit a table. It's now flipped over, shielding me. Abby lays nearby, unmoving. Abby, I shout. Shoot him, Mrs. May's voice. I get up on my knees. I can see over the table now. I flipped over a bunch of files. Papers cover the floor like snowfall. Klein and Mrs. May stare at me with wide eyes, growing wider. Darlene is behind them, tied to a chair. Abby lays by my left, unmoving, eyes closed. Is she dead? No, I can't worry about that yet. I have to save Darlene. But the woman named Mrs. May says otherwise. She is ready to kill me. Lipstick on her teeth looks like blood. She holds an axe above her head. Not far away from her is a broken glass box, the shards glittering in the blinding light where the axe, and my possible demise, has come from. Everything is in slow motion. I realize I have to move, but her face, her stature. She looks like a caveman exhibit in some museum. Of course, she looks a little more modern with her flowery dress and her makeup and permed hair. But she also looks just as vicious, just as primitive. I have to move. The axe's sharp edge catches a bit of light and twinkles. With my lungs burning from the scream and my hands bloody, leaving streaks on the floor, I move. Time goes back to normal. You bastard! You no-good, rotten bastard! Mrs. May shrieks. The axe buries itself into the floor. The sound is like a can opener. It makes the fillings in the back of my teeth ache. I'm on my knees. So much fear invades my brain and my heart. "You've ruined this. This is all your fault. You've ruined this," Mrs. May says. She looks rabid, crazed. Spit flies from her lips. Flabby arms quiver. The axe comes down again. I'm not as fast this time, and it comes down in super fast motion. She nicks me with the edge before it clobbers the hard floor. Sparks fly up from the hit. A terrible burning sensation engulfs my back. I scream. She throws her whole body into the movement of unearthing the axe. This large woman. Oh, God help me. I'm on my hands and knees. I feel blood spilling from the left side of my back. I can't stay here. I catch eyes with Darlene as I see Klein going over to her, a gun in his hand. This gives me strength. I see the carbine a few feet away. I lunge, roll, grab it. Mrs. May screams again. I look up to see her rushing at me. I can't move fast enough. She has the axe in both hands, raised above her head. Mascara runs from the corners of her eyes like black tears. My body tenses up, expecting a blade to the gut. I can't scream. I can't talk. I don't have to. I let the carbine do the talking for me. 2 shots explode from the muzzle, their sounds deafening. Both shots catch Mrs. May in the middle. Her flowered dress begins to color itself in. Yellow daisies turn to red roses. The axe drops from her hand, gone behind her head. It clatters and bounces with a noise almost louder than the gunshots. Both hands, wrinkled and varicose-veined, go to her stomach. Her dress crinkles as she grips for dear life. I'm breathing really hard. My lungs are still burning. My head still feels stuffed. Reality seems so far away, yet here I am, doing what I've been doing for almost a year. Killing people, taking lives, defending myself and my family. Now, defending this world. Except Mrs. May doesn't die. Despite the grimace on her face and the blood seeping through her laced fingers, she's still up. But not for long. She takes 3 rickety steps toward me, her face twisting in pain, blood pattering the floor. She screams and falls over, dead. I don't waste any more time. I whirl on Klein. He has his gun pressed against Darlene's head. She's crying. Don't move. Fuck that. 66. I won't make the same mistake twice. I'm confident now. This is for Herb, I say. I squeeze the trigger, hoping there's at least 1 more shot left. That's all I need. Just 1 shot. Klein's mouth drops open and he lets out a scream of protest that is quickly cut off by the bullet. My aim was true. The bullet takes Klein in the middle of the forehead. Bullseye. It's subtle. His scalp doesn't peel off. His brains don't spray to the ceiling. None of that. Just 1 single red hole slightly above his left eye. A rivulet of blood trickles from the smoking wound, coloring the lenses of his glasses. Darlene shrieks. Klein's dead hand goes limp and his pistol clatters on the floor. He follows it soon after. Darlene and I just stare at each other for a moment, unbelievingly. "Jack," she says, breathing hard. I smile and let the carbine fall from my hands. I rush over to her, wrap my arms around her shoulders, and I kiss her like it's the end of the world. I look around and see Abby. She's moving. Oh, thank God. I couldn't lose her either. She has a cut on her forehead and is a little bloody, but she gets up. "I knew you'd come for me," Darlene says. I untie her binds. I knew you would. I'd do anything for you, Darlene, I say. And it's true. I would. This woman is the reason I'm alive. She's the reason for everything good in my life. There's no point of going on without her. Look, Abby says, rubbing her head. This is nice and all, but we should get out of here. I nod. Darlene gets out of the chair, rubbing her wrists. The computer terminal between the door and the rubble from where Abby and I fell out of blinks with ghostly light. One last thing, I say. Jack, I don't think you should mess with that, Darlene says. If I don't, the bombs very well could fall. Don't worry, I say. Darlene's face eases, like she believes I actually know what I'm doing. Turns out, I do. The screen is very straightforward. There's a button that reads, Shutdown Sequence. I press it, and a message pops up telling me Project Reset has been halted. I know it could never truly be shut down. Not until we make sure the nuclear bombs are disabled. And not even I, Jack Jupiter, could do that. Abby puts her arm around Darlene and they head for the iron door that leads to the long stairwell. But this is good enough. If another madman decides it's time to end the world, I'll be there to stop them. I will. As I'm scanning the computer screen, something catches my eye. Cleanse, the button reads. I hover the mouse over it. A brief description tells me what it is. In the event of this facility being compromised, we must prevent the information and weapons from winding up in the wrong hands. Self-destruct sequence will be initiated in 10 minutes. I look up from the screen at Abby and Darlene. This can buy us more time, I think. This can make sure no one uses this facility like Klein planned on using it. How fast do you think you guys can get out of here? I ask. Abby shakes her head. What? Darlene asks. I hit the button. A klaxon blares. Its eardrum shattering. We run through the door as red lights bathe us and a siren spurs us forward. I feel the very foundation of the mountain shaking. Pebbles fall from the ceiling. Dust drifts from new fissures in the rock. We go down the stairs as fast as we can. Darlene's hand is in mine. Abby's hand is in Darlene's. The air begins to taste sweeter. I smell the water. But I also smell the death. An explosion rattles the stairwell. Darlene screams and we have to jump the last few steps onto the shaky ground. Come on, I shout, looking at the door still halfway open. The air behind us grows hot. Fire. The alarm wails and wails. I usher Darlene and Abby onto the beach. They go through. I risk a last glance at the destruction. See the flames billowing out from high in the mountain. And I nod. Fuck you, Klein, and fuck you, Central. The mountain makes a sound like the earth is splitting open. Glass built into its facade shatters and falls a long way onto the beach. We keep sprinting, never looking back. The boat is still beached. Darlene and Abby get in, and I push them out into the lake. The cold water invades my body. It feels good compared to the heat emanating from the destruction behind. Then I jump into the boat. We paddle with our hands toward the other side where the zombies amble about, yellow eyes bobbing in the distance. Where's Herb and Norm? Darlene asks once we are safe and the heat no longer reaches us. I can only shake my head. She brings a hand up to her mouth. Norm is still out there, Abby says. She sits near the prow. Darlene is in my arms. But Herb... Darlene starts to sob, her body shaking against mine. I stroke her hair. I kiss her. I try to make her feel all right. but I know we never will. The boat floats lazily, though it floats toward the beach. I have Klein's pistol. There's not many shots left. We will have to make a run for it. I hope Norm is okay, I say, thinking of my brother. We are already down one. Darlene squeezes my arm. My body starts to hurt. Stiffening from the running and fighting, the lack of sleep and a good meal. It seems there's never any rest for us, for our little group. He will be, Abby says. If we can make it, Norm can too. I nod, smiling. The zombies don't seem to notice us until we are a few feet from the shore. Darlene quivers, but she won't scream. We are deathly quiet. I still see the dark stain of Herb's blood in the sand. I wish I hadn't noticed it. It's impossible not to. The fight's not over yet, I whisper. Abby nods. Darlene does nothing. I raise the gun, ready to fire if a zombie should get too close. They walk toward us as we splash up onto the shore. There's about 20 of them. We'll have to make a run for it, I say. I look to Darlene. She is very pale in the moonlight. You two go. I'll cover you. Now Darlene looks as if I've hit her. No, Jack. I'm not splitting up again. I'm not going to be without you. I'll be right behind you, I say. Abby grabs Darlene's arm and pulls. Her heels dig down into the wet sand. Go, I say. Then I start to shout at the zombies. Come on, uglies! Come on, you bastards! They turn their dripping faces toward me. I feel coldness throughout my body. They walk jerkily. Yeah, that's right. Come on, assholes! I start to sing at the top of my lungs. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies! Darlene and Abby crest the small rise. Safe. I walk backward, still singing. Above the fruited plains! Really hitting that high note. I trip, land on my ass with a grunt. That's the end of my song. By this time, they're surrounding me. Damn it. I pull the trigger, really hoping it wouldn't have come down to this. I blow the face off an emaciated man in a straitjacket. More reach out. The moon's light dims as their shadows engulf me. Fuck. This is it. This is how I die. I shoot again, buying myself more time. Jack! Darlene screams. She sounds far away. Jack! Jack! Then a car horn blares. I hear tires eating the ground, a revving engine. A sleek black car, one of Central's cars, flies over the small hill and smashes into the remaining zombies. There's a sickening crunch of bodies devoured by steel and rubber. Blink and you miss it. My haggard reflection shows in the tinted windows. I raise my gun, finger resting on the trigger, thinking, it just keeps getting worse and worse. The window rolls down. It's not one of the suits I see smiling at me with blood on his face. And I'd bet any amount of money it's not his blood. But it's Norm. You need a ride, little brother? I drop the gun and start crying. Tears of happiness, sadness, and relief. I can't believe you had to do that, Norm says to me. We are driving across the desert. I'm in the back with Darlene. Abby sits in the front seat. There are tears still on my face. I've been shaking for the past few minutes. Darlene's face rests on my chest. She strokes my forearm. Herb, Norm says, shaking his head. He slaps the wheel and screams, Damn it! The car slows. We are far enough away from the zombies and the burning mountain that I don't feel scared. Norm starts to sob. We all cry with him. We have talked about Herb for the past hour. How he saved my life in Eden. How he loved his music, his auntie, and, most of all, his sweets. But he did more than save my life. He saved all of our lives in his own special way. Now Abby and Darlene sleep. Norm still drives. I feel myself starting to doze off too. We are on a stretch of desert highway, the burning mountain and our failures and successes far, far behind us. There was a road map in the glove box. Norm talked of how he took out 10 Central agents with 2 bullets. I believe him. Darlene talked of her parents and her sister. I talked of the beautiful California beaches. We are heading toward San Francisco. I don't know what we'll find. I'm sure it can't be any worse than what we went through. It just can't. I have hope, because the bombs have been stopped and Darlene is back in my arms. I do. Plus, I know Herb is watching over us. He will keep us safe. Yes, our family is one short. But for those that remain, we continue to be strong. Because we have to. This concludes Dead Coast by Flint Maxwell. Narrated by Neil Helligers, member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2017 by Flint Maxwell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Flint Maxwell, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dead End, a zombie novel by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Neil Helligers.